Section 43 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Extracts from the Dictionary, Part 1. In the printed but unpublished collection before mentioned, page 396, nearly 300 quarto pages are devoted to descriptions of signs arranged in alphabetic order. A few of these are now presented to show the method adopted. They have been selected either as having connection with the foregoing discussion of the subject, or because for some of them pictorial illustrations had already been prepared. There is propriety in giving all the signs under some of the title words when descriptions of only one or two of those signs have been used in the foregoing remarks. This prevents an erroneous inference that the signs so mentioned are the only or the common or the generally prevailing signs for the idea conveyed. This course has involved some slight repetition both of descriptions and of illustrations, as it seemed desirable that they should appear to the eye in the several connections indicated. The extracts are rendered less interesting and instructive by the necessity for omitting cross-references which would show contrast and similarities for comparison, but would require a much larger part of the collected material to be now printed than is consistent with the present plan. Instead of occupying in this manner the remaining space allotted to this paper, it was decided to present as more general interest the descriptions of tribal signs, proper names, phrases, dialogues, narratives, discourses, and signals, which follows the extracts. It will be observed that in the following extracts there has been an attempt to supply the conceptions or origin of the several signs. When the supposed conception obtained through collaborators is printed before the authority given as reference, it is understood to have been gathered from an Indian as being his own conception and is therefore of special value. When printed after the authority and within quotation marks, it is in the words of the collaborator as offered by himself. When printed after the authority and without quotation marks, it is suggested by this writer. The letters of the alphabet within parentheses used in some of the descriptions refer to the corresponding figures in types of hand positions at the end of this paper. When such letters are followed by Arabic numerals, it is meant that there is some deviation which is described in the text from that type of hand position corresponding with the letter which is still used as the basis of description. Example, in the first description from Sapten 1 for bad, mean, page 412, G refers to the type of hand position so marked being identically that position, but in the following reference to R1. The type referred to by the letter R has the palm to the front instead of backward, being in all other respects the position which is desired to illustrate. R, therefore, taken in connection with the description, indicates that change and that alone. This mode of reference is farther explained in the examples at the end of this paper. References to another title word as explaining a part of a description or to supply any other portions of a compound sign will always be understood as being made to the description by the same authority of the sign under the other title word. Example, in the second description by Sapten 1 for bad, mean, above mentioned, the reference to good is to that sign for good which is contributed by Reverend G.L. Deffenbaugh and is referred to as Sapten 1. Antelope. Pass the open right hand outward from the small of the back. Wide. This, as explained by Indians lately examined, indicates the lighter coloration upon the animal's flanks. A Ute who could speak Spanish accompanied it with the word blanco as if recognizing that it required explanation. With the index only extended, hold the hand 18 or 20 inches transversely in front of the head, index pointing to the left, then rub the sides of the body with the flat hands. Cheyenne 4, Dakota 6. The latter sign refers to the white sides of the animal, the former could not be explained. Extend and separate the forefingers and thumbs, nearly close all the other fingers, and place the hands with backs outward above and a little in front of the ears, about 4 inches from the head, and shake them back and forth several times. Antelope horns. This is an Arapaho sign. Dakota 1, 2, 4. Close the right hand, leaving the end of the index in the form of a hook and the thumb extended as in figure 234. Then wave the hand quickly back and forth a short distance opposite the temple. Hidatsa 1. Arikara 1. Represents the pronged horn of the animal. This is a sign ordinarily used, but it was noticed that in conversing with one of the Dakotas, the sign of the latter, Dakota 6, was used several times to be more readily understood. Place both hands, fingers fully extended and spread, close to the sides of the head. Vide's sign was readily understood as signifying the white flanks, Apache 1. In connection with the above signs, figure 235 is presented, which was drawn by Running Antelope, and Papa Dakota as his personal totem or proper name. Bad, mean. Make the sign for good, and then that of not, long. Close the hand and open it whilst passing it downward, weed. This is the same as my description, but differently worded, possibly notes a less forcible form. I say, however, that the arm is extended. The precise direction in which the hand is moved is not, I think, essential. Matthews. This sign is invariably accompanied by a countenance expressive of contempt. F. Jacker. Scatter the dexter fingers outward as if spurting away water from them. Burton. 1. Right hand partially elevated, fingers closed, thumb clasping the tips. 2. Sudden motion downward and outward accompanied by equally sudden opening of fingers and snapping of the fingers from the thumb. Cheyenne 2. Right hand closed, back to front is moved forcibly downward and forward, the fingers being violently opened at instant of stopping the motion of hand. Cheyenne 4. Right hand closed, B, carried forward in front of the body toward the right and downward, during which the hand is opened, fingers downward, as if dropping out the contents. Dakota 1. Not worth keeping. Half close the fingers of the right hand, hook the thumb over the fore and middle fingers, move the hand back upward a foot or so toward the object referred to, and suddenly let the fingers fly open. Scattered around, therefore bad. An Arapaho sign. Dakota 4. Close the fingers of the right hand, resting the tips against the thumb, then throw the hand downward and outward toward the right to arm's length and spring open the fingers. Figure 236. Dakota 6, 7, 8, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1. The sign most commonly used for this idea is made by the hand being closed near the breast, with the back toward the breast, then, as the arm is suddenly extended, the hand is opened and the fingers separated from each other. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Hands open, palms turned in, move one hand toward and the other from the body, then vice versa. Omaha 1. Throw the clenched right hand forward, downward, and outward, and when near at arm's length, suddenly snap the fingers from the thumb as if sprinkling water. Wyandotte 1. To throw away contemptuously, not worth keeping. Raise hand in front of breast, fingers hooked, thumb resting against second finger, palm downward, G. Then with a nervous movement, throw the hand downward to the right and a little behind the body with an expression of disgust on the face. During motion of hand, the fingers are suddenly extended as though throwing something out of the hand, and in final position the fingers and thumb are straight and separated, palm backward. R1, Sahaptin 1. Away with it. Another, same motion of arm and hand as in good, but in the first position fingers are closed, and as the hand moves to the right they are thrown open, until in final position all are extended as in final for good. Saptin 1. Extend the right hand, palm downward, and move it in a horizontal line from the body, then suddenly turn the hand over as if throwing water from the back of it or the index. Comanche 1. Good, no. Pass the flat right hand interruptedly downward and backward past the right side. Pima and Papago 1. Putting aside. Deaf-mute natural signs. Hold forward the closed hand with the little finger up at the same time nodding the head. Ballard. Draw the tongue out a little and then shake the head with a displeased look. Larson. Use the sign for handsome, see the first part of the sign for good. At the same time, shake the head as if to say no. Ziegler. Deaf-mute signs. The hand closed except the little finger, which is extended and raised and held forward with the fingers to the front, is a sign for bad, illustrated in the report for 1879 of the Ohio Institution for the Deaf and Dumb. This sign is used among the deaf-mutes in England. Bear, animal. Pass the hand before the face to mean ugliness, at the same time grinning and extending the fingers like claws. Burton. Hand in front of and about 8 inches above the elbows, fingers slightly bent and open, thumbs and palms to the front to represent claws, or bear in standing position, sometimes accompanied by clawing motion. Creole. 1. Middle and third finger of right hand clasped down by the thumb. Forefinger and little finger extended, crooked downward. 2. The motion of scratching made in the air. Cheyenne 2. Figure 237. Fingers of both hands closed except the thumb and little finger, which are extended and point straight toward the front. Hands horizontal, backs upward, are held in front of their respective sides near the body and then moved directly forward with short, sharp, jerking motions. Dakota 1. From the motion of the bear in running. This is also reported as an Arapaho sign. Dakota 4. The paws and claws are represented. Seize a short piece of wood, say about 2 feet long, wave in the right hand and strike a blow at an imaginary person. Omaha 1. Another, seize a short thing about 6 inches long, hold it as a dagger, pretend to thrust it downward under the breastbone repeatedly, and each time farther, grunting or gasping in doing so. Withdraw the stick, holding it up and showing the blood, point to the breast with the left forefinger, meaning to say, so do thou when you meet the bear. Omaha 1. Another, pretend to stab yourself with an arrow in various parts of the body, then point towards the body with the left hand forefinger. Omaha 1. Arms are flexed and hands clasped about center of breast, then slowly fall with arms pendulous and both hands in tight position Q. The sign is completed by slowly lifting the hands and arms several times in imitation of the animal's locomotion. Movement and appearance of animal's front feet. Oto 1. Hold the closed right hand at the height of the elbow before the right side, palm downward, extend and curve the thumb and little finger so that their tips are nearly directed toward one another before the knuckles of the closed fingers. Then push the hand forward several times. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Paw and long claws, figure 238. Hold both closed hands before the body, palms down and about 8 inches apart. Reach forward a short distance, relaxing the fingers as if grasping something with them, and draw them back again as the hands are withdrawn to their former position. Ordinarily, but one hand is used, as in figure 239. Ute 1. Scratching and grasping with the claws. The right hand thrown in the position as for horse as follows. Elevate the right hand, extend with fingers joined, outer edge toward the ground, in front of the body or right shoulder, and pointing forward, resting the curved thumb against the palmar side of the index, then extend both hands with fingers extended and curved, separated palms down and push them forward several times, making a short arch. Apache 1. The animal that scratches with long claws. Figure 240 is from a Moki rock etching contributed by Mr. G. K. Gilbert, showing the pictorial mode of representing the animal. Deaf-mute sign. Claw both shoulders with the fingers. Wing. Grizzly. Right hand flat and extended, held at height of shoulder, palm forward, then bring the palm to the mouth, lick it with the tongue, and return it to the first position. Omaha 1. Showing blood on the paw. Other remarks upon the signs for bears are made on pages 293 and 345. Brave. Close the fists, place the left near the breast, and move the right over the left toward the left side. Weed. A motion something like this, which I do now distinctly recall, a sort of wrenching motion with the fists in front of the chest. I have seen used for strong. If Weed's sign-maker's hand first struck the region over the heart, as he may have done, he would then have indicated a strong heart, which is the equivalent for brave. Matthews. This sign is used by the Sioux at the present day to denote small. McChesney. I have seen a similar sign repeatedly, the only variation being that the right fist is passed over and downward in front of the left, instead of toward the left side. Hoffman. Figure 241. Clinch the right fist and place it to the breast. Absaroka 1, Shoshone, and Bannock 1. Both hands, fists, backs outward, obliquely upward, near together, right inside of left, are moved forward from in front of the chest 2 or 3 times and back again to original position, and then the right hand fist is thrown with some force over the left on a curve. Endurance is expressed by this sign, and it is connected with the Sundance trials of the young man in testing his bravery and powers of endurance before admission to the ranks of the warriors. Dakota 1. Push the 2 fists forward about a foot at the height of the breast, the right about 2 inches behind the left, palms inward. Dakota 4. The hands push all before them. Hold the left arm in front as if supporting a shield, and the right drawn back as if grasping a weapon. Close the fists, lower the head, moving it a little forward with a lunge, as well as the arms and fists. Omaha 1. I am brave. Another, index and thumb extended parallel, palm to the left, the other fingers bent. Shake the open fingers several times at the person referred to, the forearm being held at an angle of about 20 degrees. Omaha 1. You are very brave. You do not fear death when you see the danger. Strike the breast gently with the palmar side of the right fist. Wyandotte 1. Place the left clenched hand horizontally before the breast, palm toward the body, and at the same time strike forcibly downward in front of it with the right fist, as in figure 242. Sometimes the right fist is placed back of the left, then thrown over the latter toward the front and downward, as in figure 241 above. The same gesture has also been made by throwing the palmar side of the right fist edgewise downward in front of the knuckles of the left, as in figure 243. In each instance, the left fist is jerked upward very perceptibly as the right one is thrust downward. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Strike the clenched fist forcibly toward the ground in front of and near the breast. Akara 1. He is the bravest of all. Make the sign for brave and then the left forefinger upright back inward about 12 inches in front of left breast, right index similarly held near the right breast. Move them at the same time outward or forward, obliquely to the left. Dakota 1. Raise right hand, fingers extended, palm downward. W1. Swing it around overall, then point to the man, raise left fist, A1, change to left and palm inward, to a point in front of and near the body, close fingers of right hand and place the fist, A2, palm inward, between left fist and body, and then with violent movement, thrown it over left fist as though breaking something and stop at a point in front of and a little below left fist, and lastly point upward with right hands. Sapton 1. Of all here, he is the strongest. The right fist, palm downward, is struck against the breast several times, and the index is then quickly elevated before the face, pointing upward. Apache 1. Move the fist, thumb to the head across the forehead from right to left, and cast it toward the earth over the left shoulder. Apache 3. Deaf-mute natural signs. Run forward with a bold expression of the countenance. Larson. Not to run back, but to run forward. Ziegler. Deaf-mute sign. Left hand held as if pressing a loaf against the chest. Make a motion with the right hand, palm upward as if cutting through the fingers of the left with a sawing motion. Wing. Other remarks connected with the signs for brave appear on pages 352, 353, and 358, Supra. Chief. The forefinger of the right hand extended, pass it perpendicularly downward, then turn it upward, and raise it in a right line as high as the head, long, rising above others. Raise the index finger of the right hand, holding it straight upward, then turn it in a circle and bring it straight down, a little toward the earth. Weed. The right hand is raised and in position J describes a semicircle as in beginning the act of throwing. The arm is elevated perfectly erect aside of the head, the palm of the index and hand should be outward. There is an evident similarity in both execution and conception of this sign and weeds. The little variation may be the result of different interpretation. The idea of superiority is most prominent in both. Bottler, a prominent one before whom all succumb. The Akaras understood this sign, and they afterwards used it in talking to me, Creel. Weed's air picture reminds of the royal scepter with its sphere. Raise the forefinger pointed upward in a vertical direction and then reverse both finger and motion. The greater the elevation, the bigger the chief. Arapaho 1. Place the closed hand with the index extended and pointing upward near the right cheek. Pass it upward as high as the head, then turn it forward and downward toward the ground, the movement terminating a little below the initial point. See figure 306 in Tendoy-Huerito dialogue, page 487. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Ponca 2, Shoshone 1. 1. Sign for man as follows. Right hand, palm inward, elevated to about the level of the breast, index carelessly pointing upward, suddenly pointed straight upward, and the whole hand moved a little forward, at the same time taking care to keep the back of the hand toward the person addressed. 2. Middle third, little finger and thumb slightly closed together, forefinger pointing forward and downward. 3. Curved motion made forward, outward, and downward. Cheyenne 2. He who stands still and commands, as shown by similarity of signs to sit here or stand here. Extend the index, remaining fingers closed, and raise it to the right side of the head and above it as far as the arm can reach. Have also seen the sign given by Wyandotte Ojibwa 5. The extended forefinger of the right hand, J, of which the other fingers are closed, is raised to the right side of the head and above it as far as the arm can be extended. And then the hand is brought down in front of the body with the wrist bent, the back of the hand in front and the extended forefinger pointing downward, Dakota 1, raised above others. Move the upright and extended right index palm forward from the shoulder upward as high as the top of the head, then forward 6 inches through a curve and move it forward 6 inches, and then downward its palm backward to the height of the shoulder. An Arapaho sign, above all others. He looks over or after us, Dakota 4. Elevate the extended index before the shoulder, palm forward, pass it upward as high as the head and forming a short curve to the front, then downward again slightly to the front to before the breast and about 15 inches from it. Dakota 6, 7, 8, Hidatsa 1, Arikara 1. Right hand closed, forefinger pointing up, raise the hand from the waist in front of the body till it passes above the head, Omaha 1. Another, bring the closed right hand, forefinger pointing up on a level with the face, then bring the palm of the left hand with force against the right forefinger. Next, send up the right hand above the head, leaving the left as it is, Omaha 1. The right arm is extended by side of head with the hand in position J. The arm and hand then descend, the finger describing a semicircle with the arm as a radius. The sign stops with arm hanging at full length, Oto 1. The arm of authority before whom all must fall. Both hands elevated to position in front of and as high as the shoulders, palms facing, fingers and thumbs spread and slightly curved. The hands are then drawn outward a short distance towards their respective sides and gently elevated as high as the top of the head. Wyandotte 1. One who is elevated by others. Elevate the closed hand, index only extended and pointing upward to the front of the right side of the face or neck or shoulder. Pass it quickly upward, and when as high as the top of the head, direct it forward and downward, again toward the ground. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Close the right hand, index raised, extended, and placed before the breast. Then move it forward from the mouth, pointing forward until at arm's length. Ute 1. Head of tribe. Place the extended index pointing upward at some distance before the right shoulder, then place the left hand with fingers and thumb extended and separated just back of the index. Then in passing the index upward as high as the head, draw the left hand downward a short distance, as in figure 244. Superior to others. Absaroka 1, Akara 1. Place both flat hands before the body, palms down, and pass them horizontally outward toward their respective sides, then make the sign for chief. Arikara 1, chief of the wide region and those upon it. After pointing out the man, point to the ground, all fingers closed except first, J1, pointing downward instead of upward. Then point upward with same hand, J2. Then move hand to a point in front of body, fingers extended, palm downward, W1, and move around horizontally, Sapton 1. In this place, he is head over all. Grasp the forelock with the right hand, palm backward, pass the hand upward about 6 inches and hold it in that position a moment. Paiute 1, figure 245. Elevate the extended index vertically above and in front of the head, holding the left hand, forefinger pointing upward from 1 to 2 feet below and underneath the right, the position of the left, either elevated or depressed, also denoting the relative position of the second individual to that of the chief. Apache 1. War, head of a war party, partisan. First make the sign of the pipe, then open the thumb and index finger of the right hand, back of the hand outward, moving it forward and upward in a curve, weed. For remarks upon this sign, see page 384. Place the right hand, index only, extended and pointing forward and upward before the right side of the breast, nearly at arm's length, then place the left hand palm forward with the fingers spread and extended, midway between the breast and the right hand. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1. First make the sign for battle, viz. Both hands, A1, brought to the median line of the body on a level with the breast and close together. Describe with both hands at the same time a series of circular movements of small circumference and then add the sign for chief, Dakota 1. First in battle. of a band. Point toward the left and front with the extended forefinger of the left hand, palm down. Then place the extended index about 12 inches behind the left hand, pointing in the same direction. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1. Place the extended index at some distance before the right shoulder, pointing forward and slightly upward, then place the left hand with fingers and thumb extended and separated over the index, and while pushing the index to the front, draw the left hand backward towards body and to the left, ahead of others. Absaroka 1, Akara 1, Figure 246. Point the extended index forward and upward before the chest, then place the spread fingers of the left hand around the index, but at a short distance behind it, all pointing the same direction, ahead of the remainder. Arika 1. Grasp the forelock with the right hand, palm backward, and pretend to lay the hair down over the right side of the head by passing the hand in that direction. Paiute 1, Figure 247. The French deaf-mute sign for order, command, may be compared with several of the above signs. In it, the index tip first touches the lower lip, then is raised above the head and brought down with violence. L'enseignement primaire des sourds muets, par Monsieur Pélissier, Paris, 1856. Not only in Naples, but according to De Gioro, in Italy, generally the conception of authority in gestures by pressing the right hand on the flank, accompanied by an erect and squared posture of the bust, with the head slightly inclined to the right. The idea of substance is conveyed. Warrior lower than actual, but distinguished for bravery. Place the left forefinger pointing toward the left in front, before the left side of the chest, then place the extended index near or against the forefinger, and while passing the latter outward toward the left, draw the index toward the right. Absaroka 1, Arikara 1, Shoshone 1, Figure 248. Dead, death. Throw the forefinger from the perpendicular into a horizontal position toward the earth with the back downward, long. Hold the left hand flat over the face, back outward, and pass with the similarly held right hand below the former, gently striking or touching it. Weed. The sign given, Oto and Missouri 1, has no similarity in execution or conception with weeds. Bottler. This sign may convey the idea of under or burial quite differently executed from the most others reported. Dr. McChesney conjectures this sign to be that of wonder or surprise at hearing of a death, but not a distinct sign for the latter. The finger of the right hand passed to the left hand and then cast down. McGowan. Hold the left hand slightly arched, palm down, fingers pointing toward the right about 15 inches before the breast, then place the extended index near the breast, pointing toward the left. Pass it quickly forward underneath the left hand and in an upward curve to termination. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1. Place the palm of the hand at a short distance from the side of the head, then withdrawing it gently in an oblique downward direction and inclining the head and upper part of the body in the same direction. Ojibwa 2. See page 353 for remarks upon this sign. Hold both hands open with palms over ears, extend fingers back on brain, close eyes and incline body a little forward and to right or left very low, and remain motionless a short time, pronouncing the word ki-ni-bu slowly. Ojibwa 4. Left hand flattened and held back upward, thumb inward in front of and a few inches from the breast. Right hand slightly clasped, forefinger more extended than the others, and passed suddenly under the left hand, the latter being at the same time gently moved toward the breast. Cheyenne 2. Gone under. Both hands horizontal in front of body, backs outward, index of each hand alone extended. The right index is passing under the left with a downward, outward, and then upward and inward curved motion at the same time that the left is moving inward toward the body 2 or 3 inches, the movements being ended on the same level as begun. Upset, keeled over. For many deaths, repeat the sign many times. The sign of Cheyenne 2 expresses gone under, but is not used in the sense of death, dead, but going under a cover, as entering a lodge, under a table, etc. Dakota 1. Make the sign for alive, viz. The right hand back upward is to be at the height of the elbow and forward, the index extended and pointing forward, the other fingers closed, thumb against middle finger. Then, while rotating the hand outward, move it to a position about 4 inches in front of the face, the back looking forward and the index pointing upward, Then the sign for no, Dakota 4. Another, hold the left hand pointing toward the right palm obliquely downward and backward about a foot in front of the lower part of the chest, and pass the right hand pointing toward the left, palm downward from behind forward underneath it, or from an upright position in front of the face, back forward, index extended and other fingers closed. Carry the right hand downward and forward underneath the left and about 4 inches beyond it, gradually turning the right hand until its back is upward and its index points towards the left. An Arapaho sign, gone under or buried, Dakota 4. Hold the left hand slightly bent with the palm down before the breast, then pass the extended right hand pointing toward the left, forward, under, and beyond the left, Dakota 6, 7. Hold the right hand flat, palm downward before the body, then throw it over on its back to the right, making a curve of about 15 inches, Dakota 6, Hidatsa 1, Arika 1. The gesture of reversal in this and other instances may be compared with picture writings in which the reversed character for the name or totem of a person signifies his death. One of these is given in Figure 249, taken from Schoolcraft's History American Tribes 1, page 356, showing the cedar burial post or ajidati of Waboji, an Ojibwa war chief who died on Lake Superior about 1793. He belonged to the deer clan of his tribe, and the animal is drawn reversed on the post. Extend right hand, palm down, hand curved. Turn the palm up and moving the hand down towards the earth, Omaha 1. The countenance is brought to a sleeping composure with the eyes closed. This countenance being gradually assumed, the head next falls toward either shoulder. The arms having been closed and crossed upon the chest with the hands in tight positions, BB, are relaxed and drop simultaneously toward the ground with the fall of the head. This attitude is maintained some seconds. Oto and Missouri 1. The bodily appearance at death. Place the open hand back upward, fingers a little drawn together at the height of the breast, pointing forward. Then move it slowly forward and downward, turning it over at the same time, Iroquois 1. To express gone into the earth, face upward. The flat right hand is waved outward and downward toward the same side, the head being inclined in the same direction at the time, with eyes closed, Wyandotte 1. Hold the left hand loosely extended about 15 inches in front of the breast, palm down, then pass the index pointing to the left, in a short curve downward, forward, and upward beneath the left palm. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Bring the left hand to the left breast, hand half clinched, H. Then bring the right hand to the left with the thumb and forefinger in such a position as if you were going to take a bit of string from the fingers of the left hand and pull the right hand off in a horizontal line, as if you were stretching a string out. Extend the hand to the full length of the arm from you and let the index finger point outward at the conclusion of the sign. Comanche 1. Soul going to happy hunting grounds. The left hand is held slightly arched, palm down, nearly at arm's length before the breast. The right, extended flat, palm down, and pointing forward, is pushed from the top of the breast straight forward, underneath, and beyond the left. Shoshone and Bannock 1, Figure 250. Close both eyes and after a moment throw the palm of the right hand from the face downward and outward toward the right side, the head being dropped in the same direction. Ute 1. Touch the breast with the extended and joined fingers of the right hand, then throw the hand, palm to the left, outward towards the right, leaning the head in that direction at the same time. Apache 1. Close the eyes with the tips of the index and second finger, respectively. Then both hands are placed side by side, horizontally, palms downward, fingers extended and united, hands separated by slow horizontal movement to right and left. Kuchin 1. Palm of hand upward, then a wave-like motion toward the ground. Zuni 1. Deaf-mute natural signs. Place the hand upon the cheek and shut the eyes and move the hand downward toward the ground. Ballard. Let your head lie on the open hand with eyes shut. Cross. Use the right shut hand as if to draw a screw down to fasten the lid to the coffin and keep the eyes upon the hand. Hassenstab. Move the head toward the shoulder and then close the eyes. Larson. Deaf-mute signs. The French deaf-mute conception is that of gently falling or sinking, the right index falling from the height of the right shoulder upon the left forefinger, toward which the head is inclined. The deaf-mute sign commonly used in the United States is the same as Dakota 6, Hidatsu 1, Ikaria 1, above. Italians with obvious conception make the sign of the cross. To die. Right hand, forefinger extended side up, forming with the thumb a U, the other fingers slightly curved, touching each other, the little finger having its side toward the ground. Move the hand right and left, then forward several times. Then turn it over suddenly, letting it fall toward the earth. Ojibwa 5, Omaha 1. An animal wounded but staggering a little before it falls and dies. Dying. Hold the left hand as in dead, pass the index in the same manner underneath the left, but in a slow, gentle, interrupted movement. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Step by step, inch by inch, figure 251. Nearly, but recovers. Hold the left hand as in dead, pass the index with a slow, easy, interrupted movement downward under the left palm as in dying, but before passing from under the palm on the opposite side, return the index in the same manner to point of starting, then elevate it. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2, figure 252. Other remarks upon the signs for dead are given on page 353. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Extracts from the Dictionary, Part 2. Good. The hand held horizontally, back upward, describes with the arm a horizontal curve outward, long. This is like the Eurasian motion of benediction, but may more suggestively be compared with several of the signs for yes, and in opposition to several of those for bad and no, showing the idea of acceptance, or selection of objects presented instead of their rejection. Place the right hand horizontally in front of the breast and move it forward. Weed. This description is essentially the same as the one I furnished. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. I stated, however, that the hand was moved outward, i.e. to the right. I do not remember seeing it move directly forward. In making the motion as I have described it, the hand would have to go both outward and forward. Matthews. The left arm is elevated and the hand held in position. W. The arm and hand are thus extended from the body on a level with the chest, the elbow being slightly bent. The arm resembles a bent bow. The right arm is bent, and the right hand, in position, W, sweeps smoothly over the left arm from the biceps muscle over the ends of the fingers. This sign, and weeds, are noticeably similar. The difference is, the Oto sign uses the left arm in conjunction and both more to the left. The conception is of something that easily passes, smoothness, evenness, etc., in both. Butteller. Wave the hand from the mouth, extending the thumb from the index and closing the other three fingers. This sign also means, I know. Burton. 1. Right hand fingers pointing to the left, placed on a level with mouth, thumb inward. 2. Suddenly moved with curve outward so as to present palm to person addressed. Cheyenne 2. Pass the open right hand, palm downward, from the heart, 24 inches horizontally forward and to the right through an arc of about 90 degrees. Dakota 4. Heart easy or smooth. Another. Gently strike the chest 2 or 3 times over the heart with the radial side of the right hand, the fingers partly flexed and pointing downward. An Arapaho sign. Dakota 4. Place the flat right hand, palm down, thumb touching the breast, then move it forward and slightly upward and to the right. Arapaho 2. Cheyenne 5. Ojibwa 5. Dakota 6, 7, 8. Kiowa 1. Comanche 3. Apache 2. Wichita 2. Pass the flat hand, palm down, from the breast forward and in a slight curve to the right. Dakota 6, Hidatsa 1, Ankara 1. The extended right hand, palm downward, thumb backward, fingers pointing to the left, is held nearly or quite in contact with the body on about a level with the stomach. It is then carried outward, to the right, a foot or two with a rapid sweep, in which the forearm is moved but not necessarily the humerus. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Move right hand, palm down, over the blanket, right and left, several times. Omaha 1. Another. Hit the blanket, first on the right, then on the left, palm down several times. Omaha 1. Another. Point at the object with the right forefinger, shaking it a little up and down, the other fingers being closed. Omaha 1. Another. Same as preceding, but with the hand open, the thumb crooked under and touching the forefinger, hand held at an angle of 45 degrees while shaking a little back and forth. Omaha 1. Another. Hold the closed hands together, thumbs up. Separate by turning the wrists down and move the fists a little apart, then reverse movements till back to first position. Omaha 1. Another. Hold the left hand with back toward the ground, fingers and thumb apart and curved. Hold the right hand opposite it, palm down, hands about 6 inches apart. Shake the hands held thus up and down, keeping them the same distance apart. Omaha 1. Another. Hold the hands with the palms in, thumbs up, move hands right and left, keeping them about 6 inches apart. Omaha 1. Another. Look at the right hand, first on the back, then on the palm, then on the back again. Omaha 1. The flat right hand, palm down, is moved forward and upward, starting at a point about 12 inches before the breast. Wyandotte 1. Hold the flat right hand forward and slightly outward from the shoulder, palm either upward or downward, and pass it edgewise horizontally to the right and left. This sign was made when no personality was involved. The same gesturer, when claiming for himself the character of goodness, made the following. Rapidly pat the breast with the flat right hand. Pima and Papago 1. Throw right hand from front to side, fingers extended and palm down, forearm horizontal. Sahaptin 1. Make an inclination of the body forward, moving at the same time both hands forward from the breast, open, with the palm upward, and gradually lowering them. This is also used for glad, pleased. Iroquois 1. Bring both hands to the front, arms extended, palms outward. Elevate them upward and slightly forward. The face, meanwhile, expressive of wonder. Comanche 1. Bring the hand opposite the breast, a little below, hand extended, palm downward, W, and let it move off in a horizontal direction. If it be very good, this may be repeated. If comparatively good, repeat it more violently. Comanche 1. Hold the right hand palm down, pointing to the left, and placed horizontally before the breast. Then raise it several times slightly. Good and glad. Kuchin 1. Deaf-mute natural signs. Smack the lips. Ballard. Close the hand while the thumb is up, and nod the head and smile as if to approve of something good. Hassenstab. Point the forefinger to the mouth and move the lips with a pleased look as if tasting sweet fruit. Larson. Use the sign for handsome by drawing the outstretched palm of the right hand down over the right cheek. At the same time, nod the head as if to say yes. Ziegler. Deaf-mute signs. Some of the Indian signs appear to be connected with a pleasant taste in the mouth, as is the sign of the French and American deaf-mutes, waving thence the hand, either with or without touching the lips, back upward, with fingers straight and joined, in a forward and downward curve. They make nearly the same gesture with hands sidewise for general assent. Very well. The conventional sign for good, given in the illustration to the report of the Ohio Institution for the Education of the Deaf and Dumb, is the right hand raised forward and closed, except the thumb, which is extended upward, held vertically, its nail being toward the body. This is in opposition to the sign for bad in the same illustration, the one being merely the exhibition of the thumb toward, and the other of the little finger away from the body. They are English signs, the traditional conception being acceptance and rejection, respectively. Italian signs. The fingers gathered on the mouth, kissed and stretched out and spread, intimate a dainty morsel. The open hand stretched out horizontally and gently shaken intimates that a thing is so-so, not good and not bad. Butler. Compare also the Neapolitan sign given by DiGiorio. See Figure 62, page 286, supra. Cardinal Weissman gives as the Italian sign for good the hand thrown upwards and the head back with a prolonged ah. Locke, sit, page 543. Heart is. Strike with right hand on the heart and make the sign for good from the heart outward. Cheyenne 2. Touch the left breast over the heart 2 or 3 times with the ends of the fingers of the right hand. Then make the sign for good. Dakota 4. Place the fingers of the flat right hand over the breast. Then make the sign for good. Dakota 7. Move hand to position in front of breast. Fingers extended, palm downward, W. Then, with quick movement, throw hand forward and to the side to a point 12 or 15 inches from body. Hand same as in first position. Sahaptin 1. For further remarks on the signs for good, see page 286. Habitation, including house, lodge, teepee, wigwam. House. The hand half open and the forefinger extended and separated. Then raise the hand upward and give it a half turn, as if screwing something. Dunbar. Cross the ends of the extended fingers of the 2 hands, the hands to be nearly at right angle, radial side up, palms inward and backward, thumbs in palms. Represents the logs at the end of a log house. Creel, Dakota 4. Partly fold the hands, the fingers extended in imitation of the corner of an ordinary log house. Arapaho 1. Both hands outspread near each other, elevated to front of face, suddenly separated, turned at right angles, palms facing, brought down at right angles, suddenly stopped, representing square form of a house. Cheyenne 2. The fingers of both hands extended and slightly separated, then those of the right are placed into the several spaces between those of the left, the tips extending to about the first joints. Absaroka 1. From the arrangement of the logs in a log building. Both hands extended, fingers spread. Place those of the right into the spaces between those of the left. Then move the hands in this position a short distance upward. Wyandotte 1. Arrangement of logs and elevation. Both hands are held edgewise before the body, palms facing. Spread the fingers, and place those of one hand into the spaces between those of the other, so that the tips of each protrude about an inch beyond. Hidatsa 1, Kiowa 1, Arikara 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. The arrangement of logs in a frontier house. Figure 253. In connection with this sign, compare the pictograph, Figure 204, page 379, supra. In ordinary conversation, the sign for white man's house is often dropped, using instead the generic term employed for lodge, and this in turn is often abbreviated, as by the Kiowas, Comanches, Wichitas, and others, by merely placing the tips of the extended forefingers together, leaving the other fingers and thumbs closed, with the wrists about 3 or 4 inches apart. Both hands held pointing forward, edges down, fingers extended and slightly separated, then place the fingers of one hand into the spaces between the fingers of the other, allowing the tips of the fingers of either hand to protrude as far as the first joint, or near it. Shoshone and Bannock 1. From the appearance of a corner of a log house, protruding and alternate layers of logs. Fingers of both hands interlaced at right angles several times. Then the sign for lodge. Kuchin 1. Deaf-mute natural signs. Draw the outlines of a house in the air with hands tip to tip at a right angle. Ballard. Put the open hands together toward the face, forming a right angle with the arms. Larson. Stone, fort. Strike the back of the right fist against the palm of the left hand, the left palm backward, the fist upright, idea of resistance or strength. Then with both hands opened, relaxed, horizontal, and palms backward, place the ends of the right fingers behind and against the ends of the left. Then separate them, and moving them backward, each through a semicircle, bring their bases together. The latter sign is also that of the Arapahos for house. An enclosure. Dakota 4. The first part of this sign is that for stone. Lodge, teepee, wigwam. The two hands are reared together in the form of the roof of a house, the ends of the fingers upward, long. Place the open thumb and forefinger of each hand opposite each other, as if to make a circle, but leaving between them a small interval. Afterward, move them from above downward simultaneously, which is the sign for village. Then elevate the finger to indicate the number, 1. Weed. Probably he refers to an earthen lodge. I think that the sign I have given you is nearly the same with all the Upper Missouri Indians. Matthews. Place the fingers of both hands ridge fashion before the breast. Burton. Indicate outlines, an inverted V, thus, with the forefingers touching or crossed at the tips, the other fingers closed. Creel, Arapaho 1. Both hands open, fingers upward, tips touching, brought downward, and at the same time separated to describe the outline of a cone, suddenly stopped. Cheyenne 2. Both hands approximated, held forward horizontally, fingers joined and slightly arched, backs upward, withdraw them in a sideward and downward direction, each hand moving to its corresponding side, thus combinedly describing a hemisphere. Carry up the right, and, with its index pointing downward, indicate a spiral line rising upward from the center of the previously formed arch. Ojibwa 5. From the dome-shaped form of the wigwam, and the smoke rising from the opening in the roof. Both hands flat and extended, placing the tips of the fingers of one against those of the other, leaving the palms or wrists about 4 inches apart. Absaroka 1, Wyandotte 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. From its exterior outline. Both hands carried to the front of the breast and placed V-shaped, inverted, thus, with the palms looking toward each other, edge of fingers outward, thumbs inward. Dakota 1. From the outline of the teepee. With the hands nearly upright, palms inward, cross the ends of the extended forefingers, the right one either in front or behind the left, or lay the ends together. Resting the ends of the thumbs together, side by side, the other fingers to be nearly closed, and resting against each other, palms inward. Represents the teepee poles and the profile of the teepee. Dakota 4. Place the tips of the fingers of both hands together in front of the breast, with the wrists some distance apart. Dakota 5. Figure 254. Fingers of both hands extended and separated. Then interlace them so that the tips of the fingers of one hand protrude beyond the backs of those of the opposing one. Hold the hands in front of the breast, pointing upward, leaving the wrists about 6 inches apart. Dakota 7, 8, Hidatsa 1, Ponca 2, Arikara 1, Pani 1. The extended hands, with fingertips upward and touching, the palms facing one another, and the wrists about 2 inches apart, are held before the chest. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Place the tip of the index against the tip of the forefinger of the left hand, the remaining fingers and thumbs closed, before the chest, leaving the wrists about 6 inches apart. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Outline of Lodge. This is an abbreviated sign, and care must be taken to distinguish it from to meet, in which the fingers are brought from their respective sides instead of upward to form the gesture. Another. Place the tips of the fingers of the flat extended hands together before the breast, leaving the wrists about 6 inches apart. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Another. Both hands flat and extended, fingers slightly separated. Then place the fingers of the right hand between the fingers of the left as far as the second joints, so that the fingers of one hand protrude about an inch beyond those of the other. The wrists must be held about 6 inches apart. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Outline of Indian lodge and crossing of tent poles above the covering. Figure 255. Figure 256 represents a Sahaptin sign given to the writer by a gentleman long familiar with the northwestern tribes of Indians. The conception is the same union of the lodge poles at the top, shown in several other signs differently executed. Place the tips of the spread fingers of both hands against one another, pointing upward before the body, leaving a space of from 4 to 6 inches between the wrists. Figure 257. The fingers are sometimes bent so as to more nearly represent the outline of a house and roof. Figure 258. This, however, is accidental. Pai Ute 1. Represents the boughs and branches used in the construction of a Pai Ute wiki-up. Place the tips of the 2 flat hands together before the body, leaving a space of about 6 inches between the wrists. Ute 1. Outline the shape of the lodge. Left hand and right hand put together in shape of sloping shelter. Kuchin 1. Figure 259. Great Council House. Place both flat and extended hands in front of the shoulders, pointing forward, palms facing. Then pass them straight, upward and slightly inward near the termination of the gesture. This appears to combine the gestures for much, large, and lodge. Arakara 1. Coming or going out of a. Same as the sign for entering a lodge, only the fingers of the right hand point obliquely upward after passing under the left hand. Dakota 1. Coming out from under cover. Hold the open left hand a foot or 18 inches in front of the breast, palm downward or backward, fingers pointing toward the right and past the right, back upward with index extended, or all of the fingers extended, and pointing forward, about 18 inches forward underneath the left through an arc from near the mouth. Some, at the same time, move the left hand toward the breast. Dakota 4. Entering a. The left hand is held with the back upward, and the right hand also with the back up is passed in a curvilinear direction down under the other, so as to rub against its palm, then up on the other side of it. The left hand here represents the low door of the skin lodge, and the right, the man stooping down to pass in. Long. Pass the flat right hand in short curves under the left, which is held a short distance forward. Weed. I have described the same sign. It is not necessary to pass the hand more than once. By saying curves, he seems to imply many passes. If the hand is passed more than once, it means a repetition of the act. Matthews. Mackenzie. The conception is of the stooping to pass through the low entrance, which is often covered by a flap of skin, sometimes stretched on a frame, and which must be shoved aside, and the subsequent rising when the entrance has been accomplished. A distinction is reported by a correspondent as follows. If the intention is to speak of a person entering the gesturer's own lodge, the right hand is passed under the left and toward the body, near which the left hand is held. If of a person entering the lodge of another, the left hand is held further from the body, and the right is passed under it and outward. In both cases, both hands are slightly curved and compressed. As no such distinction is reported by others, it may be an individual invention or peculiarity. A gliding movement of the extended hand, fingers joined, backs up, downward, then ascending, indicative of the stooping and resumption of the upright position in entering the same. Arapaho 1. 1. Sign for lodge, the left hand being still in position used in making sign for lodge. 2. Forefinger and thumb of right hand brought to a point and thrust through the outline of an imaginary lodge represented by the left hand. Cheyenne 2. First, make the sign for lodge, then place the left hand, horizontal and slightly arched, before the body, and pass the right hand with extended index underneath the left, forward and slightly upward beyond it. Absaroka 1, Dakota 5, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Wyandot 1. Left hand, W, ends of fingers toward the right, stationary in front of the left breast. Pass the right hand directly and quickly out from the breast under the stationary left hand, ending with the extended fingers of the right hand pointing outward and slightly downward, joined. Palm downward flat, horizontal, W. Dakota 1. Gone under, covered. Hold the open left hand a foot or 18 inches in front of the breast, palm downward or backward, fingers pointing toward the right, and pass the right hand, palm upward, fingers bent sidewise and pointing backward, from before backward underneath it, through a curve until near the mouth. Some at the same time move the left hand a little forward. Dakota 4. The left hand, palm downward, fingertips forward, either quite extended or with the fingers slightly bent, is held before the body. Then the right hand nearly or quite extended, palm downward, fingertips near the left thumb and pointing toward it, is passed transversely under the left hand and 1 to 4 inches below it. The fingers of the right hand point slightly upward when the motion is completed. This sign usually, but not invariably, refers to entering a house. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Place the slightly curved left hand, palm down, before the breast. pointing to the right, then pass the flat right hand, palm down, in a short curve forward, under, and upward beyond the left. Ute 1. Evidently from the manner in which a person is obliged to stoop in entering an ordinary Indian lodge. Horse. The right hand with the edge downward, the fingers joined, the thumb recumbent, extended forward. Dunbar. Place the index and middle finger of the right hand astraddle the index finger of the left. In the original, the expression third finger is used, but it is ascertained in another connection that the author counts the thumb as the first finger and always means what is generally styled middle finger when he says third. The alteration is made to prevent confusion. Weed. I have described this sign in words to the same effect. Matthews. The right arm is raised, and the hand, opened edgewise, with fingers parallel and approximated, is drawn from left to right before the body at the supposed height of the animal. There is no conceivable identity in the execution of this sign in weeds, but his sign for horse is nearly identical with the sign for ride a horse among the Otos. Boteler. This sign is still used by the Cheyennes. Dodge. A hand passed across the forehead. McGowan. Left hand thumb and forefinger straightened out, held to the level of and in front of the breast. Right hand forefinger separated from the middle finger and thrown across the left hand to imitate the act of bestriding. They appear to have no other conception of a horse, and have thus indicated that they have known it only as an animal to be ridden. Creel, Cheyenne 2. Draw the right hand from left to right, across the body, about the heart, the fingers all closed except the index. This is abbreviated by making a circular sweep of the right open hand from about the left elbow to the front of the body, probably indicating the mane. A Pani sign. Cheyenne 4. Place the first two fingers of the right hand, thumb extended, N1, downward, astraddle the first two joined and straight fingers of the left hand, T1, sidewise to the right. Many Sioux Indians use only the forefinger straightened. Dakota 1. Horse mounted. The first and second fingers extended and separated, remaining fingers and thumb closed. Left forefinger extended, horizontal, remaining fingers and thumb closed. Place the right hand fingers astride of the forefinger of the left, and both hands jerked together, up and down, to represent the motion of a horse. Dakota 3. The two hands being clinched and near together, palms downward, thumbs against the forefingers, throw them, each alternately, forward and backward about a foot, through an ellipsis 2 or 3 times, from about 6 inches in front of the chest to imitate the galloping of a horse, or the hands may be held forward and not moved. Dakota 4. Place the extended and separated index and second fingers of the right hand astraddle of the extended forefinger of the left. Figure 260. Sometimes all the fingers of the left hand are extended in making this sign, as in figure 261, though this may be the result of carelessness. Dakota 6, 7, 8, Hidatsa 1, Ponca 2, Arikara 1, Pani 1. The left hand is before the chest, back upward in the position of an index hand pointing forward. Then the first and second fingers of the right hand, only being extended, separated and pointing downward, are set one on each side of the left forefinger, the interdigital space resting on the forefinger. The palm faces downward and backward. This represents a rider astride of a horse. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Close hands, except forefingers, which are curved downward. Move them forward in rotation, imitating the 4 feet of the horse, and make the puffing sound of ah, ah. Omaha 1. This sign represents the horse racing off to a safe distance and puffing as he tosses his head. The arm is flexed, and the hand extended is brought on a level with the mouth. The hand then assumes the position, W1, modified by being held edges up and down, palm toward the chest instead of flat. The arm and hand being held thus about the usual height of a horse are made to pass in an undulating manner across the face or body about 1 foot distant from contact. The latter movements are to resemble the animal's gait. Oto 1. Height of animal and movement of same. The index and second fingers of the right hand are placed astraddle the extended forefinger of the left. Wyandotte 1. Place the flat right hand, thumb down, edgewise before the right side of the shoulder, pointing toward the right. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Figure 262. Another. Hold the right hand flat, extended, with fingers joined, the thumb extended upward. Then pass the hand at arm's length before the face from left to right. This is said by the authorities cited below to also be the Caddo sign, and that the other tribes mentioned originally obtained it from that tribe. Kiowa 1, Comanche 1, 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2, Figure 263. Another. Place the extended and separated index and second fingers astraddle the extended and horizontal forefinger of the left hand. This sign is only used when communicating with uninstructed white men, or with other Indians whose sign for horse is specifically distinct. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Place the extended index and second fingers of the right hand across the extended first 2 fingers of the left. Figure 264. Size of the animal is indicated by passing the right hand, palm down, with fingers loosely separated, forward from the right side, at any height as the case may necessitate, after which the sign for horse may be made. Pima and Papago 1. Place the right hand, palm down, before the right side of the chest. Place the tips of the second and third fingers against the ball of the thumb, allowing the index and little fingers to project to represent the ears. Figure 265. Frequently, the middle fingers extend equally, with and against the thumb, forming the head of the animal, the ears always being represented by the 2 outer fingers, viz., the index and little finger. Figure 266. Ute 1. A similar sign is reported by Colonel Dodge as used by the Utes. Elevate the right hand, extended, with fingers joined, outer edge toward the ground, in front of the body or right shoulder, and pointing forward, resting the curved thumb against the palmar side of the index. This sign appears also to signify animal, generically, being frequently employed as a preliminary sign when denoting other species. Apache 1. Deaf-mute natural signs. Imitate the motion of the elbows of a man on horseback. Ballard. Act in the manner of a driver, holding the lines in his hands and shouting to the horse. Cross. Move the hands several times as if to hold the reins. Larson. Deaf-mute signs. The French deaf-mutes add to the straddling of the index the motion of a trot. American deaf-mutes indicate the ears by placing 2 fingers of each hand on each side of the head and moving them backward and forward. This is sometimes followed by straddling the left hand by the 4 and middle fingers of the right. A man-ana. Same sign as for horse, with the addition of erecting the thumb while making the gesture. Dodge. Bay. Make the sign for horse and then rub the lower part of the cheek back and forth. Dakota 4. Black. Make the sign for horse and then point to a black object or rub the back of the left hand with the palmar side of the fingers of the right. Dakota 4. Bronco, an untamed horse. Make the sign to ride by placing the extended and separated index and second fingers of the right hand astraddle the extended forefinger of the left hand. Then, with both hands retained in their relative positions, move them forward in high arches to show the bucking of the animal. Ute 1. Grazing ava. Make the sign for horse, then lower the hand and pass it from side to side, as if dipping it upon the surface. Ute 1. Packing a. Hold the left hand, pointing forward, palm inward, a foot in front of the chest, and lay the opened right hand, pointing forward, first obliquely along the right side of the upper edge of the left hand, then on top, and then obliquely along the left side. Dakota 4. Racing. Fast horse. The right arm is elevated and bent at right angle before the face. The hand, in position, S1, modified by being horizontal, palm to the face, is drawn across edgewise in front of the face. The hand is then closed and in position, B, approaches the mouth from which it is opened and closed successively forward several times. Finally, it is suddenly thrust out in position, W1, back concave. Oto and Missouri 1 is expressed in the Oto 1 sign for horse, then the motion for quick running. Racing. Extend the two forefingers, and after placing them parallel, near together in front of the chest, backs upward. Push them rapidly forward about a foot. Dakota 4. Place both hands, with the forefingers only extended and pointing forward side by side with the palms down, before the body. Then push them alternately backward and forward, in imitation of the movement of horses who are running neck and neck. Ute 1, Apache 1, 2. Saddling a. Hold the left hand as in the sign for horse, packing a, and lay the semi-flexed right hand across its upper edge 2 or 3 times, the ends of the right fingers toward the left. Dakota 4. Place the extended and separated fingers rapidly with a slapping sound astraddle the extended fore and second fingers of the left hand. The sound is produced by the palm of the right hand, which comes in contact with the upper surface of the left. Ute 1, figure 267. Spotted, pied. Make the sign for horse, then the sign for spotted. See page 345. Dakota 4. End of section 44. Section 45 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Extracts from the Dictionary, Part 3. Kill, killing. The hands are held with the edge upward, and the right hand strikes the other transversely, as in the act of chopping. This sign seems to be more particularly applicable to convey the idea of death produced by a blow of the tomahawk or war club. Long. Clinch the hand and strike from above downward. Weed. I do not remember this. I have given you the sign for killing with a stroke. Matthews. There is an evident similarity in conception and execution between the Oto and Missouri 1 sign and Weed's Botelier. I have frequently seen this sign made by the Arikara, Gros Ventre, and Mandan Indians at Fort Berthold Agency. McChesney. This motion, which may be more clearly expressed as the downward thrust of a knife held in the clenched hand, is still used by many tribes for the general idea of kill, and illustrates the antiquity of the knife as a weapon. Weed does not say whether the clenched hand is thrust downward with the edge or the knuckles forward. The latter is now the almost universal usage among the same tribes from which he is supposed to have taken his list of signs, and indicates the thrust of a knife more decisively than if the fist were moved with the edge in advance. The actual employment of arrow, gun, or club in taking life is, however, often specified by appropriate gesture. Smite the sinister palm earthward with the dexter fist sharply, in sign of going down, or strike out with the dexter fist toward the ground, meaning to shut down, or pass the dexter under the left forefinger, meaning to go under. Burton. Right hand cast down. McGowan. Hold the right fist, palm down, knuckles forward, and make a thrust forward and downward. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Dakota 6, 7, 8, Hidatsa 1, Ponca 2, Arikara 1, Pani 1. Figure 268. Right hand clenched, thumb lying along the fingertips, elevated to near the shoulder, strike downward and out, vaguely in the direction of the object to be killed. The abstract sign for kill is simply to clench the right hand in the manner described and strike it down and out from the right side. Cheyenne 2. Close the right hand, extending the forefinger alone. Point toward the breast, then throw from you forward, bringing the hand toward the ground. Ojibwa 5, Omaha 1. Both hands clenched, with the thumbs resting against the middle joints of the forefingers. Hold the left transversely in front of and as high as the breast. Then push the right, palm down, quickly over and down in front of the left. Absaroka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. To force under, literally. With the dexter fist carried to the front of the body at the right side, strike downward and outward several times, with the back of hand upward, thumb toward the left, several times. Dakota 1. Strike down. With the first and second joints of the fingers of the right hand bent, end of thumb against the middle of the index, palm downward, move the hand energetically forward and downward from a foot in front of the right breast, striking with a stone, man's first weapon. Dakota 4. The left hand, thumb up, back forward, not very rigidly extended, is held before the chest and struck in the palm with the outer edge of the right hand. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. To kill with a blow, to deal the death blow. Figure 269. Right hand, fingers open but slightly curved, palm to the left. Move downward, describing a curve. Omaha 1. Another. Similar to the last, but the index finger is extended, pointing in front of you. The other fingers but half open. Omaha 1. Place the flat right hand palm down at arm's length to the right. Bring it quickly, horizontally, to the side of the head. Then make the sign for dead. Ojibwa 5. Wyandotte 1. To strike with a club. Dead. Both hands in positions, AA, with arms semi-flexed toward the body, make the forward rotary sign with the clenched fists as in fighting. The right hand is then raised from the left outward, as clutching a knife with the blade pointing downward and inward toward the left fist. The left fist, being held in situ, is struck now by the right, edgewise as above described, and both suddenly fall together. Oto and Missouri 1. To strike down in battle with a knife. Indians seldom disagree or kill another in times of tribal peace. Deaf-mute natural signs. Strike a blow in the air with the clenched fist, and then incline the head to one side, and lower the open hand, palm upward. Ballard. Strike the other hand with the fist, or point a gun, and, having shot, suddenly point to your breast with the finger and hold your head sidewise on the hand. Cross. Use the closed hand as if to strike, and then move back the head with the eyes shut and the mouth opened. Hasenstab. Put the head down over the breast, and then move down the stretched hand along the neck. Larson. Turkish sign. Draw a finger across the throat like cutting with a knife. Barnum. In battle, 2. Make the sign for battle by placing both hands at the height of the breast, palms facing, the left forward from the left shoulder, the right outward and forward from the right, fingers pointing up and spread. Move them alternately toward and from one another. Then strike the back of the fingers of the right hand into the slightly curved palm of the left, immediately afterward throwing the right outward and downward to the right. Ute 1. Killed and falling over. You, I will kill you. Direct the right hand toward the offender and spring the finger from the thumb, as in the act of sprinkling water. Long. The conception is perhaps causing blood to flow, or perhaps sputtering away the life, though there is a strong similarity to the motion used for the discharge of a gun or arrow. Remarks and illustrations connected with the signs for kill appear on pages 377 and 378, Supra. 2. With a knife. Clinch the right hand and strike forcibly toward the ground before the breast from the height of the face. Ute 1. Appears to have originated when flint knives were still used. No, not. Compare nothing. The hand held up before the face with the palm outward and vibrated to and fro. Dunbar. The right hand waved outward to the right with the thumb upward. Long. Creel. Wave the right hand quickly by and in front of the face toward the right. Weed. Refusing to accept the idea or statement presented. Move the hand from right to left, as if motioning away. This sign also means, I'll have nothing to do with you. Burton. A depreciatory wave of the right hand from front to right, fingers extended and joined. Arapaho 1, Cheyenne 5. Right hand fingers extended together, side of hand in front of and facing the face, in front of the mouth and waved suddenly to the right. Cheyenne 2. Place the right hand extended before the body, fingers pointing upward, palm to the front, then throw the hand outward to the right and slightly downward. Absaroka 1, Hidatsa 1, Arikara 1. See Figure 65, page 290. The right hand, horizontal, palm toward the left, is pushed sidewise, outward and toward the right from in front of the left breast. No, none, I have none, etc. are all expressed by this sign. Often these Indians for no will simply shake the head to the right and left. This sign, although it may have originally been introduced from the white people's habit of shaking the head to express no, has been in use among them for as long as the oldest people can remember, yet they do not use the variant to express yes. Dakota 1. Dismissing the idea, etc. Place the opened, relaxed right hand, pointing toward the left, back forward, in front of the nose or as low as the breast, and throw it forward and outward about 18 inches. Some, at the same time, turn the palm upward, or make the sign at the height of the breast with both hands. Represents the shaking of the head. Dakota 4. The shaking of the head in negation is not so universal or natural as is popularly supposed. For the ancient Greeks, followed by the modern Turks and rustic Italians, threw the head back instead of shaking it, for no. Rabelais makes Pantagruel, Book 3, show by many quotations from the ancients how the shaking of the head was a frequent, if not universal, concomitant of oracular utterance, not connected with negation. Hold the flat hand edgewise, pointing upward before the right side of the chest, then throw it outward and downward to the right. Dakota 6, 7. Figure 270. The hand, extended or slightly curved, is held in front of the body a little to the right of the median line. It is then carried with a rapid sweep a foot or more farther to the right. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Place the hand as in yes, as follows. The hand open, palm downward, at the level of the breast, is moved forward with a quick downward motion from the wrist, imitating a bow of the head. Then move it from side to side. Iroquois 1. A shake of the head. Throw the flat right hand forward and outward to the right, palm to the front. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Quick motion of open hand from the mouth forward, palm toward the mouth. Sahaptin 1. Place hand in front of body, fingers relaxed, palm toward body, Y1. Then, with easy motion, move to a point, say a foot from the body, a little to right, fingers same, but palm upward. Sahaptin 1. We don't agree. To express all gone, use a similar motion with both hands. Empty. The hand waved outward with the thumb upward in a semi-curve. Comanche 1, Wichita 1. Elevate the extended index and wave it quickly from side to side before the face. This is sometimes accompanied by shaking the head. Paiute 1. Figure 271. Extend the index, holding it vertically before the face, remaining fingers and thumb closed. Pass a finger quickly from side to side a foot or so before the face. Apache 1. This sign, as also that of Paiute 1, is substantially the same as that with the same significance reported from Naples by DeJorio. Another. The right hand, naturally relaxed, is thrown outward and forward toward the right. Apache 1. Wave extended index before the face from side to side. Apache 3. Another. Wave the index briskly before the right shoulder. This appears to be more common than the preceding. Apache 3. Right hand extended at the height of the eye, palm outward, then moved outward a little toward the right. Kuchin 1. Extend the palm of the right hand horizontally a foot from the waist, palm downward, then suddenly throw it half over from the body, as if tossing a chip from the back of the hand. Wichita 1. Deaf-mute natural signs. Shake the head. Ballard. Move both hands from each other, and, at the same time, shake the head. Hasenstab. Deaf-mute signs. French deaf-mutes wave the hand to the right and downward, with the first and second fingers joined and extended, the other fingers closed. This position of the fingers is that for the letter N in the finger alphabet, the initial for the word non. American deaf-mutes for emphatic negative wave the right hand before the face. Turkish sign. Throwing head back or elevating the chin and partly shutting the eyes. This also means be silent. Barnum. Japanese sign. Move the right hand rapidly back and forth before the face. Communicated in a letter from Professor E.S. Morse, late of the University of Tokyo, Japan. The same correspondent mentions that the Admiralty Islanders pass the forefinger across the face, striking the nose in passing for negation. If the no is a doubtful one, they rub the nose in passing, a gesture common elsewhere. For further illustrations and comparisons, see page 290, 298, 299, 304, 355, and 356 Supra. None. Nothing. I have none. Motion of rubbing out. McGowan. Little or nothing is signified by passing one hand over the other. Creel, Ojibwa 1. May be signified by smartly brushing the right hand across the left from the wrist toward the fingers, both hands extended, palms toward each other and fingers joined. Arapaho 1. Is included in gone, destroyed. Dakota 1. Place the open left hand about a foot in front of the navel, pointing obliquely forward toward the right, palm obliquely upward and backward, and sweep the palm of the open right hand over it and about a foot forward and to the right through a curve. All bare. Dakota 4. Another. Pass the ulnar side of the right index along the left index several times from tip to base, while pronating and supinating the latter. Some roll the right index over on its back as they move it along the left. The hands are to be in front of the navel, backs forward and outward, the left index straight and pointing forward toward the right index straight and pointing forward and toward the left, the other fingers loosely closed. Represents a bush bare of limbs. Dakota 4. Another. With the light hand pointing obliquely forward to the left forward to the right, palms upward, move them alternately several times up and down, each time striking the ends of the fingers. Or, the left hand being in the above position, rub the right palm in a circle on the left 2 or 3 times, and then move it forward and to the right. Rubbed out. That is all. It is all gone. Dakota 4. Pass the palm of the flat right hand over the left from the wrist toward and off of the tips of the fingers. Dakota 6, 7, 8. Ponca 2, Pani 2. Figure 272. Brush the palm of the left hand from wrist to fingertips with the palm of the right. Wyandotte 1. Another. Throw both hands outward toward their respective sides from the breast. Wyandotte 1. Pass the flat right palm over the palm of the left hand from the wrist forward over the fingers. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Wiped out. Hold the left hand open with the palm upward, at the height of the elbow and before the body. Pass the right quickly over the left, palms touching, from the wrist toward the tips of the left, as if brushing off dust. Apache 1. Deaf-mute natural signs. Place the hands near each other, palms downward, and move them over and apart, bringing the palms upward in opposite directions. Ballard. Make a motion as in picking up something between the thumb and finger. Carry it to the lips, blow it away, and show the open hand. Wing. Australian sign. Pani, none or nothing. For instance, a native says, Bomako Ingina, give a tomahawk. I reply by shaking the hand, thumb, and all fingers, separated and loosely extended, palm down. Smith, Lock Sit, figure 273. Turkish sign. Blowing across open palm as though blowing off feathers. Also means nothing, nothing left. Barnum. I have none. Deaf-mute natural signs. Expressed by the signs for none after pointing to oneself. Ballard. Stretch the tongue and move it to and fro like a pendulum, then shake the head as if to say no. Ziegler. Left. Exhausted for the present. Hold both hands naturally relaxed, nearly at arm's length before the body. Palms toward the face. Move them alternately to and fro a few inches, allowing the fingers to strike those of the opposite hand each time as far as the second joint. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Cleaned out. Quantity, large, many, much. The flat of the right hand patting the back of the left hand, which is repeated in proportion to the greater or lesser quantity. Dunbar. Simple repetition. The hands and arms are passed in a curvilinear direction outward and downward, as if showing the form of a large globe. Then the hands are closed and elevated, as if something was grasped in each hand and held up about as high as the face. Long, Creole. Clutch at the air several times with both hands. The motion greatly resembles those of danseuses playing the castanets. Ojibwa 1. In the preceding signs, the authorities have not distinguished between the ideas of many and much. In the following, there appears by the expressions of the authorities to be some distinction intended between a number of objects and a quantity in volume. Many. A simultaneous movement of both hands, as if gathering or heaping up. Arapaho 1. Literally, a heap. Both hands, with spread and slightly curved fingers, are held pendant about 2 feet apart before the thighs. Then draw them toward one another, horizontally, drawing them upward as they come together. Absaroka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. An accumulation of objects. Hands about 18 inches from the ground in front and about the same distance apart. Held scoop fashion, palms looting toward each other, fingers separated. Then, with a diving motion, as if scooping up corn from the ground, bring the hands nearly together, with fingers nearly closed, as though holding the corn, and carry upward to the height of the breast, where the hands are turned over, fingers pointing downward, separated, as though the contents were allowed to drop to the ground. Dakota 1, 2. Open the fingers of both hands, and hold the 2 hands before the breast, with the fingers upward and a little apart, and the palms turned toward each other, as if grasping a number of things. Iroquois 1. Place the hands on either side of and as high as the head. Then open and close the fingers rapidly 4 or 5 times. Wyandotte 1. Counting tens an indefinite number of times. Clasp the hands effusively before the breast. Apache 3. Deaf-mute natural signs. Put the fingers of the 2 hands together, tip to tip, and rub them with a rapid motion. Ballard. Make a rapid movement of the fingers and thumbs of both hands upward and downward, and at the same time cause both lips to touch each other in rapid succession, and both eyes to be half opened. Hasenstab. Move the fingers of both hands forward and backward. Ziegler. Add to Ziegler's sign, slightly opening and closing the hands. Wing. Horses. Raise the right arm above the head, palm forward, and thrust forward forcibly on a line with the shoulder. Omaha 1. Persons, etc. Hands and fingers interlaced. McGowan. Take up a bunch of grass or a clod of earth. Place it in the hand of the person addressed, who looks down upon it. Omaha 1. Represents as many or more than the particles contained in the mass. Much. Move both hands toward one another and slightly upward. Weed. I have seen this sign, but I think it is used only for articles that may be piled on the ground or formed into a heap. The sign most in use for the general idea of much or many I have given. Matthews. Bring the hands up in front of the body with the fingers carefully kept distinct. Cheyenne 1. Both hands closed, brought up in a curved motion toward each other to the level of the neck or chin. Cheyenne 2. Both hands and arms are partly extended. Each hand is then made to describe, simultaneously with the other, from the head downward, the arc of a circle curving outward. This is used for large in some senses. Ojibwa 5, Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Both hands flat and extended, placed before the breast, fingertips touching, palms down, then separate them by passing outward and downward as if smoothing the outer surface of a globe. Absaroka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. A heap. Much is included in many or big, as the case may require. Dakota 1. The hands, with fingers widely separated, slightly bent, pointing forward and backs outward, are to be rapidly approximated through downward curves from positions 12 to 36 inches apart at the height of the navel and quickly closed. Or the hands may be moved until the right is above the left, so much that it has to be gathered with both hands. Dakota 4. Hands open, palms turned in, held about 3 feet apart and about 2 feet from the ground. Raise them about a foot, then bring in an upward curve toward each other. As they pass each other, palms down, the right hand is about 3 inches above the left. Omaha 1. Place both hands flat and extended, thumbs touching, palms downward, in front of and as high as the face. Then move them outward and downward a short distance toward their respective sides, thus describing the upper half of a circle. Wyandotte 1. A heap. Both hands clenched, placed as high as and in front of the hips, palms facing opposite sides and about a foot apart. Then bring them upward and inward, describing an arc until the thumbs touch. Apache 1, figure 274. Sweep out both hands as if enclosing a large object. Wave the hands forward and somewhat upward. Apache 3, suggesting immensity. Deaf-mute sign. The French deaf-mutes place the two hands, with fingers united and extended in a slight curve nearly together, left above right, in front of the body, and then raise the left in a direct line above the right, thus suggesting the idea of a large and slightly rounded object being held between the two palms. And heavy. Hands open, palms turned in, held about 3 feet apart, and about 2 feet from the ground. Raise them about a foot, close the fists, backs of hands down, as if lifting something heavy. Then move a short distance up and down several times. Omaha 1. Remarks connected with the signs for quantity appear on pages 291, 359, and 382, supra. Question. Inquiry. Interrogation. The palm of the hand upward and carried circularly outward and depressed. Dunbar. The hand held up with the thumb near the face, and the palm directed toward the person of whom the inquiry is made. Then rotated upon the wrist 2 or 3 times edgewise to denote uncertainty. Long, Comanche 1, Wichita 1. The motion might be mistaken for the derisive, vulgar gesture called taking a sight. Donner un pied de nez, descending to our small boys from antiquity. The separate motion of the fingers in the vulgar gesture as used in our eastern cities is, however, more nearly correlated with some of the Indian signs for fool, one of which is the same as that for Kiowa, see tribal signs. It may be noted that the Latin sagax, from which is derived sagacity, was chiefly used to denote the keen scent of dogs. So there is a relation established between the nasal organ and wisdom or its absence, and that suspender naso was a classic phrase for hoaxing. The Italian expressions restare con un pomo di naso, con tanto di naso, etc., mentioned by the canon de Jorio, refer to the same vulgar gesture in which the face is supposed to be thrust forward sillily. Further remarks connected with this sign appear on pages 304-305 supra. Extend the open hand perpendicularly with the palm outward and move it from side to side several times. Weed. This sign is still used. For outward, however, I would substitute forward. The hand is usually, but not always, held before the face. Matthews. This is not the sign for question, but it is used to attract attention before commencing a conversation, or any other time during the talk when found necessary. McChesney. With due deference to Dr. McChesney, this is the sign for question as used by many tribes, and especially Dakotas. The Prince of Weed probably intended to convey the motion of forward, to the front, when he said outward. In making the sign for attention, the hand is held more nearly horizontal and is directed toward the individual whose attention is desired. Hoffman. Right hand in front of right side of body, forearm horizontal, palm of hand to the left, fingers extended, joined and horizontal, thumb extending upward naturally, turn hand to the left about 60 degrees, then resume first position. Continue this motion for about 2 to 4 seconds, depending on earnestness of inquiry. Creel. Right hand, fingers pointing upward, palm outward, elevated to the level of the shoulder, extended toward the person addressed, and slightly shaken from side to side. Cheyenne 2. Hold the elbow of the right arm against the side, extending the right hand, palm inward, with all the fingers straight joined, as far as may be, while the elbow remains fixed against the side. Then turn the extended hand to the right and left, repeating this movement several times, being performed by the muscles of the arm. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Place the flat and extended right hand, palm forward, about 12 inches in front of and as high as the shoulder. Then shake the hand from side to side as it is moved upward and forward. Apache 1. See Figure 304 in Tendoy-Huerito Dialogue, page 486. This may be compared with the ancient Greek sign, Figure 67, and with the modern Neapolitan sign, Figure 70, both of which are discussed on page 291, supra. Deaf-mute natural sign. A quick motion of the lips, with an inquiring look. Ballard. Deaf-mute sign. The French deaf-mutes for inquiry, Cassandra, bring the hands to the lower part of the chest, with open palms about a foot separate and diverging outward. Australian sign. One is a sort of a note of interrogation. For instance, if I were to meet a native and make the sign, hand flat, fingers and thumb extended, the two middle fingers touching, the two outer slightly separated from the middle by turning the hand palm upward as I met him, it would mean, "Where are you going?" In other words, I should say, "Minna, what name?" Smith, figure 275. Some comparisons and illustrations connected with the signs for question appear on pages 291, 297, and 303, supra, and under phrases, infra. Quintilian remarks upon this subject as follows. In questioning, we do not compose our gesture after any single manner. The position of the hand, for the most part, is to be changed, however disposed before. Soldier, American. The upright, nearly closed hands, thumbs against the middle of the forefingers, being in front of the body, with their thumbs near together, palms forward, separate them about 2 feet horizontally on the same line. All in a line in front. Cheyenne 3, Dakota 4. Pass each hand down the outer seam of the pants. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Stripes. Sign for white man as follows. The extended index, M turned inward, is drawn from the left side of the head around in front to the right side, about on a line with the brim of the hat, with the back of the hand outward. And then for fort, viz. On the level of the breasts in front of the body, both hands with fingers turned inward, straight, backs joined, backs of hands outward, horizontal. Turn outward the hands until the fingers are free. Curve them, and bring the wrists together so as to describe a circle, with a space left between the ends of the curved fingers. Dakota 1. From his fortified place of abode. Another. Both hands in front of body, fists, backs outward, hands in contact, draw them apart on a straight line, right to right, left to left, about 2 feet. Then draw the index, other fingers closed, across the forehead above the eyebrows. This is the sign preferred by the Sioux. Dakota 1. Extend the fingers of the right hand. Place the thumb on the same plane close beside them, and then bring the thumb side of the hand horizontally against the middle of the forehead, palm downward and little finger to the front. Dakota 2, Ute 1. Visor of forage cap. First, make the sign for soldier substantially the same as Dakota 6 below. Then that for white man, viz. Draw the opened right hand horizontally from left to right across the forehead a little above the eyebrows. The back of the hand to be upward and the fingers pointing toward the left. Or, close all the fingers except the index and draw it across the forehead in the same manner. Dakota 6. For illustrations of other signs for white man, see figures 315 and 329, infra. Place the radial sides of the clenched hands together before the chest, then draw them horizontally apart. Dakota 6, Arikara 1. All in a line. Figure 276. Put thumbs to temples and forefingers forward, meeting in front, other fingers closed. Apache 3. Cap visor. Arikara. Make the sign for Arikara, see tribal signs, and that for brave. Arikara 1. Dakota. Make the sign for Dakota, see tribal signs, and that for soldier. Dakota 6. Indian. Both fists before the body, palms down, thumbs touching, then draw them horizontally apart to the right and left. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Ponca 2, Pani 1. This is the same sign illustrated in figure 276 above, as given by tribes there cited for white or American soldier. The tribes now cited use it for a soldier of the same tribe as the gesturer, or perhaps for soldier generically, as they subjoin a tribal sign or the sign for white man, when desiring to refer to any other than their own tribe. End of section 45. Section 46 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Extracts from the Dictionary, Part 4. Trade or barter, exchange. Trade. First, make the sign of exchange, see below, then pat the left arm with the right finger, with a rapid motion from the hand passing it toward the shoulder. Long. Strike the extended index finger of the right hand several times upon that of the left. Weed. I have described the same sign in different terms and at greater length. It is only necessary, however, to place the fingers in contact once. The person whom the prince saw making this sign may have meant to indicate something more than the simple idea of trade, i.e., trade often or habitually. The idea of frequency is often conveyed by the repetition of a sign, as in some Indian languages by repetition of the root. Or the sign maker may have repeated the sign to demonstrate it more clearly. Matthews. Though some difference exists in the motions executed in Weed's sign and that of Odo and Missouri 1, there is sufficient similarity to justify a probable identity of conception and to make them easily understood. Boteler. In the author's mind, exchange was probably intended for one transaction, in which each of two articles took the place before occupied by the other, and trade was intended for a more general and systemic barter, indicated by the repetition of strokes. Such distinction would not perhaps have occurred to most observers, but as the older authorities, such as Long and Weed, give distinct signs under the separate titles of trade and exchange, they must be credited with having some reason for so doing. A pictograph connected with this sign is shown on page 381, supra. Cross the forefingers of both hands before the breast. Burton. Diamond cut diamond. This conception of one smart trader cutting into the profits of another is a mistake arising from the rough resemblance of the sign to that for cutting. Captain Burton is right, however, in reporting that this sign for trade is also used for white man, American, and that the same Indians using it orally call white men schwap, from the English or American word swap or swop. This is a legacy from the early traders, the first white men met by the western tribes, and the expression extends even to the Sahaptins on the Yakama River, where it appears incorporated in their language as Sweapoin. It must have penetrated to them through the Shoshone. Cross the index fingers. McGowan. Cross the forefingers at right angles. Arapaho 1. Both hands, palms facing each other, forefingers extended, crossed right above left before the breast. Cheyenne 2. The left hand, with forefinger extended, pointing toward the right, rest of fingers closed, horizontal, back outward, otherwise as M, is held in front of the left breast about a foot, and the right hand, with forefinger extended, J, in front of and near the right breast, is carried outward and struck over the top of the stationary left. Plus sign, crosswise, where it remains for a moment. Dakota 1. Hold the extended left index about a foot in front of the breast, pointing obliquely forward toward the right, and lay the extended right index at right angles across the left, first raising the right about a foot above the left, palms of both inward, other fingers half closed. This is also an Arapaho sign as well as Dakota. Yours is there and mine is there. Take either. Dakota 4. Place the first 2 fingers of the right hand across those of the left, both being slightly spread. The hands are sometimes used, but are placed edgewise. Dakota 5. Figure 277. Another. The index of the right hand is laid across the forefinger of the left when the transaction includes but 2 persons trading single article for article. Dakota 5. Strike the back of the extended index at a right angle against the radial side of the extended forefinger of the left hand. Dakota 6, 7. Figure 278. The forefingers are extended, held obliquely upward, and crossed at right angles to one another, usually in front of the chest. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Bring each hand as high as the breast, forefinger pointing up, the other fingers closed, then move quickly the right hand to the left to the right, the forefingers making an acute angle as they cross. Omaha 1, Ponca 1. The palm point of the right index extended touches the chest. It is then turned toward the second individual interested, then touches the object. The arms are now drawn toward the body, semi-flexed, with the hands in tight positions, WW, crossed, the right superposed to the left. The individual then casts an interrogating glance at the second person, Oto and Missouri 1, to cross something from one to another. Close the hands, except the index fingers and the thumbs. With them open, move the hands several times past one another at the height of the breast. The index fingers pointing upward and the thumbs outward. Iroquois 1. The movement indicates exchanging. Hold the left hand horizontally before the body, with the forefinger only extended and pointing to the right, palm downward. Then, with the right hand closed, index only extended, palm to the right, place the index at right angles on the forefinger of the left, touching at the second joints. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Pass the hands in front of the body, all the fingers closed except the forefingers. Sahaptin 1. Close the fingers of both hands, K. Bring them opposite each shoulder. Then bring the hands across each other's pathway, without permitting them to touch. At the close of the sign, the left hand will be near and pointing at the right shoulder. Right hand will be near and pointing at the left shoulder. Comanche 1. Close both hands, leaving the forefingers only extended. Place the right before and several inches above the left. Then pass the right hand toward the left elbow and the left hand toward the right elbow, each hand following the course made by a flourishing cut with a short sword. This sign, according to the informant, is also employed by the Bannock and Umatilla Indians. Comanche 2, Paiute 1. The forefingers of both hands only, extended, pass the left from left to right, and the right at the same time crossing its course from the tip toward the wrist of the left, stopping when the wrists cross. Ute 1. Exchange of articles. Right hand carried across chest, hand extended, palm upward, fingers and thumb closed as if holding something. Left hand in same position, carried across the right, palm downward. Kuchin 1. Hands pronated and forefingers crossed. Zuni 1. Deaf-mute natural sign. Close the hand slightly, as if taking something, and move it forward and open the hand as if to drop or give away the thing, and again close and withdraw the hand as if to take something else. Bollard. American instructed deaf-mutes use substantially the sign described by Mandan and Hidatsa 1. To buy. Hold the left hand about 12 inches before the breast, the thumb resting on the closed third and fourth fingers, the fore and second fingers separated and extended, palm toward the breast. Then pass the extended index into the crotch formed by the separated fingers of the left hand. This is an invented sign and was given to illustrate the difference between buying and trading. Ute 1. Figure 279. Deaf-mute natural sign. Make a circle on the palm of the left hand with the forefinger of the right hand to denote coin, and close the thumb and finger as if to take the money, and put the hand forward to signify giving it to someone, and move the hand a little apart from the place where it left the money, and then close and withdraw the hand, as if to take the thing purchased. Ballard. Italian sign. To indicate paying, in the language of the fingers, one makes as though he put something, piece after piece, from one hand into the other. A gesture, however, far less expressive than that when a man lacks money, and yet cannot make up a face to beg it, or simply to indicate want of money, which is to rub together the thumb and forefinger, at the same time stretching out the hand. Butler. An illustration from DiGiorio of the Neapolitan sign for money is given on page 297, Supra. Exchange. The two forefingers are extended perpendicularly, and the hands are then passed by each other transversely in front of the breast so as nearly to exchange positions. Long. Pass both hands with extended forefingers across each other before the breast. Weed. See remarks on this author's sign for trade, Supra. Hands brought up to front of breast, forefingers extended and other fingers slightly closed. Hands suddenly drawn toward and past each other until forearms are crossed in front of breast. Cheyenne 2. Exchange, right hand exchanging position with the left. Left hand with forefinger extended, others closed, M, except back of hand outward, is brought, arm extended, in front of the left breast, and the extended forefinger of the right hand, obliquely upward, others closed, is placed crosswise over the left and maintained in that position for a moment, when the fingers of the right hand are relaxed, as in Y, brought near the breast with hand horizontal, palm inward, and then carried out again in front of right breast 20 inches, with palm looking toward the left, fingers pointing forward, hand horizontal, and then the left hand performs the same movements on the left side of the body. Dakota 1. You give me, I give you. The hands, backs forward, are held as index hands, pointing upward, the elbows being fully bent. Each hand is then, simultaneously with the other, moved to the opposite shoulder, so that the forearms cross one another almost at right angles. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Yes, affirmation. It is so. Compare good. The motion is somewhat like truth, viz., the forefinger in the attitude of pointing from the mouth forward in a line curving a little upward, the other fingers being carefully closed. But the finger is held rather more upright, and is passed nearly straight forward from opposite the breast. And when at the end of its course, it seems gently to strike something, though with rather a slow and not suddenly accelerated motion. Long. Wave the hand straight forward from the face. Burton. This may be compared with the forward nod common over most of the world for assent, but that gesture is not universal, as the New Zealanders elevate the head and chin, and the Turks are reported by several travelers to shake the head somewhat like our negative. Rev. H.N. Barnum denies that report, giving below the gesture observed by him. He, however, describes the Turkish gesture sign for truth to be gently bowing with head inclined to the right. This sideways inclination may be what has been called the shake of the head in affirmation. Another. Wave the hand from the mouth, extending the thumb from the index and closing the other 3 fingers. Burton. Gesticulate vertically downward and in front of the body with the extended forefinger, right hand usually, the remaining fingers and thumb closed, their nails down. Creole. Arapaho 1. Right hand elevated to the level and in front of the shoulder. 2 first fingers somewhat extended, thumb resting against the middle finger. Sudden motion in a curve forward and downward. Cheyenne 2. It has been suggested that the correspondence between this gesture and the one given by the same gesturer for sitting, made by holding the right hand to one side, fingers and thumb drooping and striking downward to the ground or object to be sat upon, seemingly indicates that the origin of the former is in connection with the idea of resting or settling a question. It is, however, at least equally probable that the forward and downward curve is an abbreviation of the sign for truth, true, a typical description of which follows, given by Dakota 1. The sign for true can often be interchanged with that for yes, in the same manner as the several words. The index of the horizontal hand, M, other fingers closed, is carried straight outward from the mouth. This is also the sign for truth. Dakota 1. But one tongue. Extend the right index, the thumb against it, nearly close the other fingers, and holding it about a foot in front of the right breast, bend the hand from the wrist downward until the end of the index has passed about 6 inches through an arc. Some, at the same time, move the hand forward a little. Dakota 4. A nod, the hand representing the head and the index the nose. Hold the naturally closed hand before the right side of the breast, or shoulder, leaving the index and thumb extended. Then throw the hand downward. Bring the index against the inner side of the thumb. Dakota 6, 7, 8. Figure 280. Compare also Figure 61, page 286, Supra, Quintilian's sign for approbation. The right hand, with the forefinger only extended and pointing forward, is held before and near the chest. It is then moved forward 1 or 2 feet, usually with a slight curve downward. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. Bend the right arm, pointing toward the chest with the index finger. Unbend, throwing the hand up and forward. Omaha 1. Another. Close the 3 fingers, close the thumb over them, extend forefinger, and then shake forward and down. This is more emphatic than the preceding, and signifies, yes, I know. Omaha 1. The right arm is raised to head with the index finger in tight position, ill, modified by being more opened. From aside the head, the hands sweep in a curve to the right ear, as of something entering or hearing something. The finger is then more open and carried direct to the ground as something emphatic or direct. Oto and Missouri 1. I hear, emphatically symbolized. It is doubted if this sign is more than an expression of understanding, which may or may not imply positive assent. It would not probably be used as a direct affirmative, for instance, in response to a question. The hand open, palm downward, at the level of the breast, is moved forward with a quick downward motion from the wrist, imitating a bow of the head. Iroquois 1. Throw the closed right hand, with the index extended and bent, as high as the face, and let it drop again naturally. But as the hand reaches its greatest elevation, the index is fully extended and suddenly drawn into the palm, the gesture resembling a beckoning from above toward the ground. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Quick motion of the right hand forward from the mouth. First position about 6 inches from the mouth, and final as far again away. In first position, the index finger is extended, the others closed. In final, the index loosely closed, thrown in that position as the hand is moved forward, as though hooking something with it. Palm of hand out. Sahaptin 1. Another. Move right hand to a position in front of the body, letting arm hang loosely at the side, the thumb standing alone, all fingers hooked except forefinger, which is partially extended, E1, palm upward. The sign consists in moving the forefinger from its partially extended position to one similar to the others, as though making a sly motion for someone to come to you. This is done once each time the assent is made, more emphatic than the preceding. Sahaptin 1. We are together, think alike. Deaf-mute natural sign. Indicate by nodding the head. Ballard. Deaf-mute sign. The French mutes unite the extremities of the index and thumb so as to form a circle, and move the hand downward with back vertical and turned outward. It has been suggested in explanation that the circle formed and exhibited is merely the letter O, the initial of the word oui. Fiji sign. Assent is expressed not by a downward nod as with ourselves, but by an upward nod. The head is jerked backward. Assent is also expressed by uplifting the eyebrows. Fison. Turkish sign. 1 or 2 nods of the head forward. Barnum. Other remarks and illustrations upon the signs for yes are given on page 286, Supra. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf-Mutes by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Tribal Signs, Tribal Names. Absaroka or Crow. The hands held out each side and striking the air in the manner of flying. Long. Imitate the flapping of the bird's wings with the 2 hands, palms downward, brought close to the shoulder. Burton. Imitate the flapping of a bird's wings with the 2 hands, palms to the front and brought close to the shoulder. Creel. Place the flat hand as high and as in front or to the side of the right shoulder. Move it up and down, the motion occurring at the wrist. For more thorough representation, both hands are sometimes employed. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Dakota 5, 6, 8, Ponca 2, Kiowa 1, Pawnee 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Bird's wing. Both hands extended with fingers joined, W, held near the shoulder and flapped to represent the wings of a crow, Dakota 2, 3. At the height of the shoulders and a foot outward from them, move the upright hands forward and backward twice or 3 times from the wrist, palms forward, fingers and thumbs extended and separated a little. Then place the back or the palm of the upright opened right hand against the upper part of the forehead, or half close the fingers, placing the end of the thumb against the ends of fore and middle fingers, and then place the back of the hand against the forehead. This sign is also made by the Arapahos, Dakota 4, to imitate the flying of a bird and also indicate the manner in which the Absaroka wear their hair. Make the arms the motion of flapping wings, Kootenai 1. The flat right hand, palm outward to the front and right, is held in front of the right shoulder and quickly waved back and forth a few times. When made for the information of one ignorant of the common sign, both hands are used, and the hands are moved outward from the body, though still near the shoulder. Shoshone and Bannock 1. Wings, i.e. of a crow, figure 281. Apache, make either of the signs for poor in property by rubbing the index back and forth over the extended left forefinger, or by passing the extended index alternately along the upper and lower sides of the extended left forefinger from tip to base. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2, figure 282. It is said that when the first Apache came to the region they now occupy, he was asked who or what he was, and not understanding the language, he merely made the sign for poor, which expressed his condition. Rub the back of the extended left forefinger from end to end with the extended index. Comanche 2, Ute 1, poor, poverty-stricken. Cayutero, place the back of the right hand near the end of the foot. The fingers curve upwards to represent the turned-up toes of the moccasins. Pima and Papago 1, Apache 1, figure 283. Mescalero, same sign as for Lipan, QV, Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Warm Spring, hand curved, Y more flexed, and laid on its back on top of the foot. Moccasins much curved up at toe, then draw hands up legs to near knees, and cut off with edges of hands, boot tops, Apache 3. Those who wear booted moccasins with turn-up toes. Arapaho, the fingers of one hand touch the breast in different parts to indicate the tattooing of that part in points, long. Seize the nose with the thumb and forefinger, Randolph B. Marcy, Captain, United States Army, in the Prairie Traveler, New York, 1859, page 215. Rub the right side of the nose with the forefinger. Some call this tribe the Smellers, and make their sign constant of seizing the nose with the thumb and forefinger, Burton. Finger to side of nose, McGowan. Touch the left breast, thus implying what they call themselves, viz. The Good Hearts, Arapaho 1. Rub the side of the extended index against the right side of the nose. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Hold the left hand palm down and fingers extended. Then with the right hand fingers extended, palm inward and thumb up, make a sudden stroke from left to right across the back of the fingers of the left hand, as if cutting them off. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. This is believed to be an error of the authority and should apply to the Cheyenne tribal sign. Join the ends of the fingers, the thumb included, of the right hand, and pointing toward the heart near the chest, throw the hand forward and to the right once, twice, or many times, through an arc of about 6 inches, Dakota 4. Some say they use this sign because these Indians tattoo their breasts. Collect the fingers and thumb of the right hand to a point, and tap the tips upon the left breast briskly. Comanche 2, Ute 1, good-hearted. It was stated by members of the various tribes at Washington in 1880 that this sign is used to designate the northern Arapahos, while that in which the index rubs against or passes upward alongside of the nose refers to the southern Arapahos. Another, close the right hand, leaving the index only extended, then rub it up and down, held vertically against the side of the nose where it joins the cheek. Comanche 2, Ute 1. The fingers and thumb of the right hand are brought to a point and tapped upon the right side of the breast. Shoshone and Bannock 1. Arikara, corruptly abbreviated Ri, imitate the manner of shelling corn, holding the left hand stationary, the shelling being done with the right. Creel, figure 284. With the right hand closed, curve the thumb and index, join their tips so as to form a circle, and place to the lobe of the ear. Absaroka 1, Hidatsa 1, big earrings, figure 285. Both hands, fists, B except thumbs, in front of body, backs looking toward the sides of the body, thumbs obliquely upward, left hand stationary, the backs of the fingers of the two hands touching, carry the right thumb forward and backward at the inner side of the left thumb and without moving the hand from the left in imitation of the act of shelling corn. Dakota 1, 7, 8. Collect the finger and thumb of the right hand nearly to a point and make a tattooing or dotting motion toward the upper portion of the cheek. This is the old sign and was used by them previous to the adoption of the more modern one representing corn eaters. Arikara 1. Place the back of the closed right hand transversely before the mouth and rotate it forward and backward several times. This gesture may be accompanied, as it sometimes is, by a motion of the jaws as if eating, to illustrate more fully the meaning of the rotation of the fist. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Wichita 2, Apache 1. Corn eater, eating corn from the ear. Signified by the same motions with the thumbs and forefingers that are used in shelling corn. The dwarf Ri, Arikara corn, is their peculiar possession, which their tradition says was given to them by a superior being who led them to the Missouri River and instructed them how to plant it. Reverend C.L. Hall in the Missionary Herald, April 1880. They are the corn shellers. Have seen this sign used by the Arikaras as a tribal designation. Dakota 2. Assiniboine. Hands in front of abdomen, horizontal, backs outward, ends of fingers pointing toward one another, separated and arched. H. Then moved up and down and from side to side as though covering a corpulent body. This sign is also used to indicate the gros ventres of the prairie, or Atsina. Dakota 1. Make the sign of cutting the throat. Coutine 1. As the Assiniboines belong to the Dakotan stock, the sign generally given for the Sioux may be used for them also. With the right hand flattened, form a curve by passing it from the top of the chest to the pubis, the fingers pointing to the left and the back forward. Shoshone and Bannock 1, big bellies. Atsina, lower gros ventre. Both hands closed, the tips of the fingers pointing toward the wrist and resting upon the base of the joint, the thumbs lying upon and extending over the middle joint of the forefingers. Hold the left before the chest, pointing forward, palm up, placing the right with palm down just back of the left, and move as if picking small objects from the left with the tip of the right thumb. Absaroka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. Corn shellers. Bring the extended and separated fingers and thumb loosely to a point, flexed at the metacarpal joints. Point them toward the left clavicle and imitate a dotting motion as if tattooing the skin. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. They used to tattoo themselves and live in the country south of the Dakotas. See also the sign of Dakota 1 under Assiniboine. Bannock. Make a whistling sound phew, beginning at a high note and ending about an octave lower. Then draw the extended index across the throat from the left to the right and out to nearly at arm's length. They used to cut the throats of their prisoners. Paiute 1. Major Hayworth states that the Bannocks make the following sign for themselves. Brush the flat right hand backward over the forehead as if forcing back the hair. This represents the manner of wearing the tuft of hair backward from the forehead. According to this informant, the Shoshone use the same sign for Bannock as for themselves. Blackfeet. This title refers to the Algonquin Blackfeet, properly called Satsika. For the Dakota Blackfeet, or Shahapsa, see under Head of Dakota. The finger and thumb encircle the ankle, long. Pass the right hand bent spoon fashion from the heel to the little toe of the right foot, Burton. The palmar surfaces of the extended fore and second fingers of the right hand, others closed, are rubbed along the leg just above the ankle. This would not seem to be clear, but these Indians do not make any sign indicating black in connection with the above. The sign does not, however, interfere with any other sign as made by the Sioux, Creole, Dakota 1, Blackfeet. Pass the flat hand over the outer edge of the right foot from the heel to beyond the toe, as if brushing off dust. Dakota 5, 7, 8, figure 286. Touch the right foot with the right hand, Coutine 1. Close the right hand, thumb resting over second joint of the forefinger, palm toward the face, and rotate over the cheek, though an inch or two from it. Shoshone and Bannock 1. From manner of painting the cheeks, figure 287. Caddo. Pass the horizontally extended index from right to left under the nose. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Kiowa 1, Comanche 1, 2, 3, Apache 2, Wichita 1, 2. Pierced noses from former custom of perforating the septum for the reception of rings. Figure 288. This sign is also used for the Safatin. For some remarks, see page 345. Kalispel. See Pend de Oriel. Cheyenne. Draw the hand across the arm to imitate cutting it with a knife. Marcy in Prairie Traveler, Loxit, page 215. Draw the lower edge of the right hand across the left arm as if gashing it with a knife. Burton. With the index finger of the right hand, proceed as if cutting the left arm in different places with a sawing motion from the wrist upward to represent the cuts or burns on the arms of that nation. Long. Bridge palm of left hand with index finger of right. McGowan. Draw the extended right hand, fingers joined across the left wrist as if cutting it. Arapaho 1. Pass the ulnar side of the extended index repeatedly across the extended finger and back of the left hand. Frequently, however, the index is drawn across the wrist or forearm. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1, figure 289, see page 345 for remarks. The extended index, palm upward, is drawn across the forefinger of the left hand, palm inward, several times. Left hand stationary, right hand is drawn toward the body until the index is drawn clear off. Then repeat. Some Cheyennes believe this to have reference to the former custom of cutting the arm as offerings to spirits, while others think it refers to a more ancient custom of cutting off the enemy's fingers or necklaces. Cheyenne 2. Place the extended index at the right side of the nose where it joins the face, the tip reaching as high as the forehead and close to the inner corner of the eye. This position makes the thumb of the right hand rest upon the chin, while the index is perpendicular. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. It is considered that this sign, though given to the collaborator as expressed, was an error. It applies to the southern Arapahos. Lieutenant Creel states the last remark to be correct, the gesture having reference to the southern bands. As though sawing through the left forearm at its middle with the edge of the right held back outward, thumb upward. Sign made at the left side of the body, Dakota 1. Same sign as for saw. The Cheyenne Indians are known to the Sioux by the name of the Saws. Right hand fingers and thumb extended and joined as in S, outer edge downward and drawn sharply across the other fingers and forearm as if cutting with a knife. Dakota 3. Draw the extended right index or the ulnar inner edge of the open right hand several times across the base of the extended left index or across the left forearm at different heights from left to right. This sign is also made by the Arapahos, Dakota 4, because their arms are marked with scars from cuts which they make as offerings to spirits. Draw the extended index several times across the extended forefinger from the tip toward the palm, the latter pointing forward and slightly toward the right, from the custom of striping arms transversely with colors. Kiowa 1, Comanche 2, 3, Apache 2, Ute 1, Wichita 2. Another, make the sign for dog, viz. Close the right hand, leaving the index and second fingers only extended and joined. Hold it forward from and lower than the hip and draw it backward, the course following the outline of a dog's form from head to tail. Then add the sign to eat as follows. Collect the thumb, index, and second fingers to a point, hold them above and in front of the mouth, and make a repeated dotting motion toward the mouth. This sign is generally used, but the other and more common one is also employed, especially so with individuals not fully conversant with the sign language as employed by the Comanches, etc. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2, Dog Eaters. Draw the extended index across the back of the left hand and arm as if cutting it. The index does not touch the arm, as in signs given for the same tribe by other Indians, but is held at least 4 or 5 inches from it. Shoshone and Bannock 1. Chippewa, see Ojibwa. Comanche. Imitate by the waving of the hand or forefinger the forward crawling motion of a snake. Burton, also Blackmore, an Introduction to Dodge's Plains of the Great West, New York, 1877, page 25. The same sign is used for the Shoshone, more commonly called snake, Indians, who, as well as the Comanches, belong to the Shoshonean linguistic family. The silent stealth of the tribe. Dodge, Marcy and 30 Years of Army Life on the Border, New York, 1866, page 33. Reverend A.J. Holt remarks, however, that among the Comanches themselves the conception of this sign is the trailing of a rope or lariat. This refers probably to their well-known horsemanship. Motion of a snake, McGowan. Hold the elbow of the right arm near the right side, but not touching it. Extend the forearm and hand, palm inward, fingers joined on a level with the elbow. Then, with a shoulder movement, draw the forearm and hand back until the points of the fingers are behind the body. At the same time that the hand is thus being moved back, turn it right and left several times. Creel, Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Snake in the grass, a snake drawing itself back in the grass instead of crossing the road in front of you. Another. The sign by and for the Comanches themselves is made by holding both hands and arms upward from the elbow, both palms inward, and passing both hands with their backs upward along the lower end of the hair to indicate long hair, as they never cut it. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Right hand horizontal, flat, palm downward, W. Advance to the front by a motion to represent the crawling of a snake, Dakota 3. Extend the closed right hand to the front and left. Extend the index, palm down, and rotate from side to side, while drawing it back to the right hip. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Dakota 6, 7, 8, Ponca 2, Kiowa 1, Pawnee 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. This motion is just the reverse of the sign for Shoshone. See Figure 297 infra. Make the reverse gesture for Shoshone, i.e. begin away from the body, drawing the hand back to the side of the right hip while rotating it. Comanche 2. Cree. Nisteno, Cristinu. Sign for wagon and then the sign for man, Dakota 1. This indicates the Red River half-breeds with their carts, as these people are so known from their habit of traveling with carts. Place the first and second fingers of the right hand in front of the mouth, Coutine 1. Crow, C. Absaroka. Dakota or Sioux. The edge of the hand passed across the throat as in the act of cutting that part. Long, Marcy and Army Life, page 33. Draw the lower edge of the hand across the throat, Burton. Draw the extended right hand across the throat, Arapaho 1, the cutthroats. Pass the flat right hand with palm down from left to right across the throat. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Dakota 6, 8, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1. Draw the forefinger of the left hand from right to left across the throat. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1, a cutthroat. Forefinger and thumb of right hand extended, others closed, is drawn from left to right across the throat as though cutting it. The Dakotas have been named the cutthroats by some of the surrounding tribes. Dakota 1, cutthroats. Right hand horizontal flat, palm downward as in W and drawn across the throat as if cutting with a knife. Dakota 2, 3. Draw the open right hand or the right index from left to right horizontally across the throat, back of hand upward, fingers pointing toward the left. This sign is also made by the Arapahos. Dakota 4. It is said that after a battle, the Utes took many Sioux prisoners and cut their throats, hence the sign cutthroats. Draw the extended right hand palm downward across the throat from left to right. Kiowa 1, Comanche 2, 3, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Ute 1, Apache 2, Wichita 2, cutthroats, figure 290. Blackfoot, Shahapsa. Pass the flat right hand along the outer edge of the foot from the heel to beyond the toes. Dakota 8, Hidatsa 1, Ponca 2, Arikara 1, Pawnee 1, same as figure 286 above. Pass the right hand quickly over the right foot from the great toe outward, turn the heel as if brushing something therefrom. Dakota 5. Pass the widely separated thumb and index of the right hand over the lower leg from just below the knee nearly down to the heel. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Brule. Rub the upper and outer part of the right thigh in a small circle with the open right hand, fingers pointing downward. This sign is also made by the Arapahos. Dakota 4. These Indians were once caught in a prairie fire, many burned to death and others badly burned about the thighs. Hence the name Sikangu, burnt thigh, and the sign. According to the Brule chronology, this fire occurred in 1763, which they call the people were burned winter. Pass the flat right hand quickly over the thigh from near the buttock forward, as if brushing dust from that part. Dakota 5, 6, 7, 8. Brush the palm of the right hand over the right thigh from near the buttock toward the front of the middle third of the thigh. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Ogalala. Fingers and thumb separated straight as in R and dotted about over the face to represent the marks made by the smallpox. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Dakota 3, 6, 7, 8. This band suffered from the disease many years ago. With the thumb over the ends of the fingers, hold the right hand upright, its back forward about 6 inches in front of the face or on one side of the nose near the face, and suddenly extend and spread all the fingers, thumb included. Dakota 4. The word Ogalala means scattering or throwing at, and the name was given them, it is said, after a row in which they threw ashes into one another's faces. Flathead or Selish. One hand placed on the top of the head and the other on the back of the head, long. Place the right hand to the top of the head, Kuteen 1. Pat the right side of the head above and back of the ear with the flat right hand, Shoshone and Bannock 1, from the elongation of the occiput, figure 291. Fox, or Outagami. Same sign for Sac. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Gros ventre, see Hidatsa. Hidatsa, gros ventre, or Minatari. Both hands flat and extended, palms toward the body with the tips of the fingers pointing toward one another. Pass from the top of the chest downward, outward, and inward toward the groin. Absaroka 1, Dakota 5, 6, 7, 8, Shoshone and Bannock 1, big belly. Left and right hands in front of breast, left placed in position first, separated about 4 or 5 inches, left hand outside of the right, horizontal, backs outward, fingers extended and pointing left and right. Strike the back of the right against the palm of the left several times, and then make the sign for go, going as follows. Both hands, A1, brought to the median line of body on a level with the breast, some distance apart. Then describe a series of half circles or forward arch-like movements with both hands. Dakota 1. The Gros Ventre Indians, Minataris, the Hidatsa Indians of Matthews, are known to the Sioux as the Indians who went to the mountains to kill their enemies, hence the sign. Express with the hand the sign of a big belly. Dakota 3. Pass the flat right hand back forward from the top of the breast downward, outward, and inward to the pubis. Dakota 6, Hidatsa 1, Arikara 1, big belly. Indian, generically. Hand in tight position K, inverted, back forward, is raised above the head with forefinger directed perpendicularly to the crown. Describe with it a short, gentle curve upward and backward in such a manner that the finger will point upward and backward, back outward at the termination of the motion. Ojibwa 5. Indicates a feather planted upon the head, the characteristic adornment of the Indian. Make the sign for white man, viz., draw the open right hand horizontally from left to right across the forehead, a little above the eyebrows, the back of the hand to be upward and the fingers pointing toward the left, or close all the fingers except the index and draw it across the forehead in the same manner, then make the sign for no. Then move the upright index about a foot from side to side in front of right shoulder, at the same time rotating the hand a little. Dakota 4. Rub the back of the extended left hand with the palmar surfaces of the extended fingers of the right. Comanche 2. People of the same kind, dark-skinned. Rub the back of the left hand with the index of the right. Paiute 1, Wichita 1. Kiowa. Make the signs of the prairie and of drinking water. Burton, Blackmore in Dodge's Plains of the Great West, New York, 1877, page 24. Cheyennes make the same sign as Comanche 2 and think it was intended to convey the idea of cropping the hair. The men wear one side of the hair head full length and done up, as among the Cheyennes, the other side being kept cropped off about even with the neck and hanging loose. Cheyenne 2. Right hand fingers and thumb extended and joined as in W, placed in front of right shoulder and revolving loosely at the wrist. Dakota 3. Place the flat hand with extended and separated fingers before the face, pointing forward and upward, the wrist near the chin, pass it upward and forward several times. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Place the right hand a short distance above the right side of the head, fingers and thumb separated and extended. Shake it rapidly from side to side, giving it a slight rotary motion in doing so. Comanche 2. Rattle-brained, figure 292, see page 345 for remarks upon this sign. Same sign as Comanche 2 with the exception that both hands are generally used instead of the right one only. Ute 1. Make a rotary motion of the right hand, palm extended upward and outward by the side of the head. Wichita 1. Crazy heads. Kickapoo. With the thumb and finger go through the motion of clipping the hair over the ear, then with the hand make a sign that the borders of the leggings are wide. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Nestino or Christinu. See Cree. Coutine. Place the index or second finger of the right hand on each side of the left index finger to imitate riding a horse. Coutine 1. Hold the left fist palm upward at arm's length before the body, the right as if grasping the bowstring and drawn back. Shoshone and Bannock 1. From their peculiar manner of holding the long bow horizontally in shooting. Figure 293. Lipan. With the index and second fingers only extended and separated, hold the hand at arm's length to the front of the left side. Draw it back in distinct jerks. Each time the hand rests, draw the fingers back against the inside of the thumb, and when the hand is again started on the next movement, backward snap the fingers to full length. This is repeated 5 or 6 times during the one movement of the hand. The country which the Lipans at one time occupied contained large ponds or lakes, and along the shores of these the reptile was found which gave them this characteristic appellation. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 3, Wichita 2. Frogs, figure 294. Mandan. The first and second fingers of the right hand extended, separated, backs outward, other fingers and thumb closed, are drawn from the left shoulder obliquely downward in front of the body to the right hip. Dakota 1. The Mandan Indians are known to the Sioux as the people who wear a scarlet sash with a train, in the manner above described. Minatari. See Hidatsa. Nez Perces. See Sapitan. Ojibwa or Chippewa. Right hand horizontal, back outward, fingers separated, arched, tips pointing inward, is moved from right to left breast and generally over the front of the body with a trembling motion and at the same time a slight outward or forward movement of the hand as though drawing something out of the body, and then make the sign for man, viz. The right hand is held in front of the right breast with the forefinger extended, straight upright, J, with the back of the hand outward. Move the hand upward and downward with finger extended. Dakota 1. Perhaps the first Chippewa Indian seen by a Sioux had an eruption on his body, and from that his people were given the name of people with a breaking out, by which name the Chippewas have ever been known by the Sioux. Osage, or Wasiji. Pull at the eyebrows over the left eye with the thumb and forefinger of the left hand. This sign is also used by the Osages themselves. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Hold the flat right hand back forward with the edge pointing backward against the side of the head, then make repeated cuts, and the hand is moved backward toward the occiput. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Former custom of shaving the hair from the sides of the head, leaving but an occipito-frontal ridge. Pass the flat and extended right hand backward over the right side of the head, moving the index against the second finger in imitation of cutting with a pair of scissors. Comanche 2. Represents the manner of removing the hair from the sides of the head, leaving a ridge only from the forehead to the occiput. Outagami, sea fox. Pawnee. Imitate a wolf's ear with the 2 forefingers of the right hand extended together upright on the left side of the head. Burton. Place a hand on each side of the forehead with 2 fingers pointing to the front to represent the narrow, sharp ears of the wolf. Marcy in Prairie Traveler, page 215. Extend the index and second fingers of the right hand upward from the right side of the head. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5, Dakota 7-8, Ponca 2, Pawnee 1, Comanche 2. Right hand as N is passed from the back part of the right side of the head, forward 7 or 8 inches. Dakota 1. The Pawnee Indians are known as the shaved heads, i.e. leaving only the scalp locks on the head. First and second fingers of right hand straight upward and separated, remaining fingers and thumb closed, as in N, like the ears of a small wolf. Dakota 3. Place the closed right hand to the side of the temple, palm forward, leaving the index and second fingers extended and slightly separated, pointing upward. This is ordinarily used, though, to be more explicit, both hands may be used. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Ute 1, Apache 2, Wichita 2. For illustration, see Figure 336, facing page 531. Pend de Orial or Kalispel. Make the motion of paddling a canoe. Kuteen 1. Both fists are held as if grasping a paddle vertically downward and working a canoe. 2 strokes are made on each side of the body from the side backward. Shoshone and Bannock 1, Figure 295. Pueblo. Place the clenched hand back of the occiput as if grasping the cue, then place both fists in front of the right shoulder, rotating them slightly to represent a loose mass of an imaginary substance. Represents the large mass of hair tied back of the head. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5. See Arikara. Sack or Sauki. Pass the extended palm of the right hand over the right side of the head from front to back, and the palm of the left hand in the same manner over the left side of the head. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. Shave-headed Indians. Sapitan or Nez Perces. The right index back outward, passed from right to left under the nose, piercing the nose to receive the ring. Creel, Dakota 1. Place the thumb and forefinger to the nostrils. Kuteen 1. Close the right hand, leaving the index straight but flexed at right angles with the palm. Pass it horizontally to the left, by and under the nose. Comanche 2. Pierce nose, Figure 296. This sign is made by the Nez Perces for themselves. According to Major Hayworth, information was received from Arapaho and Cheyenne Indians who visited Washington in 1880 that this sign is also used to designate the Caddos, who practice the same custom of perforating the nasal septum. The same informants also state that the Shawnees are sometimes indicated by the same sign. Pass the extended index pointing toward the left, remaining fingers and thumb closed, in front of and across the upper lip, just below the nose. The second finger is also sometimes extended. Shoshone and Bannock 1. From the custom of piercing the noses for the reception of ornaments. See page 345 for remarks upon the signs for Sapitan. Satsika, see Blackfeet. Salish, see Flathead. Sheep-eater, see under Shoshone. Shawnee, see remarks under Sapitan. Shoshone or snake. The forefinger is extended horizontally and passed along forward in a serpentine line. Long. Right hand closed, palm down, placed in front of the right hip. Extend the index and push it diagonally toward the left front, rotating it quickly from side to side in doing so. Absaroka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. Snake, Figure 297. Right hand, horizontal, flat palm downward, W, advanced to the front by a motion to represent the crawling of a snake. Dakota 3. With the right index pointing forward, the hand is to be moved forward about a foot in a sinuous manner to imitate the crawling of a snake, also made by the Arapahos. Dakota 4. Place the closed right hand palm down in front of the right hip, extend the index and move it forward and toward the left, rotating the hand and finger from side to side in doing so. Kiowa 1, Comanche 2, 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Make the motion of a serpent with the right finger. Kuteen 1. Close the right hand, leaving the index only extended and pointing forward, palm to the left, then move it forward and to the left. Pai-ut 1. The rotary motion of the hand does not occur in this description, which in this respect differs from the other authorities. Sheep eater, Tukua-rikai. Both hands half closed pass from the top of the ears backward, downward, and forward in a curve to represent a ram's horns. Then, with the index only extended and curved, place the hand above and in front of the mouth, back toward the face, and pass it downward and backward several times. Shoshone and Bannock 1. Sheep and to eat. Sahapsa, see under Dakota. Sioux, see Dakota. Tana, right hand hollowed, lifted to mouth and describing waving line gradually descending from right to left. Left hand describing mountainous outline, one peak rising above the other. Kuchin 1. Mountain River Men. Ute, they who live on mountains have a complicated sign which denotes living in mountains and is composed of the signs sit and mountain, Burton. Rub the back of the extended flat left hand with the extended fingers of the right, then touch some black object, represents black skin. Although the same sign is generally used to signify Negro, an addition is sometimes made as follows. Place the index and second fingers to the hair on the right side of the head and rub them against each other to signify curly hair. This addition is only made when the connection would cause a confusion between the black-skinned Indian, Ute, and Negro. Arapaho 2, Cheyenne 5. Left hand horizontal, flat palm downward, and with the fingers of the right hand, brush the other toward the wrist. Dakota 3. Place the flat and extended left hand at the height of the elbow before the body, pointing to the front and right palm toward the ground, then pass the palmar surface of the flat and extended fingers of the right hand over the back of the left from near the wrist toward the tips of the fingers. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Those who use sinew for sewing and for strengthening the bow. Indicate the color black, then separate the thumbs and forefingers of both hands as far as possible, leaving the remaining fingers closed and pass upward over the lower part of the legs. Shoshone and Bannock 1. Black or dark leggings. Wasagi, see Osage. Wichita. Indicate a circle over the upper portion of the right cheek with the index or several fingers of the right hand. The statement of the Indian authorities for the above is that years ago the Wichita women painted spiral lines on the breast, starting at the nipple and extending several inches from it. But after an increase in modesty or a change in the upper garment by which the breast ceased to be exposed, the cheek has been adopted as a locality for the sign. Creole, Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Extend the fingers and thumb of the right hand semi-closed and bring the hand toward the face, nearly touching it, repeating this several times as if going through the motion of tattooing. The Comanches call the Wichitas painted faces. Caddos call them tattooed faces, both tribes using the same sign. Comanche 1. Wyandotte. Pass the flat right hand from the top of the forehead backward over the head and downward and backward as far as the length of the arm. Wyandotte 1. From the manner of wearing the hair. End of section 47. Section 48 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Tribal signs, proper names. Washington, city of. The sign for go by closing the hand, as in type position B1, and bending the arm. The hand is then brought horizontally to the epigastrium, after which both the hand and arm are suddenly extended. The sign for house or lodge, the sign for cars, consisting of the sign for go and wagon, e.g., both arms are flexed at a right angle before the chest. The hands then assume type position L, modified by the index being hooked and the middle finger partly opened and hooked similarly. The hands are held horizontally and rotated forward, side by side, to imitate two wheels, palms upward, and the sign for counsel as follows. The right arm is raised, flexed at elbow, and the hand brought to the mouth, in type position G1, modified by being inverted. Palm up and the index being more open. The hand then passes from the mouth in jerks, opening and closing successively. Then the right hand, in position S1, horizontal, marks off divisions on the left arm extended. The sign for father is briefly executed by passing the open hand down and from the loins, then bringing it erect before the body, then the sign for cars, making with the mouth the noise of an engine. The hands then raised before the eyes and approximated at points, as in the sign for lodge, then diverged to indicate extensive, this being followed by the sign for council, Oto and Missouri 1, the home of our father where we go on the puffing wagon to council. Missouri River. Make the sign for water by placing the right hand upright 6 or 8 inches in front of the mouth, back outward, index and thumb crooked, and their ends about an inch apart, the other fingers nearly closed. Then move it toward the mouth and then downward nearly to the top of the breastbone, at the same time turning the hand over toward the mouth until the little finger is uppermost. And the sign for large as follows. The opened right hands, palms facing, fingers relaxed and slightly separated, being at the height of the breast and about 2 feet apart, separate them nearly to arm's length, and then rapidly rotate the right hand from right to left several times, its back upward, fingers spread and pointing forward to show that it is stirred up or muddy. Dakota 4. Eagle Bull, a Dakota chief. Place the clenched fist to either side of the head with the 4 fingers extended and curved as in figure 298. Then extend the left hand flat, palm down before the left side. Fingers pointing forward, the outer edge of the flat and extended right hand is then laid transversely across the back of the left hand and slid forward over the fingers as in figure 299. Dakota 6 and Kara 1. Bull and Eagle. Haliatus, leucocephalus. Lynn, Sav. In the picture writing of the Moki, figure 300 represents the eagle's tail as showing the difference of color which is indicated in the latter part of the above gesture. Rushing Bear, an Arikara chief. Place the right fist in front of the right side of the breast, palm down, extend and curve the thumb and little finger so that the tips point toward one another before the knuckles of the remaining closed fingers. Then reach forward a short distance and pull toward the body several times rather quickly. Suddenly push the fist in this form forward to arm's length twice. Dakota 6, Arikara 1. Bear and rushing. Spotted Tail, a Dakota chief. With the index only of the right hand extended, indicate a line of curve from the sacrum or from the right buttock downward, backward, and outward toward the right, then extend the left forefinger, pointing forward from the left side, and with the extended index draw imaginary lines transversely across the left forefinger. Absaroka 1, Shoshone 1, Dakota 6, 7, Arikara 1, tail and spotted. Stumbling Bear, a Kiowa chief. Place the right fist in front of the right side of the breast, palm down, extend and curve the thumb and little finger so that their tips point toward one another before the knuckles of the remaining closed fingers. Then place the left flat hand edgewise before the breast, pointing to the right. Hold the right hand flat, pointing down nearer the body. Move it forward toward the left so that the right hand fingers strike the left palm and fall downward beyond the left. Kiowa 1. Bear and stumble or stumbling. Swift Runner, a Dakota warrior. Place the right hand in front of the right side, palm down. Close all the fingers excepting the index, which is slightly curved, pointing forward. Then push the hand forward to arm's length twice, very quickly. Dakota 6, Arikara 1. Man running rapidly or swiftly. Wild Horse, a Comanche chief. Place the extended and separated index and second fingers of the right hand astraddle the extended forefinger of the left hand. With the right hand loosely extend, held as high as and nearly at arm's length before the shoulder. Make several cuts downward and toward the left. Comanche 3. Horse and Prairie or Wild. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Signs. Phrases. President of the United States, Secretary of the Interior. Close the right hand, leaving the thumb and index fully extended and separated. Place the index over the forehead so that the thumb points to the right, palm toward the face, then draw the index across the forehead toward the right. Then elevate the extended index, pointing upward before the shoulder or neck, pass it upward as high as the top of the head, make a short turn toward the front and pass it pointing downward toward the ground, to a point farther to the front and a little lower than at the beginning. Absaroka 1, Dakota 6, 7, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Ute 1, Apache 1. White man and chief. Make the sign for white man, American, by passing the palmar surface of the extended index and thumb of the right hand across the forehead from left to right, then that for chief, and conclude by making that for parent by collecting the fingers and thumb of the right hand nearly to a point and drawing them forward from the left breast. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2, white man, chief, father. Secretary of the Interior. Draw the palmar slide of the index across the forehead from left to right, resting the thumb upon the right temple, then make the sign for chief, the white chief, secretary, then make the sign for Great Lodge, council house, by making the sign for lodge, then placing both hands somewhat bent, palms facing, about 10 inches apart, and passing them upward from the waist as high as the face. Arikara 1. Where is your mother? After placing the index into the mouth, mother, point the index at the individual addressed, your, then separate and extend the index and second fingers of the right hand, hold them, pointing forward, about 12 or 15 inches before the face, and move them from side to side, eyes following the same direction. I see. Then throw the flat right hand in a short curve outward to the right until the back points toward the ground, not, and look inquiringly at the individual addressed. Ute 1. Mother, your eye see not. Where is she? Are you brave? Point to the person and make sign for brave, at same time looking with an inquiring expression. Absaroka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. Bison, I have shot a. Move the open left hand, palm to the front, toward the left and away from the body slowly, motion of the buffalo when chased. Move right hand on wrist as axis, rapidly, man on pony chasing buffalo, then extend left hand to the left, draw right arm as if drawing a bow, snap the forefinger and middle finger of left hand, and thrust the right forefinger over the left hand. Omaha 1. Give me something to eat. Bring the thumb, index, and second finger to a point as if grasping a small object, the remaining fingers naturally extended, and place the hand just above the mouth and a few inches in front of it, and make repeated thrusts quickly toward the mouth several times. Then place the naturally extended right hand nearly at arm's length before the body, palm up, fingers pointing toward the front and left, and make a short circular motion with the hand, as in figure 301, bringing the outer edge toward the body as far as the wrist will permit, throwing the hand forward again at a higher elevation, the motion being at the wrist only. Absaroka 1, Dakota 7, 8, Comanche 3. I will see you here after next year. Raise the right hand above the head, J2, palm to the front, all the fingers closed except the index, hand slanting a little to backward, then move forward and downward toward the person addressed, describing a curve. Omaha 1. You gave us many clothes, but we don't want them. Lean forward, and, holding the hands concavo-convex, draw them up over the limbs severally, then cross on the chest as wrapping a blanket, the arms then extended before the body, with the hands in type position W, to a height indicating a large pile. The right hand then sweeps outward, showing a negative state of mind. The index of right hand finally touches the chest of the second party, and approaches the body. In position 1, horizontal. Otoed, Missouri 1. Something to put on that I don't want from you. Question. See also this title in extracts from dictionary. Hold the extended and flattened right hand, palm forward, at the height of the shoulder or face, and about 15 inches from it, shaking the hand from side to side, at the wrist, as the arm is slightly raised, resembling the outline of a question mark, made from below upward. Absaroka 1, Dakota 5, 6, 7, Hidatsa 1, Kiowa 1, Arikara 1, Comanche 2, 3, Paiute 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Ute 1, Apache 1, 2, Wichita 2. What? What is it? First attract the person's notice by the sign for attention, viz. the right hand, T, carried directly out in front of the body, with arm fully extended and then moved sidewise with rapid motions, and then the right hand, fingers extended, pointing forward or outward, fingers joined, horizontal, is carried outward, obliquely in front of the right breast, and there turned partially over and under several times. Dakota 1. What are you doing? What do you want? Throw the right hand about a foot from right to left several times, describing an arc, with its convexity upward, palm inward, fingers slightly bent and separated, and pointing forward. Dakota 4. When, with its index extended and pointing forward, back upward, rotate the right hand several times to the right and left, describing an arc with the index. Dakota 4. What are you? i.e., what tribe do you belong to? Shake the upright open right hand 4 to 8 inches from side to side a few times, from 12 to 18 inches in front of the chin, the palm forward, fingers relaxed and a little separated. Dakota 4. It must be remarked that in the 3 preceding signs there is no essential difference, either between themselves or between them and the general sign for question above given, which can be applied to the several special questions above mentioned. A similar remark may be made regarding several signs given below, which are printed in deference to collaborators. Pass the right hand from left to right across the face. Kuteen 1. What do you want? The arm is drawn in front of the chest and the hand in position N1, modified by palms being downward and hand horizontal. From the chest center the hand is then passed spirally forward toward the one addressed. The hand's palm begins the spiral motion with a downward and ends in an upward aspect. Oto 1. To unwind or open. Whence come you? First the sign for you, viz., the hand open, held upward obliquely, and pointing forward, then the hand, extended open and drawn to the breast, and lastly the sign for bringing, as follows: the hand half shut, with the thumb pressing against the forefinger, being first moderately extended either to the right or left, is brought with a moderate jerk to the opposite side, as if something was pulled along by the hand. Dunbar. Who are you, or what is your name? The right or left hand approximates close to center of the body, the arm is flexed and hand in position D, or a little more closed. From inception of sign near center of body the hand slowly describes the arc of a quadrant, and fingers unfold as the hand recedes. We think the proper intention is for the inception of sign to be located at the heart, but it is seldom truly, anatomically, thus located. Otto 1. To unfold oneself or make known. Are you through? With arms hanging at the side and forearms horizontal, place the fists near each other in front of body, then with a quick motion separate them as though breaking something asunder. Zahaptin 1. Do you know? Shake the right hand in front of the face, a little to the right, the whole arm elevated as to throw the hand even with the face, and the forearm standing almost perpendicular. Principal motion with hand, slight motion of forearm, palm out. Zahaptin 1. How far is it? Sign for do you know, followed by a precise movement throwing right hand, palm toward face, to a position as far from body as convenient, signifying far, then with the same quick, precise motion, bring the hand to a position near the face, near. Zahaptin 1. How will you go? Horseback or in wagon? First make the sign for do you know, then throw right hand forward, go or going, then throw fore and middle fingers of right hand astride the forefinger of the left hand, signifying will you ride, then swing the forefingers of each hand around each other, sign for wheel running, signifying or will you go in wagon. Zahaptin 1. How many? After making the sign for question, touch the tips of as many of the extended and separated fingers of the left hand held in front of the body upright, with back outward, with the right index as may be necessary. Dakota 1. Count them off to me. How many? Place the left hand carelessly before the breast, fingers extended and slightly separated, back to the front, then count off a few with the extended index, by laying down the fingers of the left, beginning at the little finger, as in figure 302. In asking the question, the sign for question must precede the sign for many, the latter being also accompanied by a look of interrogation. Shoshani and Bannack 1. Has he? Deaf-mute, natural sign. Move to and fro the finger several times toward the person spoken of. Larson. Have you? Deaf-mute, natural sign. Move the finger to and fro several times toward the person to whom the one is speaking. Larson. Are you? Deaf mute, natural signs. Point to the person spoken to and slightly nod the head with an inquiring look. Ballard. Point with the forefinger as if to point toward the second person, at the same time nod the head as if to say yes. Ziegler. The following was obtained at Washington during the winter of 1880 to 81 from Ta-ta-ka-waka, Medicine Bull, a Brule Dakota chief, by Dr. W. J. Hoffman. I am going home in 2 days. 1. Place the flat hands in front of and as high as the elbows, palms down. Pass each hand across to the opposite side of the body, the right above the left crossing near the wrist at the termination of the gesture. Night. Repeat in quick succession. Nights. 2. Elevate the extended index and second finger of the right hand, backs to the front. 2. 3. Place the tips of the extended and joined fingers of the right hand against the breast. 4. After touching the breast as in the preceding, pass the extended index from the breast, pointing downward, forward nearly to arm's length, and terminating by holding the hand but continuing the motion of the index until it points forward and upward. I'm going to. 5. Throw the clenched right fist about 6 inches toward the earth at arm's length after the completion of the preceding gesture. My home. Analysis. Ha-he-pi. 1. Nights. No-pa. 2. 2. Mi-yi. 3. I. Tiyata. 5. My home. Waglikta. 4. I'm going to. It will be noticed that the gesture number 4, I'm going to, was made before the gesture number 5, my home, although the Dakota words pronounced were in the reverse order, showing a difference in the syntax of the gestures and of the oral speech in this instance. The other gestures, 1, 2, and 3, had been made deliberately, the Dakota word translating each being in obvious connection with the several gestures. But the final 2 words were pronounced rapidly together as if they could not, in the mind of the gesturer, be applied separately to the reversed order of the signs for them. The same authority obtained the above sentence in Ponca and Pawnee, together with the following signs for it, from individuals of those tribes. Those signs agreed between each other, but differed from the Dakota, as will be observed, in the signs to my house, as signifying to my home. 1. Touch the breast with the tips of the extended fingers. I. This precedes the signs for numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5, which correspond to numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the Dakota. Then follows 6. Place the tips of the extended fingers of the flat hands together, leaving the wrists about 6 inches apart. Lodge. 7. And conclude by placing the clenched fists nearly at arm's length before the body, the right several inches above the left. Then throw them toward the ground, about 6 or 8 inches, the fists retaining their relative positions. My. Mine. Analysis. The following is the Ponca sentence as given by the gesturer in connection with the several gestures as made. 1. Blank 1. Naba 3. Jeki 2. Aji 4. Taminke 5. Li 6. Wiwiatila 7. The following is the full sentence as spoken by Poncas without regard to gesture, and its literal translation. Naba 2. Ja night, sleep. Ki, if, when. Aji, I go, homeward. Ta, will. Minke, I who. Lie, lodge. Wiwila, my own. Tila, the one standing object. Blank, 2. The Pawnee gestures were given with the accompanying words, viz. Blank, 1, I. Pit kuret, 3. Into. Kaha, 2. Night. We, 4. I. Tatuch, ta. 5. I'm going. Akaru, 6. House. Ruret iru, 7. Tamai. The orthography in the above sentences, as in others where the original text is given, excepting the Dakota and Ojibwa, is that adopted by Major J. W. Powell in the second edition of the Introduction to the Study of Indian Languages, Washington, 1880, the characters more particularly requiring explanation of the following, viz. The as the in then, though, n as in sing, singer, sp, luengo, j, an intermediate sound between k and g in jig, k, as the German k in Nacht, intermediate sound between T and D. Nasalized vowels are written with a superior N, thus A-N, E-N. The following phrases were obtained by the same authority from Antonito, son of Antonio Azul, chief of the Paymas in Arizona. I am hungry. Give me something to eat. 1. Touch the breast with the tips of the extended fingers of the right hand. I. 2. Place the outer edge of the flat and extended right hand against the pit of the stomach, palm upward, then make a soaring motion from side to side with the hand. Hunger. 3. Place the right hand before the face, back upward, and fingers pointing toward the mouth, then thrust the fingers rapidly to and from the mouth several times. Eat. Analysis. A and T. 1. I have. Pihu-kium. 2. Hunger. Blank. 3. Eat. The last sign is so intimately connected with that for hunger that no translation can be made. Give me a drink of water. 1. Place the tips of the index and thumb together, the remaining fingers curved, forming a cup, then pass it from a point about 6 inches before the chin in a curve upward, backward, and downward past the mouth. Water. 2. Then place the flat right hand at the height of the elbow in front of or slightly to the right of the body, palm up, and in passing it slowly from left to right, give the hand a lateral motion at the wrist. Give me. Analysis. Shuwuto. 1. Water. Dewey. 2. Give me. The following was also obtained by Dr. W. J. Hoffman from Tataka, Waka, before referred to at the time of his visit to Washington. I am going home. 1. Touch the breast with the extended index. I. 2. And pass it in a downward curve, outward and upward toward the right, nearly to arm's length, as high as the shoulder. I'm going to. 3. And when at that point, suddenly clinch the hand and throw it edgewise a short distance toward the ground. My country. My home. Analysis. Makosi itawa kin itkta wagle kta. 3. Country. My own. The. 2. 2. 1. I go home. Will. End of section 49, read by Inkell.
Section 50 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Dialogues. Tendoy-Huerito Dialogue. The following conversation took place at Washington in April 1880 between Tendoy, chief of the Shoshone and Bannock Indians of Idaho, and Huerito, one of the Apache chiefs from New Mexico, in the presence of Dr. W. J. Hoffman. Neither of these Indians spoke any language known to the other, or had ever met or heard of one another before that occasion. Huerito, who are you? Place the flat and extended right hand, palm forward, about 12 inches in front of and as high as the shoulder. Then shake the hand from side to side as it is moved forward and upward. Question, who are you? Figure 304. Tendoy, Shoshone chief. Place the closed right hand near the right hip, leaving the index only extended, palm down. Then pass the hand toward the front and left, rotating it from side to side. Shoshone, figure 305. Then place the closed hand with the index extended and pointing upward near the right cheek. Pass it upward as high as the head, then turn it forward and downward toward the ground, terminating with a movement a little below the initial point. Chief, figure 306. Huerito, how old are you? Clinch both hands and cross the forearms before the breast with a trembling motion. cold winter year. Figure 307. Then elevate the left hand as high as the neck and about 12 or 15 inches before it, palm toward the face, with fingers extended and pointing upward. Then, with the index, turn down one finger after another slowly, beginning at the little finger, until 3 or 4 are folded against the palm, and look inquiringly at the person addressed. How many? See figure 302. Tendoy, 56. Close and extend the fingers and thumbs of both hands with the palms forward 5 times, 50. Then extend the fingers and thumb of the left hand, close the right, and place the extended thumb alongside of and near the left thumb. 6. Figure 308. Huerito. Very well. Are there any buffalo in your country? Place the flat right hand pointing to the left with the palm down against the breastbone. Then move it forward and slightly to the right and in an upward curve. Make the gesture rather slowly and nearly to arm's length. Otherwise, i.e., if made hastily and but a short distance, it would only mean good, very good. Figure 309. Place both closed hands to their respective sides of the head, palms towards the hair, leaving the forefingers curved. Buffalo, see figure 298, page 477. Then reach out the fist to arm's length toward the west and throw it forcibly toward the ground for a distance of about 6 inches, edge downward. Country, away to the west. Then point the curved index rather quickly and carelessly toward the person addressed. Your. Tendoy. Yes, many black buffalo. Pass the closed right hand with the index partly flexed to a position about 8 inches before the right collarbone, and, as the hand reaches that elevation, quickly close the index. Yes. Then make the same sign as in the preceding question for buffalo. Touch the hair on the right side of the head with the palms of the extended fingers of the right hand, black. Spread the curved fingers and thumbs of both hands, place them before either thigh, pointing downward. Then draw them toward one another and upward as high as the stomach, so that the fingers will point toward one another or may be interlaced. Many. Figure 310. Tendoy, did you hear anything from the secretary? If so, tell me. Close the right hand, leaving the index and thumb widely separated. Pass it by the ear from the back of the ear downward and toward the chin, palm toward the head. Here. See figure 316, page 492. Point to the individual addressed, you. Close the hand again, leaving the index and thumb separated as in the sign for here, and placing the palmar surface of the finger horizontally across the forehead, pointing to the left. Allow the thumb to rest against the right temple. Then draw the index across the forehead from left to right, leaving the thumb touching the head. White man. Then place the closed hand with elevated index before the right side of the neck or in front of the top of the shoulder. Pass the index pointing upward as high as the top of the head. Turn it forward and downward as far as the breast. Chief. Pass the extended index pointing upward and forward from the mouth twice. Talk. Then open and flatten the hand, palm up, outer edge toward the face. Place it about 15 inches in front of the chin and draw it horizontally inward until the hand nearly touches the neck. Tell me. Huerito. He told me that in 4 days I would go to my country. Close the right hand, leaving the index curved. Place it about 6 inches from the ear and move it in toward the external meatus. Told me. Here, I heard. Figure 311. With the right hand still closed, form a circle with the index and thumb by allowing their tips to touch. Pass the hand from east to west at arm's length. Day. Place the left hand before the breast, the fingers extended, and the thumb resting against the palm, back forward, and with the index turn down one finger after another, beginning at the little finger. 4. Touch the breast with the tips of the finger and thumb of the left hand collected to a point, I. Drop the hand a short distance and move it forward to arm's length and slightly upward until it points above the horizon. Go to, asterisk. Then, as the arm is extended, throw the fist edgeways toward the ground. My country. Tendoy. In 2 days I go to my country, just as you go to yours. I go to mine where there is a great deal of snow, and we shall see each other no more. Place the flat hands horizontally, about 2 feet apart. Move them quickly in an upward curve toward one another until the right lies across the left. Night, figure 312. Repeat this sign 2 nights, literally 2 sleeps hence. Point toward the individual addressed with the right hand, you, and in a continuous movement pass the hand to the right, i.e. toward the south, nearly to arm's length. Go. Then throw the fist edgeways toward the ground at that distance, your country. Then touch the breast with the tips of the fingers of the left hand, I. Move the hand off slowly toward the left, i.e. toward the north to arm's length. Go to, asterisk, and throw the clenched hand toward the ground, my country. Then hold both hands toward the left as high as the head, palms down, with fingers and thumbs pendant and separated. Move them toward the ground 2 or 3 times. Rain. Figure 313. Then place the flat hands horizontally to the left of the body, about 2 feet from the ground. Deep, literally deep rain, snow, and raise them until about 3 feet from the ground. Very deep, much. Place the hands before the body about 12 inches apart, palms down, with 4 fingers only extended and pointing toward one another. Push them toward and from one another several times. See each other, figure 314. Then hold the flat right hand in front of the breast, pointing forward, palm to the left, and throw it over on its back towards the right. Not, no more. Explanatory note. Where the asterisks appear in the above dialogue, the preposition to is included in the gesture. After touching the breast for I, the slow movement forward signifies going to, and a country is signified by locating it at arm's length toward the west, to the left of the gesturer, as the stopping place. Also possession by the clenched fist being directed toward the ground. It is the same as for my or mine, though made before the body in the latter signs. The direction of Tendoy's hands, first to the south and afterwards to the north, was understood not as pointing to the exact locality of the 2 parts of the country, but to the difference in their respective climates. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dialogues. Omaha Colloquy. The following is contributed by Reverend J. Owen Dorsey. Question. From what quarter is the wind? Raise the curved right hand, palm in front of the left shoulder, draw in toward the body a little, then from the body several times in different directions. Answer. From that quarter. Hand is above, draw in towards the body once, and farther, with emphasis, according to the direction of the wind. End of section 51, read by Inkell.
Section 52 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Dialogues. Brule, Dakota Colloquy. The following signs, forming a question and answer, were obtained by Dr. W. J. Hoffman from Ta-tan-ka-wa-kan, Medicine Bull, a Brule Dakota chief who visited Washington during the winter of 1880–81. Question. We went to the Department of the Interior, shook hands with the secretary, and had a conversation with him. Did you hear of it? 1. Extend and separate the thumb and index, leaving the remaining fingers closed. Place the ball of the thumb against the temple above the outer corner of the eye, and the index across the forehead, the tip resting on the left temple. Then draw the index across to the right until its tip touches the thumb. White man, figure 315. 2. Elevate the extended index before the shoulder, palm forward, pass it upward as high as the head, and forming a short curve to the front, then downward again slightly to the front, to before the breast and about 15 inches from it. Chief. 3. Fingers of both hands extended and separated. Then interlace them so that the tips of the fingers of one hand protrude beyond the backs of those of the opposing one. Hold the hands in front of the breast, pointing upward, leaving the wrists about 6 inches apart. Lodge. 4. Place the left hand a short distance before the breast, palm down and slightly arched, fingers directed toward the right and front. Then pass the flat and extended right hand forward, under and beyond the left, forming a downward curve, the right hand being as high as the left at the commencement and termination of the gesture. Enter, entered. 5. Clasp the hands before the body, left uppermost. Shook hands, friendly. 6. Place the flat right hand before the chin, palm up with fingers directed to the left, then pass the hand forward several times. Talk to him. 7. Reverse this motion, beginning away from the body, drawing the hand edgeways toward the chin several times. Talk to me. 8. Separate the extended thumb and index as far as possible, leaving the remaining fingers closed. Place the hand about 6 inches opposite the right ear, palm toward the head, then pass it in a curve forward and downward, terminating at the height of the elbow. Here, heard. 9. Then in a continuous movement, direct the extended index at the individual addressed, the face expressing a look of inquiry, you. Analysis. 1. Wasi-kun, white man. 2. Itankan, chief. 3. Tiel-ti-mahel, lodge in, lodge within. 4. Unk-ipi-na, we were at that place and. 5. Na-pi-un-za-pai-na, hand we hold it, take hold of and. 6, 7. Kisi wo-ungla-ka-pi, to each other we talk. 8, 9. Kin-na-ya-han-hu-o, the thing you hear it. It will be observed that the interrogation point is placed under the last syllable, hu-o, the latter implying a question, though the gesture was not made to accompany it. The gestures for here and you, with a look of inquiry, being deemed sufficient to express the desire on the part of the speaker. Answer: yes, I heard of it, but did not see it. 1. Hold the naturally closed hand before the right side of the breast or shoulder, leaving the index and thumb loosely extended. Then, as the hand is thrown downward and forward, bring the index against the inner side of the thumb. Yes. 2. Repeat gesture number 8, heard, figure 316. 3. Pass the extended index forward from the right eye, saw. 4. Then in a continuous motion, extend all the fingers so as to place the flat hand edgeways and pointing forward about 12 inches before the right side of the breast, and throw it outward and slightly downward. No, not. Analysis. 1. Ha-u, yes. 2. Na-wa-han, I heard. 3. Tka-wan-umlaka, but I saw it. 4. Sni, not. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dialogues. Dialogue between Alaskan Indians. The following introductory notes are furnished by Mr. Ivan Petrov, who contributes the dialogue. It had been repeatedly stated that among the natives of Alaska no trace of gesture or sign language can be found. The universal spread of the Russian language in former times as a medium of trade and general intercourse has certainly prevented observations of this primitive linguistic feature in all the vast regions visited by the Russians. On the other hand, the homogeneous elements of the Inuit tongue, spoken along the whole seacoast from the Arctic to the Alaskan peninsula and the island of Kadiak, has, to a great extent, abolished all causes for the employment of sign language between tribes in their mutual intercourse. Basing their opinions upon what they saw while touching upon the coast here and there, even the acknowledged authorities on Alaskan matters have declared that sign language did not and could not exist in all that country. Without entering into any lengthened dispute upon this question, I venture to present in the subjoined pages a succinct account of at least one instance where I saw natives of different tribes converse with each other only by means of signs and gestures within the boundaries of Alaska. In the month of September, 1866, there arrived on the lower Kinnick River, a stream emptying its waters into Cook's Inlet, 2 Indians from a distant region who did not speak the Kanaitese language. The people of the settlement at which the strangers made their first appearance were equally at a loss to understand the visitors. At last a chief of great age, bearing the name of Chetedults, mentioned by Vancouver as a youth, was found to be able to interpret some of the signs made by the strangers, and after a little practice he entered into a continued conversation with them in rather a roundabout way, being himself blind. He informed me that it was the second or third time within his reflection that strangers, like those then present, had come to Kinnick from the north-east, but that in his youth he had frequently "talked with his hands" to their visitors from the west and east. He also told me that he had acquired this art from his father, who, as the old man expressed himself, had "seen every country, and spoken to all the tribes of the earth." The conversation was carried on with the help of the old man's sons, who described to their blind parent the gestures of the strangers, and were instructed in turn by him with what gestures to reply. This being an entirely new experience to me, I at once proceeded to carefully make notes of the desultory talk, extending over several days. My object, primarily, was to make use of the signs for purposes of trade in the future. The notes thus obtained contain a narrative of the two strangers, interpreted to me at the time by Chattedoults. I shall present each sign or sentence as I noted it at the time, with only casual reference to that incomplete and frequently erroneous interpretation. The two Indians wore the pointed hunting shirt of tanned moose skin, ornamented with beads and fringes, which is still common to the Cochin tribes. They were not tattooed, but ears and noses were encumbered with pendants of dentalium and a small red glass bead. Their feet were clothed in moccasins. One of them had a rifle of English manufacture, and his companion carried two huge knives, one of them of copper, evidently of native manufacture. 1. Knights. Left hand raised to height of eye, palm outward, moved several times from right to left rapidly, fingers extended and closed, pointing to strange to the left hand. Right hand describes a curve from north to east. Which of the northeastern tribes is yours? 2. Tanana. Right hand, hollowed, lifted to mouth, then extended and describing waving line gradually descending from right to left. Left hand describing mountainous outline, apparently one peak rising above the other, said by Chattedoults to mean Tenan Tru Kotana, mountain riverman. 3. K. Left hand raised to height of eye, palm outward, moved from right to left, fingers extended. Left index describes curve from east to west, outline of mountain and river as in preceding sign. How many days from mountain river? 4. T. Right hand raised toward sky, index and thumb forming first crescent and then ring. This repeated 3 times. Moon, new and full, 3 times. 5. Right hand raised, palm to front, index raised and lowered at regular intervals. Walked. Both hands imitating paddling of canoe, alternately right and left. Traveled 3 months on foot and by canoe. 6. Both arms crossed over breast, simulating shivering. Cold. Winter. 7. Right index pointing toward speaker. Eye. Left hand pointing to the west, traveling westward. 8. Right hand lifted cup-shaped to mouth. Water. Right hand describing waving line from right to left gradually descending, pointing to the west. River running westward. 9. Right hand gradually pushed forward, palm upward, from height of breast, left hand shading eyes, looking at great distance. Very wide. 10. Left and right hands put together in shape of sloping shelter. Lodge. Camp. See figure 259 on page 431. 11. Both hands lifted, height of eye, palm inward, finger spread, many times. 12. Both hands closed, palm outward, height of hips, surprised. 13. Index pointing from eye forward, C. 14. Right hand held up, height of shoulder, 3 fingers extended, left hand pointing to me, 3 white men. 15. K. Right hand pointing to me, left hand held up, 3 fingers extended, 3 white men. 16. Making Russian sign of cross, Russians. Were the 3 white men Russians? 17. T. Left hand raised, palm inward, 2 fingers extended, sign of cross with right, 2 Russians. 18. Right hand extended, height of eye, palm outward, moved outward a little to right, no. 19. 1 finger of left hand raised, 1. 20. Sign of cross with right, Russian. 21. Right hand, height of eye, fingers closed and extended, palm outward a little to right, no. 22. Right hand carried across chest, hand extended, palm upward, fingers and thumb closed as if holding something, left hand in same position carried across the right, palm downward, trade. 23. Left hand upholding one finger, right pointing to me, one white man. 24. Right hand held horizontally, palm downward, about 4 feet from ground, small. 25. Forming rings before eyes with index and thumb, eyeglasses. 26. Right hand clenched, palm upward, in front of chest, thumb pointing inward, gave 1. 27. Forming cup with right hand, simulating drinking, drink. 28. Right hand grasping chest repeatedly, fingers curved and spread, strong. 29. Both hands pressed to temple and head moved from side to side, drunk, headache. 30. Both index fingers placed together, extending, pointing forward, together. 31. Fingers interlaced repeatedly, build. 32. Left hand extended, fingers closed, pointing outward, vertically, right hand extended, fingers closed, placed slopingly against left, camp. 33. Both wrists placed against temples, hands curved upward and outward, fingers spread, horns. 34. Both hands horizontally lifted to height of shoulder, right arm extended gradually full length to the right, hand drooping a little at the end. Long back, moose. 35. Both hands upright, palm outward, fingers extended and spread, placing one before the other alternately. Trees, forest, dense forest. 36. Sign of cross, Russian. 37. Motions of shooting a gun, shot. 38. Sign for moose, numbers 33, 34, showing 2 fingers of left hand, 2. 39. Sign for camp as before, number 10, camp. 40. Right hand describing curve from east to west, twice, 2 days. 41. Left hand lifted height of mouth, back outward, fingers closed as if holding something, right hand simulating motion of tearing off and placing in mouth, eating moose meat. 49. Right hand placed horizontally against heart, fingers closed, moved forward a little and raised a little several times, glad at heart. 43. Fingers of left hand and index of right hand extended and placed together horizontally, pointing forward, height of chest, hands separated, right pointing eastward and left westward. 3 men and speaker parted, going west and east. 44. Pressing both arms against chest and shivering, very cold. 45. Drawing index of each hand around corresponding legs below the knee, deep snow. 46. Drawing imaginary line with index of right hand across each foot, just behind the toes. Snowshoes. 47. Head lowered to right side into palm of hand 3 times. Slept 3 times. 48. Sign for camp, as before, number 10. Camp. 49. Pointing to speaker, eye. 50. Fingers of right hand extended and joined and pointed forward from mouth. Left hand lowered horizontally to a foot from the ground. Fox. 51. Left hand raised height of eye, back to the left, fingers closed, with exception of middle finger held upright, then middle finger suddenly closed, trap. 52. Both hands lifted height of eye, palm inward, finger spread, many. 53. Right hand pointing to speaker, eye. 54. Sign for trap, number 51, as above, trap. 55. Right hand lowered to within a few inches of the ground and moved from left to right about 2 feet. Motions of both hands descriptive of playful jumping of marten around a tree or stump. Marten. 56. Holding up the fingers of both hands 3 times until aggregating 30. 30. 57. Left forearm held up vertically, palm to front, fingers spread, tree. 58. Motion of chopping with hatchet, cut. 59. Driving invisible wedge around small circle, peeling birch bark. 60. Right hand, fingers extended and joined, moved slowly from left to right horizontally while blowing upon it with mouth, pitching seams of canoe. 61. Motions of using paddles very vigorously, paddle upstream. 62. lifting both arms above head on respective sides, hands closed as if grasping something and lifting the body. Poling canoe. 63. Sign for moon, number 4, crescent and ring, once, 1 month. 64. Right hand vertically, height of chest, palm to left, fingers extended, closed, left hand horizontally, palm downward, pushed against right, stopped. 65. Right hand, index extended, drawing outline of mountains, one above other, high mountains. 66. Left hand lifted to left shoulder, back to front, fingers bent and closed, right hand, fingers bent and closed, placed over left and then slowly drawn across chest to right shoulder, motions with both hands as if adjusting pack, knapsack. 67. Sign for water as before, number 8, both hands brought forward, palms down, arms passed outward horizontally to respective sides, palms down, lake. Both hands describing circular line backward until touching collarbone, big and deep. 68. Left hand raised slightly about height of nipple, 3 fingers closed, index and thumb holding tip of index of right hand, both hands moved across chest from left to right, beaver. Footnote: Chetadults explained this to his sons as well as to me, saying that the mountain men had a peculiar mode of catching beavers with long sticks. 69. Previous sign for many, number 52, repeated several times, very plentiful. 70. Both hands held up with fingers spread, palm forward, twice in left hand once, height of eye, 25. Pointing to himself, eye. 72. Sign for trap as before, number 51, trapped. 73. Sign for temporary shelter, number 10, camped. 74. Sign for new and full moon, number 4, once, 1 month. 75. Right hand passed slowly over the hair and chin, left hand touching a pendant of white beads. Old man. 76. Index of right hand held up, 1. 77. Both hands partially closed and placed against breast, back of hands to front, a few inches apart, women. 78. Index and middle finger of right hand held up, palm forward, eyes directed as if counting, 2. 79. Sign for trap as before, number 51, trapping. 80. Left forearm vertically in front of chest, palm of hand to front, finger spread, elbow resting upon the back of the right hand, tree. 81. Arms and hands spanning imaginary tree of some size, big. 82. Sign for tree as before, number 57. Left forearm suddenly brought down across extended right hand, fell. 83. Right hand laid on top of head, then passed over the hair and chin, left hand touching white beads, on the head of the old man. 84. Sign for old man as before, number 75, old man. 85. Closing both eyes with fore and middle finger of right hand, both hands placed side by side, horizontally, palms downward, fingers extended and united, hands separated by slow horizontal movement to right and left, dead. 86. Sign for women as before, number 77, women. 87. Fingers of both hands interlaced at right angles several times, built. 88. Sign for lodge as before, number 10, lodge. Footnote: they never occupy a house in which one of the other Indians died. 89. Right index describing circle around the head, height of eye, cutting hair, right hand passed over forehead and face, left index pointing to black scabbard, blacking faces, mourning. 90. Index and middle finger of right hand passed from eyes downward and across cheeks, weeping. 91. Pointing to himself, eye. 92. Make the signs for shoot, numbers 33, 34, and moose, number 37, shot a moose. 93. Left hand extended horizontally, palm upward, right hand placed across left vertically, about the middle, divided in 2. 94. Right hand closed, palm downward, moved forward from right breast the length of the arm and then opened. I gave. 95. Sign for women, number 77, to women. 96. Right hand, palm down, pointing to left, placed horizontally before heart and slightly raised several times. Good and glad. 97. Pointing to his companion. He. 98. Motion of paddling. In canoe. 99. Right arm and hand extended in northeast direction, gradually curved back until index touches speaker. Came to me from the northeast. 100. Sign for together as above, number 30. Together. 101. Motion of paddling, paddled. 102. Pointing to ground, to this place. 103. K. Motion of drinking water out of hand, water. 104. Describing circle with right index on palm of left hand extended horizontally, lake. 105. Left hand raised to height of eye, palm to front, fingers leaning slightly backward, fingers of left hand closed alternately. How many? 106. T. Holding up right hand back to front, showing 4 fingers, eyes looking at them as if counting. 4. 107. Signs for packing with wooden breast brace as above. 3 fingers of right hand shown as above. 3 portages. 108. K. Right hand pointing to gun of stranger, gun, left hand raised height of eye, palm to front, and moved rapidly several times to right and left. Interrogation. 109. Sign for trade as before, number 22. Trade, i.e., where did you buy the gun? 110. T. Sign for mountain river as above, number 2, pointing eastward, from the eastward. 111. Pointing to sun and then raising both hands, backs to front, fingers spread, 10 days. 112. Pointing to me, white man. 113. Left hand held up vertically, palm outward, fingers joined, right index placed horizontally across fingers of left hand in front, about the middle joint. Palisaded. 114. Describing square with right index on flat palm of left hand, building. 115. Pointing to his gun, powder horn, blanket, and beads. Trading goods. 116. Both hands horizontal, brought forward and upward from chest and then downward. Plenty. In giving this narrative I have observed the original sequence, but there were frequent interruptions, caused by consultation between Chetadults and his sons, and before the strangers departed again they had obtained a knowledge of some words of the Kanites' language. End of section 53, read by Inkell.
Section 54 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Dialogues. Ojibwa Dialogue. Communicated by the Very Reverend Edward Jacker. The following short dialogue forms part of the scanty tradition the civilized Ojibwas possessed regarding their ancestors' sign language. 2 Indians of different tongue meet on a journey. First Indian points to second Indian with the outstretched forefinger of the right hand, bringing it within a few inches of his breast. Next he extends both forearms horizontally, clinches all but the forefingers, and bends the hands inward. Then he brings them slowly and in a straight line together until the tips of the outstretched forefingers meet. This gesture is accompanied with a look of inquiry. You met somebody? Second Indian, facing the south, points to the east and with the outstretched hand forms a half circle from east to west, corresponding to the daily course of the sun. Then he raises the arm and points to a certain height above the southern horizon. Then the sign for meeting, as above, may be made or omitted. After this he bends the right hand downward and repeatedly moves the outstretched forefinger and middle finger in opposite directions, in imitation of the motion of the legs in the act of walking. Finally he raises the right hand and stretches up the forefinger or several fingers. Today, when the sun stood at such a height, I met one or several persons traveling on foot. If the travelers met were on horseback, he makes the sign for horse as described by Dakota 3. See extracts from dictionary, or the identical one for going given by Ojibwa 1, which is as follows. To describe a journey on horseback, the first 2 fingers of the right hand are placed astride of the forefinger of the left hand, and both represent the galloping movement of a horse. If it is a foot journey, wave the 2 fingers several times through the air. End of section 54. Section 55 of Sign Language Among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Narratives Introduction. The following, which is presented as a good descriptive model, was obtained by Dr. W. J. Hoffman of the Bureau of Ethnology from Natci, a Paiute chief connected with a delegation of that tribe to Washington in January 1880, and refers to an expedition made by him by direction of his father, Winnemucca, head chief of the Paiutes, to the northern camp of his tribe, partly for the purpose of preventing the hostile outbreak of the Bannocks, which occurred in 1878, and more particularly to prevent those Paiutes from being drawn into any difficulty with the United States by being leagued with the Bannocks. End of section 55.
Section 56 of Sign Language Among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by SwetaB. Narratives. Natci's narrative. 1. Close the right hand, leaving the index extended, pointed westward at arm's length a little above the horizon. Head thrown back with eyes partly closed and following the direction away to the west. 2. Indicate a large circle on the ground with the forefinger of the right hand pointing downwards. Place, locative. 3. The tips of the spread fingers of both hands placed against one another, pointing upward before the body, leaving a space of 4 or 5 inches between the wrists. House, brush tent or wickiup. See figure 257, page 431. 4. With the right hand closed, index extended or slightly bent, tap the breast several times. Mine. 5. Draw an imaginary line with the right index towards the ground, from some distance in front of the body to a position nearer to it. From there I came. 6. Indicate a spot on the ground by quickly raising and depressing the right hand with the index pointing downward, to a stopping place. 7. Grasp the forelock with the right hand, palm to the forehead, and raise it about 6 inches, still holding the hair upward. The chief of the tribe. Winnemucca. See figure 245, page 418. 8. Touch the breast with the index. Me. 9. The right hand held forward from the hip at the level of the elbow, closed, palm downward, with the middle finger extended and quickly moved up and down a short distance. Telegraphed. 10. Head inclined toward the right, at the same time making movement toward and from the ear with the extended index pointing toward it. I heard, i.e., understood. 11. An imaginary line indicated with the extended and inverted index from a short distance before the body to a place on the right. I went. 12. Repeat gesture number 6, a stopping place. 13. Inclining the head with eyes closed toward the right, bring the extended right hand palm up to within 6 inches of the right ear, where I slept. 14. Place the spread and extended index and thumb of the right hand, palm downward, across the right side of the forehead. White man. American. 15. Elevating both hands before the breast, palm forward, thumbs touching, the little finger of the right hand closed. 9. 16. Touch the breast with the right forefinger suddenly. And myself. 17. Lowering the hand and pointing downward and forward with the index still extended, the remaining fingers and thumb being loosely closed. Indicate an imaginary line along the ground toward the extreme right. Went. 18. Extend the forefinger of the closed left hand and place the separated fore and second fingers of the right astraddle the forefinger of the left, and make a series of arched or curved movements toward the right. Rode horseback. 19. Keeping the hands in their relative position, place them a short distance below the right ear. the head being inclined towards the side. Sleep. 20. Repeat the signs for riding, number 18, and sleeping, number 19, 3 times. 4 days and nights. 21. Make sign number 18, and stopping suddenly point toward the east with extended index finger of the right, others being closed, and follow the course of the sun until it reaches the zenith. Arrived at noon of the 5th day. 22. Indicate a circle as in number 2, a camp. 23. The hands then placed together as in number 3, and in this position both moved in short, irregular upward and downward jerks from side to side. Many wiki-ups. 24. Then indicate the chief of the tribe as in number 7, meaning that it was one of the camps of the chief of the tribe. 25. Make a peculiar whistling sound of phew and draw the extended index of the right hand across the throat from left to right. Bannock. 26. Draw an imaginary line with the same extended index pointing toward the ground from the right to the body. Came from the north. 27. Again, make gesture number 2. Camp. 28. And follow it twice by sign given as number 18. Forward from the body, but a short distance. 2 road. 29. Rub the back of the right hand with the extended index of the left. Indian, i.e. the narrator's own tribe. Paiute. 30. Elevate both hands side by side before the breast. Palms forward, thumbs touching. Then, after a short pause, close all the fingers and thumbs except the 2 outer fingers of the right hand. 12. 31. Again, place the hands side by side with fingers all spread or separated, and move them in a horizontal curve toward the right. Went out of camp. 32. And make the sign given as number 25, Bannock. 33. That of number 2, camp. 34. Then join the hands as in number 31, from the right toward the front. Paiutes returned. 35. Close the right hand, leaving the index only extended. Move it forward and downward from the mouth 3 or 4 times, pointing forward, each time ending the movement at a different point. I talk to them. 36. Both hands pointing upward, fingers and thumbs separated, palms facing and about 4 inches apart, held in front of the body as far as possible in that position. The men in council. 37. Point toward the east with the index apparently curving downward over the horizon, then gradually elevate it to an altitude of 45 degrees. Talked all night and until 9 o'clock next morning. 38. Bring the closed hands with the 4 fingers extended, upward and forward from their respective sides, and place them side by side, palms forward, in front. My brother. Figure 317. 39. See also page 385, 386, followed by the gesture number 18, directed toward the left and front. Road. 40. By number 7, the head chief. 41. And number 2, camp. 42. Continue by placing the hands slightly curved palm to palm, holding them about 6 inches below the right ear, the head being inclined considerably in that direction. 1 sleep, night. 43. Make sign 14, white man. 44. Raise the left hand to the level of the elbow forward from the left hip, fingers pointing upward, thumb and forefinger closed. 3. 45. And in this position draw them toward the body and slightly to the right. Came. 46. Then make gestures so 42. Sleep. 47. Point with the right index to the eastern horizon. In the morning. 48. Make sign number 14, white man. 49. Hold the left hand nearly at arm's length before the body. Back up, thumb and forefinger closed. The remaining fingers pointing downward. 3. 50. With the right index finger, make gesture number 35, the movement being directed towards the left hand. Talked to them. 51. Motion along the ground with the left hand, from the body toward the left and front, retaining the position of the fingers just stated in number 49. They went. 52. Tap toward the ground, as in gesture number 6, with the left hand nearly at arm's length, to their camp. 53. Make gesture number 18 toward the front. I rode. 54. Extend the right hand to the left and front, and tap towards the earth several times as in sign number 6, having the fingers and thumbs collected to a point. Camp of the white man. 55. Close both hands with forefinger of each partly extended and crooked, and place one on either side of the forehead, palms forward. Cattle, a steer. 56. Hold the left hand loosely extended, back forward about 20 inches before the breast, and strike the back of the partly extended right hand into the left. Shot. 57. Make a short upward curved movement with both hands, their position unchanged, over and downward toward the right. Fell over. Killed. 58. Then hold the left hand a short distance before the body at the height of the elbow, palm downward, fingers closed, with the thumb lying over the second joint of the forefinger. Extend the flattened right hand, edge down, before the body, just by the knuckles of the left, and draw the hand towards the body, repeating the movement. Skinned. 59. Make the sign given in number 25, Bannock. 60. Place both hands with spread fingers upward and palms forward, thumb to thumb before the right shoulder, moving them with the tremulous motion towards the left and front. Came in. 61. Make 3 short movements towards the ground in front with the left hand, fingers loosely curved and pointing downward. Camp of the 3 white men. 62. Then with the right hand open and flattened, edge down, cut towards the body as well as to the right and left. Cut up the meat. 63. And make the pantomimic gesture of handing it around to the visitors. 64. Make sign number 35, the movement being directed to the left hand, as held in number 49. Told the white men. 65. Grasping the hair on the right side of the head with the left hand, and drawing the extended right hand with the edge towards and across the side of the head from behind forward. To scalp. 66. Close the right hand, leaving the index partly extended, and wave it several times quickly from side to side a short distance before the face, slightly shaking the head at the same time. No. Figure 318. 67. Make gesture number 4. Me. 68. Repeat number 65. Scalp. 69. And raising the forelock height with the left hand, straighten the whole frame with a triumphant air. Make me a great chief. 70. Close the right hand with the index fully extended, place the tip to the mouth, and direct it firmly forward and downward toward the ground. Stop. 71. Then placing the hands, pointing upward, side by side, thumbs touching, and all the fingers separated, move them from near the breast outward toward the right, palms facing that direction at termination of movement. The bannocks went to one side. 72. With the right hand closed, index curved, palm downward, point toward the western horizon, and at arm's length, dip the finger downward. After sunset. 73. Make the gesture given as number 14. White men. 74. Pointing to the heart as in number 4. And I. 75. Conclude by making gesture number 18 from near the body toward the left, 4 times, and at the end of each movement the hands remaining in the same position, thrown slightly upward. We 4 escaped on horseback. The above was paraphrased orally by the narrator as follows. Hearing of the trouble in the north, I started eastward from my camp in western Nevada. When upon arriving at Winnemucca Station, I received telegraphic orders from the head chief to go north to induce our bands in that region to escape the approaching difficulties with the Bannocks. I started for Camp McDermott, where I remained one night. Leaving next morning in company with 9 others, we rode on for 4 days and a half. Soon after our arrival to Paiute camp, 2 Bannocks came in when I sent 12 Paiutes to their camp to ask them all to come in to hold council. These messengers soon returned. When I collected the Paiutes and talked to them all night regarding the dangers of an alliance with the Bannocks and other continuance in that locality. Next morning I sent my brother to the chief, Winnemucca, with a report of proceedings. On the following day, 3 white men rode into camp, who had come up to aid in persuading the Paiutes to move away from the border. Next morning I consulted with them respecting future operations, after which they went away a short distance to their camp. I then followed them, where I shot and killed the steer, and while skinning it, the Bannocks came in, when the meat was distributed. The Bannocks being disposed to becoming violent at any moment, the white men became alarmed. When I told them that rather than allow them to be scalped, I would be scalped myself in defending them, for which action I would be considered as great a chief as Winnemucca by my people. When I told the Bannocks to cease threatening the white men, they all moved to one side a short distance to hold a war council. And after the sun went down, the white men and I mounted our horses and fled towards the south whence we came. Some of the above signs seem to require explanation. Natci was facing the west during the whole of this narration, and by the right he signified the north. This will explain the significance of his gestures to the right as in numbers 11 and 17, and to the left in number 75. Number 2, repeated in numbers 22, 27, 33, and 41, designates an Indian brush lodge, and although Natci had not occupied one for some years, the gesture illustrates the original conception in the round form of the foundation of poles, branches, and brush, the interlacing of which in the construction of the wickiups has survived in gestures number 3 and 23, the latter referring to more than one, i.e. an encampment. The sign for Bannock number 25, also 32 and 59, has its origin from the tradition among the Paiutes that the Bannocks were in the habit of cutting the throats of their victims. This sign is made with the index instead of the similar gesture with the flat hand, which among several tribes denotes the Sioux, but the Paiutes examined had no specific sign for that body of Indians, not having been in sufficient contact with them. A stopping place referred to in numbers 6, 12, 52, and 54 represents the temporary station or camp of white men, and is contradistinguished from a village or perhaps any permanent encampment of a number of persons, by merely dotting toward the ground instead of indicating a circle. It will also be seen that in several instances, after indicating the nationality, the fingers previously used in representing the numbers were repeated without it previously accompanying specific gestures, as in number 61, where 3 fingers of the left hand represented the men, white, and 3 movements towards the ground signified the camp or tents of the 3 white men. This also occurs in gestures number 59, 60, and 71, employed for the Bannocks, which, having been once specified, is used subsequently without its specific preceding sign for the tribe represented. The rapid connection of the signs numbers 57 and 58 and of numbers 74 and 75 indicates the conjunction, so that they are severally ready and understood as shot and killed, and the white man and I. The same remark applies to numbers 15 and 16, the 9 and I. End of section 56. Read by SwetaB. Toronto, June 20th, 2024.
Section 57 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Narratives, Patricio's narrative. This narrative was obtained in July 1880 by Dr. Francis H. Atkins, Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army at South Fork, New Mexico, from T. Pei Bess Tallel, sheepskin leggings, habitually called Patricio, an intelligent young Mescalero Apache. It gives an account of what is locally termed the April Roundup, which was the disarming and imprisoning by a cavalry command of the United States Army of the small Apache subtribe to which the narrator belonged. 1. Left hand on edge, curved, palm forward, extended backward length of arm toward the west, far westward. 2. Arm same, turned hand, tips down, and moved it from north to south, river. 3. Dipped same hand several times above and beyond last line, beyond. 4. Hand curved, Y more flexed, and laid on its back on top of his foot, moccasins much curved up at toe, then drew hands up legs to near knee and cut off with edges of hands, boot tops, warm spring Apaches who wear booted moccasins with turn-up toes. 5. Hands held before him, tips near together, fingers gathered, U, then alternately opened and gathered fingers of both hands, P to U, U to P, and thrusting them toward each other a few times. Shot or killed many. 6. Held hands 6 inches from side of head, thumbs and forefingers widely separated. Mexican, i.e. wears a broad hat. 7. Held right hand on edge, palm toward him, threw it on its back forward and downward sharply toward earth. T on edge to X. Dead, so many dead. 8. Put thumbs to temples and indexes forward, meeting in front, other fingers closed. Soldiers, i.e. cap visor. 9. Repeated number 5 and number 7 were also shot dead. 10. Placed first and second fingers of right hand, others closed, astride of left index held horizontally. Horses. 11. Held hands on edge and forward, T on edge forward, push them forward, waving vertically. Marching, i.e. ran off with soldiers, horses, or others. NB. Using both hands indicates double ranks of troops marching also. 12. Struck right fist across in front of chin from right to left sharply. Bad. 13. Repeated number 4. Warm spring Apache. 14. Moved fist, thumb to head from center of forehead to right temple and a little backward. Fool. 15. Repeated number 8 and number 11. Soldiers riding in double column. 16. Thrust right hand down over and beyond left, both palms down, W. Came here. 17. Repeated number 8. Soldier. 18. Touched hair. Hair. 19. Touched tent. Quite white. 20. Touched top of shoulder. Commissioned officer, i.e. shoulder straps. 21. Thrust both hands up high. High rank. 22. Right forefinger to forehead, waved it about in front of face and rolled head about. Primarily fool, but qualified in this case by the interpreter as no sabe much. 23. Drew hands up his thighs and body and pointed to himself. Mescalero Indian. 24. Approximated hands before him, palms down, with thumbs and indexes widely separated, as if enclosing a circle. Captured, i.e. corralled, surrounded. 25. placed tips of hands together, wrists apart, held them erect. T, both hands inclined. House, in this case the agency. 26, through both hands, palms back, forward and downward, moving from knuckles, metacarpophalangeal joint, only several times, issuing rations. 27, thrust 2 fingers N towards mouth and downward, food. 28, repeated number 25, house, outlined a hemispherical object, wiki up, repeated these several times, bringing the hands with emphasis several times down toward the earth. Village permanently here. 29, repeated number 25 several times and pointed to a neighboring hillside. Village over there. 30, repeated numbers 17 to 21 inclusive. General X. 31, thrust 2 fingers forward from his eyes, primarily I see, also I saw or there were. 32, repeated number 11, towards said hillside, troops went over there with General X. 33, repeated number 4, adding, swept indexes around head and touched red paper on a tobacco wrapper. San Carlos Apaches, scouts especially distinguished by wearing a red fillet about the head, also added, drew indexes across each cheek from nose outward, were much painted. 34, repeated number 24 and number 23, to capture the Mescalero Indians. 35, repeated number 31, there were. 36, repeated number 33, San Carlos Scouts. 37, repeated number 8 and soldiers. 38, clasped his hands effusively before his breast. So many, i.e. a great many. 39, repeated number 31, I saw. 40, repeated number 23, my people. 41, brought fists together under chin and hugged his arms close to his breast with a shrinking motion of body, afraid. 42, struck off half of left index with right index, half or a portion. 43, waved off laterally and upward with both hands briskly, fled. 44, projected, circled right thumb and index to eastern horizon, thence to zenith. Next morning, i.e. sunrise to noon. 45, repeated number 23, the Mescaleros. 46, held hands in position of aiming a gun, left oblique, shoot. 47, waved right index briskly before right shoulder, no, did not, negation. 48, swept his hand from behind forward, palm up, Y. The others came. 49, repeated number 5, and shot. 50, repeated number 23, the Mescaleros. 51, repeated number 7, many dead. 52, repeated number 8, soldiers. 53, repeated number 10, horse mounted. 54, hand forward, palm down, W, moved forward and up and down, walking, i.e. infantry. 55, beckoned with right hand, 2 fingers curved, N horizontal and curved, came. 56, repeated number 11, marching. 57, repeated number 28, to this camp or village. 58, repeated number 23, with Mescaleros. 59. Repeated number 24. As prisoners, surrounded. 60. Repeated number 33. San Carlos Scouts. 61. Placed hands spread out, are inverted, tips down, about waist. Many cartridges. 62. Repeated number 46 and guns. 63. Repeated number 5, shot many. 64. Repeated number 4, Warm Spring Apaches. 65. Repeated number 23, and Mescaleros. 66. Moved fist, thumb to head, across his forehead from right to left, and cast it toward earth over left shoulder. Brave, i.e., the San Carlos Scouts are brave. Continuous translation of the above. Far westward beyond the Rio Grande are the Warm Spring Apaches, who killed many Mexicans and soldiers and stole their horses. They, the Warm Spring Apaches, are bad and fools. Some cavalry came here under an aged officer of high rank, but of inferior intelligence, to capture the Mescalero Indians. The Mescaleros wished to have their village permanently here by the agency and to receive their rations, i.e., were peacefully inclined. Our village was over there. I saw the general come with troops and San Carlos scouts to surround or capture the Mescalero Indians. There were a great many San Carlos scouts and soldiers. I saw that my people were afraid and half of them fled. Next morning the Mescaleros did not shoot, were not hostile. The others came and killed many Mescaleros. The cavalry and infantry brought us, the Mescaleros, to this camp as prisoners. The San Carlos scouts were well supplied with ammunition and guns, and shot many Warm Spring Indians and Mescaleros. The San Carlos scouts are brave men. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Narratives. Na-wa-gi-jig's Story. The following is contributed by Mr. Francis Jacker. This narrative was related to me by John Na-wa-gi-jig, literally Noonday Sky, an aged Ojibwa with whom I have been intimately connected for a long period of years. He delivered his story referring to one of the many incidents in his perilous life, orally but with pantomime so graphic and vivid that it may be presented truly as a specimen of gesture language. Indeed, to anyone familiar with Indian mimicry, the story might have been intelligible without the expedient of verbal language, while the oral exposition, incoherent as it was, could hardly be styled anything better than the subordinate part of the delivery. I have endeavored to reproduce these gestures in their original connections from memory, omitting the verbal accompaniment as far as practicable. In order to facilitate a clear understanding, it is stated that the gesturer was in a sitting posture before a campfire by the lake shore, and facing the locality where the event referred to had actually occurred, viz. A portion of the Keweenaw Bay, Lake Superior, in the neighborhood of Portage Entry, as seen by the annex diagram, figure 319. The time of the relation, latter part of April, also coincided with the actual time. In speaking of arm, hand, finger, etc., the right is understood if not otherwise specified. Finger stands for forefinger. 1. With the exclamation, "me-we-ja," a long time ago, uttered in a slow and peculiarly emphatic manner, he elevated the arm above and toward the right at the head, accompanying the motion with an upward wave of the hand, and held it thus suspended a moment. A long time ago. This gesture resembles sign for time along, of which it seems to be an abbreviation, and it is not sufficiently clear without the accompanying exclamation. Withdrawing it slowly, he placed the hand back upon his knee. 2. He then brought up the left hand toward the temple and tapped his hair, which was gray, with the finger. Hair gray. 3. From thence he carried it down upon the thigh, placing the extended finger perpendicularly upon a fold of his trousers, which the thumb and finger of the right held grasped in such a manner as to advantageously present the smooth black surface of the cloth, of that color, i.e., black. 4. Next, with a powerful strain of the muscles, he slowly stretched out the right arm and fist, and grasping the arm about the elbow with the left, he raised the forearm perpendicularly upward, then brought it down with force, tightening the grasp in doing so, fingers pressing upon knuckle, thumb against pit of elbow. Strength. 5. Pointing first at me. You. 6. He next held out the hand horizontally and flat, palm downward, about 4 feet above the ground, correcting the measure a moment afterward by elevating hand a few inches higher, and estimated the height thus indicated with a telling look, leaning the head toward the side, about that height, i.e., a youth of about that size. 7. He then rapidly extended the arm about 2/3 of its length forward and toward the right, terminating the motion with a jerk of the hand upward, palm turned outward, and accompanied the motion with a nod of the head, the hand in its downfall closing and dropping upon knee. Very well. 8. Musing a few moments, he next slowly extended the arm and pointed with the fingers toward and along the surface of the frozen bay. Out there. 9. In an easterly direction. Eastward. 10. Thence turning the arm to the right, he nodded the finger toward a projection of land southward at a distance of about 2 miles, following in each case the direction of the finger with the eyes, and immediately after placed the hand again eastward, indicating the spot with the same emphatic nod of the finger as though carrying the visible distance to a spot upon the expanse of the bay, which, bearing no object, could not be marked otherwise. 2 miles out there. 11. Carrying the finger toward the body, he touched his breast. I myself. 12. Thence erected the hand, turning its palm forward, forefinger perpendicularly extended, others slightly closed, and nodded it downward in an exploratory manner, all in an uninterrupted movement, 1 meaning in connection with the preceding gesture, I for 1. 13. Again, with an emphatic movement, he turned the hand upward, slightly erecting the index, thumb pointing forward, remaining fingers partially and naturally opened and more or less separated. Furthermore. 14. Then quickly and after a moment's stop, brought down the hand to a horizontal position, first and second fingers joining and fully extending during the movement, and pointing forward, another, i.e., joined by another. Repeating this motion, he at the same time called out the name Ga-bi-wa-bi-ko-ke. 15. Following the exclamation with a repetition of number 2, gray hair, repeatedly touching the hair, meaning in this case an old man. 16. Pointed with the right finger toward the right, directing it obliquely toward the ground, at a short distance toward my right. 17. Repeated number 13, furthermore. 18. Repeated number 14, adding the third finger to join 4 and middle fingers, thumb resting upon tip of fourth, another, i.e., joined by a third, and pronounce the word O-guis-san-sabadis. This is a corruption of the French Jean-Baptiste, a favorite name among Christianized Indians, John Baptist his son, while repeating the movement. 19. Held up the 3 separated fingers perpendicularly in front of the face, pushing the hand forward a little, 3 in all. 20. Presently lowered the hand, fingers relaxing, and carried it a short distance toward the left, thence back to the right, fingers pointing obliquely toward the ground in each case. Placed to the right and left of me at a short distance. 21. He then brought the hand back toward the right, index horizontally extended, remaining fingers closed, thumb placed against second finger, in front of abdomen, and moved it slowly up and down 2 or 3 times. giving it a slight jerk at the upward motion and raising the arm partially in doing so. At the same time, he inclined the body forward a little, eyes looking down, fishing. This refers to fishing on the ice, and, as may be inferred from it, to the use of hook and line. A short stick to which the line is attached serves as a rod, and is moved up and down in the manner described. 22. After a short pause, he elevated the hand, directing the index toward that point of the meridian which the sun passes at about the 10th hour of the day, and following the direction with the eye, about 10 o'clock. 23. Turning his face toward the southwest and holding up the flat and extended hand some distance in front of it, back outward, he waved it briskly and several times toward the face. Fresh breeze from the southwest. 24. Repeated number 21, fishing, playing the imaginary fish line up and down regularly for a while, till all at once he changed the movement by raising the hand in an oblique course, which movement he repeated several times, each time increasing the divergence and the length of the motion. The fish hook don't sink perpendicularly any longer, i.e., it is moving. 25. Quickly erecting his body, he looked around him with surprise. Looking with surprise. 26. Shading his eyes with the hand, gazed intensively toward the south. Fixedly gazing toward the south. 27. Threw up his arm almost perpendicularly the next moment. Greatly astonished. 28. Extended and slowly moved the arm from southeast to northwest as far as he could reach, at the same time exclaiming, "Migwam, ice, the ice from shore to shore." 29. Approximated the flat and horizontally extended hands, backs upward with their inner edges touching, whereupon suddenly turning the edges downward, he withdrew them laterally, backs near opposed to each other, parting. 30. Push the left hand palm outward, fingers joined, edges up and down, forward and toward its side with a full sweep of the arm, head following the movement. Pushed in that direction, i.e., northeastward. 31. Repeated number 23, but waved the hand only once and with a quick and more powerful movement toward the face, by the force of the wind. 32. Rotated hands in front of body, rolling them tips over tips very rapidly, fingers with thumbs nearly collected to a point, winding up the hook line in a hurry. 33. Quickly passed the hand toward the left breast of his coat, putting it in pocket. 34. And bending the body forward made motion as if picking up something. Picking up. 35. Raised the hand close to fist, arm elevated so as to form a right angle with elbow, and made a short stroke downward and toward the left. Hatchet. 36. Thence moved the hand to side of breast and pushed it down the waist, putting it into belt. 37. Placed the closed hands to each side of the waist, thumbs upward with tips facing each other, and approximated them rapidly and with a jerk in front of navel, tightening the belt. 38. With both hands lowered to the ground, he described an elongated oval around his foot by placing tips of forefingers together in front of the toes and passing them around each side, meeting the fingers behind the heels and running them jointly backward a few inches to indicate a tail. Snowshoe. 39. Raised up the heel, resting the foot on the toes and turning it a little toward the right, brought it back in a downward movement with a jerk, putting it on. 40. Waved the left hand emphatically forward, palm backward, fingers joined and pointing downward, extending them forward at termination of motion, at the same time pushing forward the head, starting. 41. Directed the finger of the same hand toward the lighthouse, toward that point. 42. Pointed with extended first two fingers of the same hand, thumb with remaining fingers partially extended to right and to left. Companions. 43. Repeated number 40, starting, less emphatically. 44. Made several very quick jumping movements forward with the extended left fingers, joined, back upward, going very fast. 45. Repeated number 23, wind, increasing the force of the movement and terminating the sign with the second repetition, wave, wind increasing. 46. Raised up the hand in front of head and then arrested it a moment, palm outward, fingers extended, upward and forward. Halt. 47. Partially turning the body toward the north, he lowered the extended hand, back forward, fingers joined and pointing downward toward the left of his feet, and moved it closely in front of them, and with a cutting motion toward the right, following the movement with the eye. Cut off right before feet, i.e. standing on the very edge. 48. Still facing the north, he carried the hand, back upward, fingers joined and extended, from left side of body outward, and toward the right horizontally, indicating the rippled surface of turbulent water by an appropriate motion, and extending the arm to full length, fingers pointing northeastward toward the right at termination of motion, and accompanied the movement with a corresponding turn of the head, eyes gazing far into distance. Water all along the shore. 49. Push the extended finger back upward, forward, i.e. northward, in a slightly arched movement. Across. 50. Directing it toward an object, tree, at a distance of about 100 yards the next moment. A distance of about 100 yards. 51. Repeated number 49, across without interrupting the motion, that distance placed across. 52. Motions as follows. Hands naturally relaxed, edges up and down, backs outward, are with a quick movement and simultaneously carried from the epigastrium forward and towards their sides, arms being extended from elbows only. The hands change their position during the movement and are ultimately placed palms upward, thumbs and fingers extended and widely separated, pointing forward. This is a general sign for doubt. He also turned the face from one side to the other as though interrogating his companions. What are we to do? 53. Repeat number 35, hatchet. 54. Raised up the finger perpendicularly, other fingers closed, thumb resting against second, and emphatically inclined it forward. Only one. 55. Elevated the arm from the elbow toward the head, hand naturally relaxed, back obliquely upward, inclining the face sideward with a look of consternation, simultaneously and again mechanically lowered it, dropping palm of hand heavily upon the knee. Bad fix. 56. Placed the hand to his hip and raised it up, closed a fist by a rapid and very energetic movement, ejaculating, "Ha!" Quick to the work, referring to the axe or hatchet. 57. Turning the body downward, he passed the hand with forefinger directed toward the ground, forward, sideward, and backward in 3 movements, each time turning at a right angle, measuring off a square piece on the ground, i.e. on the ice. 58. Looked and pointed toward an object some 20 feet off, then opposed palms of hands horizontally and at a short distance from each other, connecting both movements in such a manner as to clearly illustrate their meaning, about 20 feet wide. 59. Move the hand, fist, thumb upward several times, quickly up and down a few inches, the arm progressing forward at every stroke, cutting it off. 60. Repeated number 55, bad fix, meaning in this case, bad job. 61. Oppose the palms of both hands vertically at a distance of 8 inches, holding them thus steady a moment and estimating the thus indicated measure with the eyes. 8 inches thick. 62. Then struck the palm of left with the back of arched right forcibly. Solid ice. 63. Laid the joined and extended first 2 fingers, palm up across side of leg, a foot above heel, accompanying the movement with the eye. 1 foot deep. 64. Pushed downward perpendicularly and from same point the flat extended hand, sinking or giving in, and turning the hand upward at wrist, back downward, he flirted up the fingers several times, quickly. Water, slush and water. 65. Passed one hand over the other as in the act of pulling off mittens. Mittens. 66. Made the motion of wringing out a wet piece of cloth. Wringing wet. 67. Grasped a fold of his trousers below the knee and wrung it. Trousers also wet. 68. Placed palms of both hands upon legs near to ankles and dragged them up to knees. Up to the knees. 69. Shivered, feeling cold. 70. Pointed with thumb backward and toward the right, designating his companion, and repeated number 2, gray hair. My old companion, i.e. Gabi-wabi-koki. 71. Repeated number 69, feeling cold, more emphatically. More so, i.e. suffering worse from the cold. 72. Repeated number 59, cutting the ice. 73. Made sign for tired, getting tired as follows. The left arm is partly extended forward and is gently struck near the bend of the elbow, usually above it, with the palm of the right hand. At the same time, the head is usually inclined to the left side. Then, in similar manner, the right arm is extended and struck by the left hand, and the head in turn inclined to the right. 74. Repeated number 35, hatchet. 75. Turned the slightly closed left, thumb obliquely upward, over to its side, partially opening it in so doing, fingers pointing to left, passing it over to his companion at the left, i.e. sabadis. 76. Flung forefingers of both hands, backs forward, thumbs upward, remaining fingers partially closed, toward their respective sides alternately, by turns. 77. Repeated number 59, cutting the ice. 78. Elevated the hand above head, thumb, and first two fingers extended and directed toward the western meridian, and shook it emphatically and with a tremulous motion up and down while thus suspended, at a late hour. 79. Followed with the sign for done, finished, as follows. Left hand with forearm horizontally extended toward the right is held naturally relaxed, back outward a few inches in front of body, and at a right angle with opposite hand, which is placed on a higher level, slightly arched, edge downward, fingers joined and extended forward. Pass the right quickly and with a cutting motion downward and toward its side. At the same time, withdraw the left a few inches toward the opposite direction. Finished our work. 80. Quickly threw up his arm, ejaculating, "Ha! Let us start." 81. Passed both hands approximated in front of body, naturally relaxed, backs outward, forward, and toward their respective sides, extending and widely separating the fingers during the movement, and again approximating them with quickly accelerated speed and arresting them, close to fists in front of body and with a jerk upward, with united efforts. 82. Placing the fists, thumbs upward, pointing forward and placed upon side of forefingers, with their wrists against the breast, he pushed them forward and downward a few inches, head slightly participating in the movement. Pushing off. 83. Repeated number 38, snowshoe, with snowshoes. 84. Immediately resumed the position of pushing off as in number 82, slowly passing forward the fists further and further, pushing and gradually moving off. 85. Quickly passed and turned the closed left forward, upward, and backward, opening and again closing the fingers in so doing, and executing at almost the same instant a similar but smaller revolution with the right, turning over the snowshoe tail up. 86. With both hands closed to fists, left obliquely over the right and on the right side of the body, made motion as if paddling. 87. Moved and pointed finger of left towards its side, i.e. northward, toward the shore. 88. Moved both hands flat and extended, backs upward, toward the left side by an even and very slow movement, moving along very slowly toward that direction. 89. Repeated number 23, southwest wind. 90. Repeated number 30, pushing northeastward. 91. Turn the thumb of left over to the left. Sabadis. 92. Repeated number 32, winding up, reversing the motion, winding off the hook line. 93. Approximated both hands with their tips horizontally in front of body, first two fingers with thumb collected to a point, and moving the fingers as in the act of twisting a cord, gradually receded the hands, twisting. 94. Thrust forward three fingers of the right, three, i.e. hook lines. 95. Repeated number 93, then rubbed palm of flat and extended right forward over the thigh repeatedly and with a slight pressure, twisting them tightly. 96. Approximated both hands closed to fists, thumbs upward in front of body, and pulled them asunder repeatedly by short, quick, and sudden jerks, proving strength of line. 97. Hooked the forefinger, hand turned downward at wrist, remaining fingers closed, thumb resting upon first. Fish hook. 98. Raised and curved three fingers and thrust them forward a little separated, back to the front, three, i.e. hooks. 99. Collecting fore and middle fingers of each hand to a point with thumb, he opposed tips of both hands vertically, describing with the upper hand several short circular movements around the tip of the lower, tying together. 100. Hooked the separate fore and middle fingers of the right, pointing upward, back forward, and placed the hooked finger of the left palm forward in front and partially between the fork of the first, in the shape of an anchor. 101. Thrust both hands backs upward, fingers extended and separated forward, i.e. northward, vigorously, left being foremost, throwing toward the shore. 102. Thence elevating the right toward the head, he thrust it downward in an oblique direction, fore and middle fingers extended and joined with the thumb, sinking. 103. Placing hands in the position attained last in number 100, throwing out toward shore, he closed the fingers, drawing the hands back toward the body and leaning backward simultaneously, hauling in. 104. Elevated the naturally closed hand to side of head, fingers opening and separating during the movement, at the same time and with a slight jerk of the shoulders, inclining the head sideward, and again closed and slowly dropped it upon knee, in vain. 105. Dropped the finger perpendicularly downward, following the movement with the eye, bottom. 106. Passed the flat hand palm down from side to side in a smooth and horizontal movement, smooth. 107. Made the sign for stone, rock, as follows. With the back of the arched right hand, H, strike repeatedly in the palm of the left, held horizontal, back outward at the height of the breast and about a foot in front, the ends of the fingers pointing in opposite directions. 108. Repeated number 100, anchor. 109. Drag the curved fore and middle fingers over the back of the extended left, dragging. 110. Wave the left, bent at the wrist back outward, forward and upward from body, extending the arm to full length, at the same time inclining and pushing forward the head, and repeated the gesture more emphatically, trying again and again. 111. Waved both hands, backs outward, fingers slightly joined, tips facing each other and closely approximated in front of breast, forward and toward their respective sides a short distance, turning the palms upward during the movement, thumb and fingers being extended and widely separated toward the last. At the same time he inclined the head to one side, face expressing disappointment. All in vain. 112. Repeated number 80. Let us start anew. 113. Repeated number 86. Paddling. 114. Repeated the preceding gesture, executing the movement only once very emphatically, vigorously. 115. Wave the finger toward the place of the setting sun, following the direction with the eye. Day is near its close. 116. Repeated number 69 more emphatically, feeling very cold. 117. Repeated number 70. Goodbye wa-bye Colloquy. 118. Made sign for without, dropping the hands powerless at the sides, with a corresponding movement of head. Exhausted. 119. Pointed with finger toward the lighthouse and drawing back the finger a little, pushed it forward in the same direction, fully extending the arm. That distance, i.e. 1 mile beyond lighthouse. 120. Elevated both hands to height of shoulder, fingers extended toward the right, backs upward, moving them horizontally forward, left foremost, with an impetuous motion toward the last. Drifted out. 121. Repeated number 86, executing the movement a series of times without interruption and very energetically, paddling steadily and vigorously. 122. Pointed with the left forefinger to his breast. I myself. 123. Waved the thumb of the same hand over to the left side without interrupting motion of hand, and Sabbatus. 124. Move the extended left back upward, fingers slightly joined, toward left side and downward a few inches. Shore. 125. Elevated it to level of eyes, fingers joined and extended, palm toward the right, approaching it toward the face by a slow interrupted movement, drawing nearer and nearer. 126. Drawing a deep breath, relieved. 127. Repeated number 86 very emphatically, paddling with increased courage and vigor. 128. Gaze and pointed northeastward, shading the eyes with the hand, at the same time pushing the left, bent downward at wrist, palm backward. Forward in that direction, arm fully extended, fingers separated and pointing ahead at termination of motion. Out there at a great distance. 129. Made a lateral movement with the hand flat and extended over the field of ice in front of him, the ice field. 130. Described a series of waves with the flat and extended left, back upward, horizontally outward, sea getting turbulent. 131. Joyously flourished the hand above head while pronouncing the word ki-yabi, only yet. 132. Pointed the finger toward the upturned root of a tree a few yards off, thence carrying it forward directed it toward the shore in front, a few yards from shore. 133. Pointing toward the sun first, he placed palms of both hands in opposition vertically, a space of only an inch or two intervening, with a glance sideways at the height thus indicated, the sun just setting. 134. Made 3 vigorous strokes with the imaginary paddle. 3 more paddle strokes. 135. Moved both hands, flat and extended, backs upward, evenly and horizontally toward the left, terminating the movement by turning hands almost perpendicularly upward at wrist, thus arresting them suddenly. The ice raft runs up against the shore. 136. Lastly, threw up the hand perpendicularly above head and bringing it down, placed the palm gently over the heart with an air of solemnity. We are saved. Free translation of the story. Many years ago, my hair, then black and smooth, has since turned gray. I was then in the prime of life. You, I suppose, were a young lad at that time. The following incident occurred to me. Yonder, on the ice, 2 miles eastward, I was one day fishing in company with 2 others, the old Ga-ba-wa-bi-ko-ke and his son John Baptiste. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. A fresh breeze from the southwest had previously been getting up, when the hook line which I was playing up and down began to take an oblique course, as though it were moved by a current. Surprised, I looked up and around me. When glancing toward the south, I saw a dark streak stretching from shore to shore across the bay. The ice had parted and the wind was carrying it out toward the open lake. In an instant I had wound up my hook line, picked up my hatchet and snowshoes, which I put on my feet, and hurried, the others following my example, toward the nearest point of land, yonder where the lighthouse stands. The wind was increasing, and we traveled as fast as we could. There we arrived at the very edge of the ice, a streak of water about 100 yards in width extending northward along the shore as far as we could see. What to begin with? Nothing but a single hatchet? We were in a bad situation. Well, something had to be done. I measured off a square piece on the ice and began cutting it off with the hatchet, a hard and tedious labor. The ice was only 8 inches thick, but slush and water covered it to the depth of a foot. I soon had my mittens and trousers wringing wet and began to feel cold and tired. The old Gabi-wa-bi-ko-ke was in a worse state than I. His son next took the hatchet, and we all worked by turns. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we finished our work. With the help of our snowshoes, stemming their tail ends against the edge of the solid ice, we succeeded in pushing off our raft. Turning our snowshoes the other way, using the tails as handles, we commenced paddling with them toward the shore. It was a very slow progress, as the wind drifted us outward continually. John Baptist managed to twist our 3 hook lines into a strong cord, and tying the hooks together in the shape of an anchor, he threw it out toward the shore. Hauling in the line, the hooks dragged over the smooth rock bottom and would not catch. Repeated trials were of no avail. We all resumed our former attempt and paddled away with increased energy. The day was drawing near its close, and we began to feel the cold more bitterly. Gabi-wa-bi-ko-ke was suffering badly from its effects and was entirely played out. We had already drifted more than a mile beyond the lighthouse point. John Baptist and I continued paddling steadily and vigorously, and felt relieved and encouraged when we saw the shore draw near and nearer. The ice field by this time was miles away to the northeast, and a sea was getting up. At last, just when the sun was setting, only a few yards separated us from the shore. 3 more paddle strokes and our raft ran up against the beach. We were safe. The oral part of the story in the language of the narrator with a literal translation into English. 1. Me-ne-we-ja, a long time ago. 2. Nin-sisan, this my hair. 3. Migwa-gi-jina guak tibi shoko-a, while it looked like that. 4. Migwa gimashakwa ishan, while I possessed strength. 5. Kindash, you and, i.e., and you. 6. Ganabat kikwiwi sen siwana ban, perhaps probably were a boy. 7. Mi'iu, very well. 8 through 10. Iwidi, there. 11-12. Nin-bi-jig, I won. 13. Mi-na-wa, again, furthermore. 14. Gabiwa-bi-koke, the minor. 15. Akiwensi, old man. 16. Expressed by gesture only. 17. The same as number 13. 18. Ogewis san gai sabadis, his son too, John Baptist. 19. Me manik, so many. 20 and 21. Gestures only. 22. Mi wapai, thus far, i.e. at that time. 23. We I jiandin, then the wind blew from. 24. Migwa nin wiwi bana bina ban, while I was in the act of fishing with the hook. Nin goting goni gachi, at one time somewhere, out of its course. Oda begamo nim igis skane ab, was drawn my hook line. 25. Anin ij awibak, how it happens. 26. Gesture only. 27. Tai ho. 28. Migwam, the ice. 29. Madaj, goes. 30 and 31. Gestures only. 32. We whip, quickly. 33 and 34. Gestures only. 35. Wagak, wadonans, hatchet. 36 and 37. Gestures only. 38 and 39. Nin bitagime, I put on snowshoes. 40. Win majamin, we go, start. 41. Gestures only. 42 and 43. Mamawae, together. 44. Gesture only. 45. Eshkam ki chai nodin, more big wind. 46. Gesture only. 47. Maja igwa gima didishakad, i.e. Migwam, already has moved off, i.e. the ice. 48 and 49. Gestures only. 50. Miwape, thus far, i.e. at such a distance. 51. Gesture only. 52. Anin dash gedji te jiang, how, i.e. what shall we do. 53 and 54. Mieta be jigwang wa gak waduntan, only one hatchet. 55. Giget gisan agisamin, indeed we are badly off. 56. Ha, bak wiwara migwam, well, hello, let us cut the ice. 57, 58, 59. Gestures only. 60. Sanagad, it is bad, hard. 61. Mi epi tading, so it is thick, so thick it is. 62. Gesture only. 63. Mi dash, mi nawa manik, that again much, that much again. 64. Nibi gon gaiai, water, snow too, water and snow. 65. Nidimjik a wanag, my mittens. 66. A pichi, very much. 67. Nindas sangai, my trousers too. 68. Gesture only. 69. Nin jikach ja igwa, I feel cold already. 70. Ase kiwensi, the old man. 71. Nawach win, more yet he. 72. Gesture only. 73. Nind I kos ja igwa, I am tired already. 74, gesture only. 75, Sabadis, John Baptist. 76, Mamesh Quat Kakaina, by turns all. 77, gesture only. 78, Wika Ga Ish Kwanawo Queg, late in the afternoon. 79, Mi Geba Kwewawane Git, now it is cut loose. 80, Ha, well, ho. 81, Mamawe, together. 82, gesture only. 83, Agigmag, snowshoes. 84, Madishka, it is moving. 85 to 87, gestures only. 88, Agawa ma Jijishka, scarcely it moves, very little. 89, Nodin, wind. 90, gesture only. 91, Sabadis, John Baptist. 92, Migis Kan Yab, hook line. 93, 94, Oginasawa Biganon, he twisted 3 cords together. 95 through 98, gestures only. 99, Ogisno Bidanonan, i.e. Megasakan, he tied together 3, i.e. hooks. 100, gesture only. 101, Ogiaba, Godonan dash, he threw it out. 102, gesture only. 103, Owikobai Donan, he wants to draw it in. 104, Kawes Sa, in vain, no go. 105 to 108, gestures only. 109, Kawin Saga Kawidis Sinan, not, it don't catch on the rock bottom. 110, Mi Na-wa-gi-jig, again, often, repeatedly. 111, the same as number 104. 112, the same as number 80. 113, gesture only. 114, inigak, vigorously. 115, jaigwa ona kowishi, already evening. 116, ashkam kis sina, more cold, getting colder. 117, the same as number 70. 118, mi ja igwa jianji tang, already he has given up. 119, wasa ja igwa, far already. 120, nawibas himin, we have drifted out. 121, gesture only. 122, 123, misa ita mij nyang, now only we are 2. 124, gesture only. 125, jaigwa tehi gabig, already near to shore. 126, mi jaigwa anabonan damang, now we catch new spirits. 127, ishkam nigijawan isim, more we are strong, i.e. our strength and courage increases. 128, 129, wasa jaigwa, oh, far already. Miguam, the ice. 130, jaigwa, already. 131, keabi, yet. 132, gomapi, so far perhaps. 133, jiga bangi shimo, nearly sundown. 134, gesture only. 135, mi gabima jagang, we have landed. 136, mi gabima disiang, we have saved our lives. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Discourses. Address of Kim Che-ess, The following is the farewell address of Kin Che-ess, Spectacles, medicine man of the Wichitas, to Reverend A.J. Holt, missionary, on his departure from the Wichita Agency, in the words of the latter. He placed one hand on my breast, the other on his own, then clasped his two hands together after the manner of our congratulations. We are friends, figure 320. He placed one hand on me, the other on himself, then placed the first two fingers of his right hand between his lips. We are brothers. He placed his right hand over my heart, his left hand over his own heart, then linked the first fingers of his right and left hands. Our hearts are linked together. See figure 232, page 386. He laid his right hand on me lightly, then put it to his mouth, with the knuckles lightly against his lips, and made the motion of flipping water from the right hand forefinger, each flip casting the hand and arm from the mouth a foot or so, then bringing it back to the same position. This repeated 3 or more times, signifying talk or talking, figure 321. He then made a motion with his right hand as if he were fanning his right ear. This repeated. He then extended his right hand with his index finger pointing upward, his eyes also being turned upward. You told me of the Great Father. Pointing to himself, he hugged both hands to his bosom, as if he were affectionately clasping something he loved, and then pointed upward in the way before described. I love him, the Great Father. Laying his right hand on me, he clasped his hands to his bosom as before. I love you. Placing his right hand on my shoulder, he threw it over his own right shoulder as if he were casting behind him a little chip. Only when his hand was over his shoulder, his index finger was pointing behind him. You go away. Pointing to his breast, he clinched the same hand as if it held a stick, and made a motion as if he were trying to strike something on the ground with the bottom of the stick held in an upright position. I stay, or I stay right here, figure 322. Placing his right hand on me, he placed both his hands on his breast and breathed deeply 2 or 3 times. Then, using the index finger and thumb of each hand as if he were holding a small pin, he placed the 2 hands in this position as if he were holding a thread in each hand and between the thumb and forefinger of each hand close together, and then let his hands recede from each other, still holding his fingers in the same position, as if he were letting a thread slip between them until his hands were 2 feet apart. You live long time, figure 323. Laying his right hand on his breast, then extending the forefinger of the same hand, holding it from him at half arm's length, the finger pointing nearly upward, then moving his hand with the finger thus extended from side to side about as rapidly as a man steps in walking, each time letting his hand get farther from him for 3 or 4 times, then suddenly placing his left hand in a horizontal position with the fingers extended and together so that the palm was sideways. He used the right hand palm, extended fingers together as a hatchet, and brought it down smartly, just missing the ends of the fingers of the left hand, figure 324. Then placing his left hand with the thumb and forefinger closed to his heart, he brought his right hand, fingers in the same position, to his left. Then, as if he were holding something between his thumb and forefinger, He moved his right hand away as if he were slowly casting a hair from him, his left hand remaining at his breast, and his eyes following his right. I go about a little while longer, but will be cut off shortly, and my spirit will go away, or will die. Placing the thumbs and forefingers again in such a position as if he held a small thread between the thumb and forefinger of each hand, and the hands touching each other, he drew his hands slowly from each other, as if he were stretching a piece of gum elastic. Then, laying his right hand on me, he extended the left hand in a horizontal position, fingers extended and closed, and brought down his right hand with fingers extended and together, so as to just miss the tips of the fingers of his left hand. Then, placing his left forefinger and thumb against his heart, he acted as if he took a hair from the forefinger and thumb of his left hand with the forefinger and thumb of the right, and slowly cast it from him, only letting his left hand remain at his breast, and let the index finger of the right hand point outward toward the distant horizon. After a long time you die. When placing his left hand upon himself and his right hand upon me, he extended them upward over his head and clasped them there. We then meet in heaven. Pointing upward, then to himself, then to me, he closed the third and little finger of his right hand, laying his thumb over them, then outward. I see you up there. Pointing to me, then giving the last above described sign of look, then pointing to himself, he made the sign as if stretching out a piece of gum elastic between the fingers of his left and right hands, and then made the sign of cut off before described, and then extended the palm of the right hand horizontally a foot from his waist, inside downward, then suddenly threw it half over and from him, as if you were to toss a chip from the back of the hand. This is the negative sign everywhere used among these Indians. I would see him a long time, which should never be cut off, i.e. always. Pointing upward, then rubbing the back of his left hand lightly with the forefinger of his right, he again gave the negative sign. No Indian there in heaven. Pointing upward, then rubbing his forefinger over the back of my hand, he again made the negative sign. No white man there. He made the same sign again, only he felt his hair with the forefinger and thumb of his right hand, rolling the hair several times between the fingers. No black man in heaven. Then rubbing the back of his hand and making the negative sign, rubbing the back of my hand and making the negative sign, feeling for one of his hairs with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand and making the negative sign, then using both hands as if he were reaching round a hogshead, he brought the forefinger of his right hand to the front in an upright position after their manner of counting, and said thereby, no Indian, no white man, no black man, all one. Making the hogshead sign, and that for look, he placed the forefinger of each hand side by side pointing upward. All looked the same or alike. Running his hands over his wild Indian costume and over my clothes, he made the hogshead sign, and that for same, and said thereby, all dress alike there. Then making the hogshead sign, and that for love, hugging his hands, he extended both hands outward, palms turned downward, and made a sign exactly similar to the way ladies smooth a bed in making it. This is the sign for happy. All will be happy alike there. He then made the sign for talk and for father, pointing to himself and to me. You pray for me. He then made the sign for go away, pointing to me. He threw right hand over his right shoulder, so his index finger pointed behind him. You go away. Calling his name, he made the sign for look and the sign for negation after pointing to me. Kin Che-ess, see you no more. Figure 322, an illustration of the preceding address, also represents a common gesture for sit down if made to the right of the hip toward the locality to be occupied by the individual invited. The latter closely corresponds to an Australian gesture described by Smith. The Aborigines of Victoria, London, 1878, Volume 2, page 308, figure 260, as follows. Mini, mini, wait a little. It is shaken downwards rapidly 2 or 3 times. Done more slowly towards the ground, it means sit down. This is reproduced in figure 325. End of section 59. Section 60 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Discourses, Tso-Di-a-ko's report. The following statement was made to Dr. W.J. Hoffman by Tso-Di-a-ko, shaved head boy, chief of the Wichitas in Indian Territory, while on a visit to Washington, D.C. in June 1880. The Indian being asked whether there was any timber in his part of the territory, replied in signs as follows. 1. Move the right hand, fingers loosely extended, separated and pointing upward, back to the front, upward from the height of the waist to the front of the face. Tree. For illustration, see figure 112, page 343. Repeat this 2 or 3 times. Trees. 2. Then hold the hand, fingers extended and joined, pointing upward with the back to the front, and push it forward towards different points on a level with the face, standing at various places. 3. Both hands, with spread and slightly curved fingers, are held about 2 feet apart before the thighs, palms facing. Then draw them toward one another horizontally and gradually upward until the wrists cross, as if grasping a bunch of grass and pulling it up. Many. 4. Point to the southwest with the index, elevating it a little above the horizon. Country. 5. Then throw the fist edgeways towards the surface in that direction. Mine. 6. Place both hands extended, flat, edgeways before the body, the left below the right, and both edges pointing toward the ground a short distance to the left of the body. Then make repeated cuts towards that direction from different points, the termination of each cut ending at nearly the same point. Cut down, figure 326. 7. Hold the left hand with the fingers and thumb collected to a point, directed horizontally forward, and make several cutting motions with the edge of the flat right hand transversally by the tips of the left and upon the wrist. Cut off the ends. 8. Then cut upon the left hand, still held in the same position, with the right, the cuts being parallel to the longitudinal axis of the palm. Split. 9. Both hands closed in front of the body, about 4 inches apart, with 4 fingers and thumbs approximating half circles, palms toward the ground. Move them forward so that the back of the hand comes forward and the half circles imitate the movement of wheels. Wagon, figure 327. 10. Hold the left hand flat before the body, pointing horizontally forward, with the palm down. Then bring the right flat hand from the right side and slap the palm upon the back of the left several times. Load upon, figure 328. 11. Partly close the right hand as if grasping a thick rod, palm toward the ground, and push it straight forward nearly to arm's length. Take. 12. Hold both hands with fingers naturally extended and slightly separated nearly at arm's length before the body, palms down, the right lying upon the left, then pass the upper forward and downward from the left quickly, so that the wrist of the right is raised and the fingers point earthward. Throw off. 13. Cut the left palm repeatedly with the outer edge of the extended right hand. Build. 14. Hold both hands edgeways before the body, palms facing. Spread the fingers and place those of one hand into the spaces between those of the left, so that the tips of one protrude beyond the backs of the fingers of the other. Log house. See figure 253, page 428. 15. Then place the flat right hand, palm down and fingers pointing to the left, against the breast and move it forward and slightly upward and to the right. Good. Analysis of the foregoing. Bracket there is, close bracket. 3. Much. 1, 2, timber, open bracket, in, close bracket. 5, my, 4, country, open bracket, of which I, close bracket. 6, cut down, open bracket, some, close bracket. 7, trimmed. 8, split. 10, loaded it upon. 9, a wagon, open bracket, and, close bracket. 11, took it away, open bracket, where I, close bracket. 12, through, open bracket, it, close bracket, off. 13, open bracket, and, close bracket, built, open bracket, a, close bracket. 15, good. 14, house. Notes. As will be seen, the word timber is composed of signs numbers 1 and 2, signifying trees standing. Sign number 3 for many, in this instance, as in similar other examples, becomes much. The word in connection with country and my, is expressed by the gesture of pointing, passing the hand less quickly than in ordinary sign language before making sign number 5. That sign commonly given for possession would, without the prefix of indication, imply my country, and with that prefix signifies in my country. Sign number 7, trimmed, is indicated by chopping off the ends and facial expression denoting satisfaction. In signs numbers 11 and 12, the gestures were continuous, but at the termination of the latter, the narrator straightened himself somewhat, denoting that he had overcome the greater part of the labor. Sign number 14 denotes log house, from the manner of interlacing the finger ends, thus representing the corner of the log house and the arrangement of the ends of the same. Indian lodge would be indicated by another sign, although the latter is often used as an abbreviation for the former when the subject of conversation is known to all present. End of section 60.
Section 61 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Discourses, Lean Wolf's Complaint. The following remarks were obtained by Dr. W.J. Hoffman from Tso-Di-a-ko, Lean Wolf, chief of the Hidatsa Indians of Dakota Territory, who visited Washington in 1880. 4 years ago, the American people agreed to be friends with us, but they lied. That is all. 1. Place the closed hand with the thumb resting over the middle of the index on the left side of forehead, palmar side down, then draw the thumb across the forehead to the right, a short distance beyond the head. White man, American, figure 329. 2. Place the naturally extended hand, fingers, and thumb slightly separated and pointing to the left about 15 inches before the right side of the body, bringing it to within a short distance. With us, figure 330. 3. Extend the flat right hand to the front and right as if about to grasp the hand of another individual. Friend, friends, figure 331. For remarks connected with this sign, see pages 384 to 386. 4. Place the flat right hand with fingers only extended back to the front about 18 inches before the right shoulder. 4. Years, figure 332. 5. Close the right hand, leaving the index and second fingers extended and slightly separated. Place it back forward about 8 inches before the right side of the body and pass it quickly to the left in a slightly downward curve. Lie. Figure 333. 6. Place the clenched fists together before the breast, palms down, then separate them in a curve outward and downward to their respective sides. Done. Finished. That is all. Figure 334. End of section 61. Section 62 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Signals. The collaborators in the work above explained have not generally responded to the request to communicate material under this head. It is, however, hoped that by now, printing some extracts from published works and the few contributions recently procured, the attention of observers will be directed to the prosecution of research in this direction. The term signal is here used in distinction from the signs noted in the dictionary, extracts from which are given above, as being some action or manifestation intended to be seen at a distance, and not allowing of the minuteness or detail possible in close converse. Signals may be executed first, exclusively by bodily action, second by action of the person in connection with the objects, such as a blanket or a lance, or the direction imparted to a horse. Third, by various devices such as smoke, fire, or dust, when the person of the signalist is not visible. When not simply intended to attract attention, they are generally conventional, and while their study has not the same kind of importance as that of gesture signs, it possesses some peculiar interest. End of section 62.
Section 63 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Cole. Signals executed by bodily action. Some of these are identical or nearly so with the gesture signs used by the same people. Alarm. See notes on Cheyenne and Arapaho signals infra. Anger. Close the hand, place it against the forehead, and turn it back and forth while in that position. Colonel R.B. Morsey, United States Army, 30 years of Army life on the border, New York, 1866, page 34. Come here. The right hand is to be advanced about 18 inches at the height of the navel, horizontal, relaxed, palm downward, thumb in the palm. Then draw it near to the side and at the same time drop the hand to bring the palm backward. The farther away the person called is, the higher the hand is raised. If very far off, the hand is raised high up over the head and then swung forward, downward and backward to the side. Dakota 1:4. Danger. There is something dangerous in that place. Right hand, index finger and thumb forming a curve, the other fingers closed. Move the right hand forward, pointing in the direction of the dangerous place or animal. Omaha 1. Defiance. Right hand, index and middle fingers open. Motion toward the enemy signifies, I do not fear you. Reverse the motion, bringing the hand toward the subject means, do your worst to me. Omaha 1. Direction. Pass around that object or place near you. Che-ess. When a man is at a distance, I say to him, go around that way. Describe a curve by raising the hand above the head, forefinger open, move to right or left according to direction intended and hand that is used, i.e., move to the left, use right hand, move to the right, use left hand. Omaha 1, Ponca 1. Halt. To inquire disposition. Raise the right hand with the palm in front and gradually push it forward and back several times. If they are not hostile, it will at once be obeyed. Randolph B. Marcy, The Prairie Traveler, New York, 1859, page 214. Stand there, he is coming to you. Right hand extended, flat, edgeways, move downward several times. Omaha 1. Stand there, he is going toward you. Hold the open right hand, palm to the left, with the tips of the fingers towards the person signaled to. Thrust the hand forward in either an upward or downward curve. Omaha 1, Ponca 1. Lie down flat where you are. Shidu Pispe San Ga. Extend the right hand in the direction of the person signaled to, having the palm down. Move downward by degrees to about the knees. Omaha 1, Ponca 1. Peace, friendship. Hold up palm of hand. Observed as made by an Indian of the Kansas tribe in 1833. John T. Irving, Indian Sketches, Philadelphia, 1835, Volume 2, page 253. Elevate the extended hands at arm's length above and on either side of the head. Observed by Dr. W. J. Hoffman, as made in northern Arizona in 1871 by the Apaches, Mojaves, Hulapes, and Cerviches. No arms, corresponding with hands up of road agents, figure 335. The right hand held aloft empty. General G.A. Custer, My Life on the Plains, New York, 1874, page 238. This may be collated with the lines in Walt Whitman's Salut au Monde. Toward all, I raise high the perpendicular hand. I make the signal. The Natchez in 1682 made signals of friendship to La Salle's party by the joining of the two hands of the Signalist, much embarrassing Tonty, La Salle's lieutenant, in command of the advance in the descent of the Mississippi, who could not return the signal, having but one hand. His men responded in his stead. Maigret, Découverte et établissement des Français dans l'Ouest et dans le Sud de l'Amérique septentrionale, etc. Question. I do not know you. Who are you? After halting a party coming. Right hand raised, palm in front, and slowly move to the right and left. Answered by tribal sign. Marcy's Prairie Traveler, Lock Sit 214, figure 336. In this illustration, the answer is made by giving the tribal sign for Pani. To inquire if coming party is peaceful. Raise both hands, grasped in the manner of shaking hands, or by locking the two forefingers firmly while the hands are held up. If friendly, they will respond with the same signal. Marcy's Prairie Traveler, Lock Sit 214. Submission. The United States steamer Saranac in 1874, cruising in Alaskan waters, dropped anchor in July 1874 in Freshwater Harbor back of Sitka in latitude 59 degrees north. An armed party landed at a Tlingit village, deserted by all the inhabitants except one old man and two women, the latter seated at the feet of the former. The man was in great fear, turned his back and held up his hands as a sign of utter helplessness. Extract from notes kindly furnished by Lieutenant Commander William Bainbridge Hoff, United States Navy, who was senior aide to Rear Admiral Pencock on the cruise mentioned. Surrender. The palm of the hand is held toward the person to whom the surrender is made. Long. Hold the palm of the hand toward the person as high above the head as the arm can be raised. Dakota 1. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Signals in which objects are used in connection with personal action. Buffalo discovered. See also notes on Cheyenne and Arapaho signals. When the Poncas or Omahas discover buffalo, the watcher stands erect on the hill with his face toward the camp, holding his blanket with an end in each hand, his arms being stretched out right and left on a line with shoulders. Dakota 8, Omaha 1, Ponca 1. See figure 337. Same as Omaha 1 and Ponca 1, with the addition that after the blanket is held out at arm's length, the arms are crossed in front of the body. Dakota 1. Camp. When it is intended to encamp, a blanket is elevated upon a pole so as to be visible to all the individuals of a moving party. Dakota 8. Come, to beckon a person. Hold out the lower edge of the robe or blanket, then wave it in to the legs. This is made when there is a desire to avoid general observation. Matthews. Come back. Gather or grasp the left side of the unbuttoned coat or blanket with the right hand in either standing or sitting in position so that the signal can be seen. Wave it to the left and right as often as may be necessary for the sign to be recognized. When made standing, the person should not move his body. Dakota 1. Danger. See also notes on Cheyenne and Arapaho signals. Horsemen at a distance galloping, passing and repassing and crossing each other. Enemy comes. But for notice of herd of buffaloes, they gallop back and forth abreast, do not cross each other. H. M. Brackenridge's Views of Louisiana, Pittsburgh, 1814, page 250. Riding rapidly round in a circle. Danger, get together as quickly as possible. Richard Irving Dodge, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Army, The Plains of the Great West, New York, 1877, page 368. Point the right index in the direction of the danger, then throw the arm over the front of the body diagonally, so that the hand rests near the left shoulder, back outward. If the person to be notified of the danger should be in the rear, proceed the above signal with that for attention. This signal can also be made with a blanket, properly grasped so as to form a long, narrow roll. Perhaps this signal would more properly belong under caution, as it would be used to denote the presence of a dangerous beast or snake, and not that of a human enemy. Dakota 1. Passing and repassing one another either on foot or mounted is used as a war signal, which is expressed in the Hidatsa, Makim Akadada, Halida, Mandan, and Hidatsa 1. Direction. Pass around that place. Point the folded blanket in the direction of the object or place to be avoided, then draw it near the body and wave it rapidly several times in front of the body only, and then throwing it out toward the side on which you wish the person to approach you, and repeat a sufficient number of times for the signal to be understood. Dakota 1. Discovery. The discovery of enemies, game, or anything else is announced by riding rapidly to and fro, or in a circle. The idea that there is a difference in the signification of these two directions of riding appears, according to many of the Dakota Indians of the Missouri Valley, to be erroneous. Parties away from their regular encampment are generally in search of some special object, such as game, or of another party, either friendly or hostile, which is generally understood, and when that object is found, the announcement is made to their companions in either of the above ways. The reason that a horseman may ride from side to side is that the party to whom he desires to communicate may be in a particular locality, and his movement at right angles to the direction to the party would be perfectly clear. Should the party be separated into smaller bands or have flankers or scouts at various points, the only way in which the rider's signal could be recognized as a motion from side to side, by all the persons to whom the signal was directed, would be for him to ride in a circle, which he naturally does. Dakota 6, 7, 8, figure 338. The latter was noticed by Dr. Hoffman in 1873 on the Yellowstone River while attached to the Stanley expedition. The Indians had again concentrated after their first repulse by General Custer and taken possession of the woods and bluffs on the opposite side of the river. As the column came up, one Indian was seen upon a high bluff to ride rapidly round in a circle, occasionally firing off his revolver. The signal announced the discovery of the advancing force, which had been expected, and he could be distinctly seen from the surrounding region. As many of the enemy were still scattered over the neighborhood, some of them would not have been able to recognize the signal had he ridden to that from an observer, but the circle produced a lateral movement visible from any point. Of enemies or other game than buffalo, see also notes on Cheyenne and Arapaho signals. The discovery of enemies is indicated by riding rapidly around in a circle so that the signal could be seen by their friends but out of sight of the discovered enemy. Dakota 1. When enemies are discovered or other game than buffalo, the sentinel waves his blanket over his head up and down, holding an end in each hand. Omaha 1, Ponca 1. Of game, wood, water, etc. This is communicated by riding rapidly forward and backward on the top of the highest hill. The same would be communicated with a blanket by waving it right and left, and then directly toward the game or whatever the party might be searching for, indicating that it is not to the right or to the left, but directly in front. Dakota 1. Drill, military. It is done by signals devised after a system of the Indians' own invention and communicated in various ways. Wonderful as a statement may appear, the signaling on a bright day when the sun is in the proper direction is done with a piece of looking-glass held in the hollow of the hand. The reflection of the sun's rays thrown on the ranks communicates in some mysterious way the wishes of the chief. Once standing on a little knoll overlooking the valley of the South Platte, I witnessed almost at my feet a drill of about 100 warriors by a Sioux chief who sat on his horse on a knoll opposite me and about 200 yards from his command in the plain below. For more than half an hour he commanded a drill which for variety and promptness of action could not be equaled by any civilized cavalry of the world. All I could see was an occasional movement of the right arm. He himself afterwards told me that he used a looking-glass. Dodge's Plains of the Great West, looks at pages 307-308. Friendship. If two Indians of the plains are approaching one another on horseback, and they may, for instance, be 1 mile apart, or as far as they can see each other. At that safe distance, one wants to indicate to the other that he wishes to be friendly. He does this by turning his horse around and traveling about 50 paces back and forth, repeating this 2 or 3 times. This shows to the other Indian that he is not for hostility, but for friendly relations. If the second Indian accepts this proffered overture of friendship, he indicates the same by locking the fingers of both hands as far as to the first joints, and in that position raises his hands and let them rest on his forehead, with the palms either in or out, indifferently, as if he were trying to shield his eyes from the excessive light of the sun. This implies, I too am for peace, or I accept your overture. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1. It is interesting in this connection to note the reception of the Father Marquette by an Illinois chief who is reported to have raised his hands to his eyes as if to shield them from overpowering splendor. That action was supposed to be made in a combination of humility and admiration, and a pretended inability to gaze on the face of the illustrious guest has been taken to be the conception of the gesture, which, in fact, was probably only the holding the interlocked hands in the most demonstrative posture. An Oriental gesture in which the flat hand is actually interposed as a shield to the eyes before a superior is probably made with the poetical conception erroneously attributed to the Indian. The display of green branches to signalize friendly or pacific intentions does not appear to have been noticed among the North American Indians by trustworthy observers. Captain Cook makes frequent mention of it as the ceremonial greeting among islands he visited. See his Voyage Toward the South Pole, London, 1784, Volume 2, pages 30 and 35. Green branches were also waved in signal of friendship by the natives of the island of New Britain to the members of the expedition in charge of Mr. Wilfred Powell in 1878. Proceedings of the Royal Geological Society, February 1881, page 89. Halt. Stand there. He is coming this way. Grasp the end of the blanket or robe. Wave it downward several times. Omaha 1. To inquire disposition, wave the folded blanket to the right and left in front of the body. Then point toward the person or persons approaching and carry it from a horizontal position in front of the body rapidly downward and upward several times. Dakota 1. Many. Wave the blanket directly in front of the body upward and downward several times. Many of anything. Dakota 1. Peace coupled with invitation. Motion of spreading a real or imaginary robe or skin on the ground. Noticed by Lewis and Clark on their first meeting with the Shoshone in 1805. Lewis and Clark's Travels, etc., London, 1817, Volume 2, page 74. This signal is more particularly described as follows. Grasp the blanket by the 2 corners with the hands, throw it above the head, allowing it to unfold as it falls to the ground, as if in the act of spreading it. Question. The ordinary manner of opening communication with parties known or supposed to be hostile is to ride toward them in zigzag manner, or to ride in a circle. Custer's My Life on the Plains, looks at page 58. This author mentions, page 202, a systematic manner of waving a blanket by which the son of Satana, the Kiowa chief, conveyed information to him, and a similar performance by Yellow Bear, a chief of the Arapahos, page 219, neither of which he explains in details. I do not know you. Who are you? Point the folded blanket at arm's length toward the person, and then wave it toward the right and left in front of the face. You, I don't know. Take an end of the blanket in each hand and extend the arms to full capacity at the sides of the body. Letting the other ends hang down in front of the body to the ground means, where do you come from, or who are you? Dakota 1. Safety, all quiet. See notes on Cheyenne and Arapaho signals. Surrender. Hold the folded blanket or a piece of cloth high above the head. This really means I want to die right now. Dakota 1. Surrounded. We are. Take an end of the blanket in each hand, extend the arms at the sides of the body, allowing the blanket to hang down in front of the body, and then wave it in a circular manner. Dakota 1. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Signals made when the person of the signalist is not visible. Smoke signals generally. They, the Indians, had abandoned the coast along which bale fires were left burning and sending up their columns of smoke to advise the distant bands of the arrival of their old enemy. Schoolcraft's History, etc., Volume 3, page 35, giving a condensed account of De Soto's expedition. Quote, "Their systems of telegraphs are very peculiar, and though they might seem impracticable at first, yet so thoroughly are they understood by the savages that it is availed of frequently to immense advantage. The most remarkable is by raising smokes, by which many important facts are communicated to a considerable distance, and made intelligible by the manner, size, number, or repetition of the smokes, which are commonly raised by firing spots of dry grass." End quote. Josiah Gregg's Commerce of the Prairies, New York, 1844, Volume 2, page 286. The highest elevations of land are selected as stations from which signals with smoke are made. These can be seen at a distance of from 20 to 50 miles. By varying the number of columns of smoke, different meanings are conveyed. The most simple, as well as the most varied mode, and resembling the telegraphic alphabet, is arranged by building a small fire, which is not allowed to blaze, then by placing an armful of partially green grass or weeds over the fire as if to smother it, a dense white smoke is created, which ordinarily will ascend into a continuous vertical column for hundreds of feet. Having established a current of smoke, the Indian simply takes his blanket, and by spreading it over the small pile of weeds or grass from which the smoke takes its source, and properly controlling the edges and corners of the blanket, he confines the smoke, and is in this way able to retain it for several moments. By rapidly displacing the blanket, the operator is enabled to cause a dense volume of smoke to rise, the length or shortness of which, as well as the number and frequency of the columns, he can regulate perfectly, simply by a proper use of the blanket. Custer's My Life on the Plains, Loco Citato, page 187. They gathered an armful of dried grass and weeds, which were placed and carried upon the highest point of the peak, where, everything being in readiness, the match was applied close to the ground, but the blaze was no sooner well lighted and about to envelop the entire amount of grass collected than it was smothered with the unlighted portion. A slender column of gray smoke then began to ascend in a perpendicular column. This was not enough, as it might be taken for the smoke rising from a simple campfire. The smoldering grass was then covered with a blanket, the corners of which were held so closely to the ground as to almost completely confine and cut off the column of smoke. Waiting a few moments, until the smoke was beginning to escape from beneath, the blanket was suddenly thrown aside, when a beautiful balloon-shaped column puffed upward like the white cloud of smoke which attends the discharge of a field piece. Again, casting the blanket on the pile of grass, the column was interrupted as before, and again in due time released, so that a succession of elongated, egg-shaped puffs of smoke kept ascending toward the sky in the most regular manner. This bead-like column of smoke, considering the height from which it began to ascend, was visible from points on the level plain 50 miles distant. Ibidem, page 217. The following extracts are made from Fremont's first and second expeditions, 1842, 43, and 44. Executive document, 28th Congressional Second Session, Senate, Washington, 1845. Quote, "Columns of smoke rose over the country at scattered intervals, signals by which the Indians here, as elsewhere, communicate to each other that the enemies are in the country." End quote. Page 220. This was January 18th, 1844, in the vicinity of Pyramid Lake, and perhaps the signalists were Paiutes. Quote, "While we were speaking, a smoke rose suddenly from the cottonwood grove below, which plainly told us what had befallen him. It was raised to inform the surrounding Indians that a blow had been struck, and to tell them to be on their guard." End quote. Page 268 and 269. This was on May 5, 1844, near the Rio Virgin, Utah, and was narrated of diggers, probably Chimahuevas. Arrival of a party at an appointed place when all is safe. This is made by sending upward one column of smoke from a partially smothered fire by green grass. This is only used by previous agreement, and if seen by friends of the party, the signal is answered in the same manner. But should either party discover the presence of enemies, no signal would be made, but the fact would be communicated by a runner. Dakota, 1. Success of a war party. Whenever a war party, consisting of either Pima, Papago, or Maricopa Indians, returned from an expedition into the Apache country, their success was announced from the first and most distant elevation visible from their settlements. The number of scalps secured was shown by a corresponding number of columns of smoke, arranged in a horizontal line, side by side, so as to be distinguishable by the observers. When the returning party was unsuccessful, no such signals were made. Pima and Papago 1. Figure 339. A similar custom appears to have existed among the Poncas, although the custom has been discontinued by them, as shown in the following proper name: Sudagashe, smoke maker, he who made smoke by burning grass returning from war. End of section 65. Read by Victoria Temple, Anchorage, February 20th, 2024. Section 66 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Signals made when the person of the signalist is not visible. Smoke signals of the Apaches. The following information was obtained by Dr. W.J. Hoffman from the Apache chiefs named on page 407 under the title of Tinian. Apache 1. The materials used in making smoke of sufficient density and color consist of pine or cedar boughs, leaves, and grass, which can nearly always be obtained in the regions occupied by the Apaches of northern New Mexico. These Indians state that they employ but 3 kinds of signals, each of which consists of columns of smoke numbering from 1 to 3 or more. Alarm. This signal is made by causing 3 or more columns of smoke to ascend and signifies danger or the approach of an enemy, and it also requires the concentration of those who see them. These signals are communicated from one camp to another, and the most distant bands are guided by their location. The greater the haste desired, the greater number of the columns of smoke. These are often so hastily made that they may resemble puffs of smoke, and are caused by throwing heaps of grass and leaves upon the embers again and again. Attention. This signal is generally made by producing one continuous column, and signifies attention for several purposes, viz., when a band had become tired of one locality, where the grass may have been consumed by the ponies, or some other cause necessitated removal, or should an enemy be reported, which would require farther watching before a decision as to future action would be made. The intention or knowledge of anything unusual would be communicated to neighboring bands by causing one column of smoke to ascend. Establishment of a camp, quiet, safety. When a removal of a camp has been made, after the signal for attention has been given, and the party have selected a place where they propose to remain until there may be a necessity or desire for their removal, 2 columns of smoke were made to inform their friends that they proposed to remain at that place. 2 columns of smoke are also made at other times during a long continued residence, to inform the neighboring bands that a camp still exists and that all is favorable and quiet. End of section 66. Read by Victoria Temple, Anchorage, February 20th, 2024. Section 67 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 67. Signals made when the person of the signalist is not visible. Foreign smoke signals. The following examples of smoke signals in foreign lands are added for comparison. Miss Hay, speaking of the Guanches of the Canary Islands at the time of the Spanish conquest, says, quote, "When an enemy approached, they alarmed the country by raising a thick smoke or by whistling, which was repeated from one to another. This latter method is still in use among the people of Tenerife and may be heard at an almost incredible distance." End quote. Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, Volume 7, 1869, 2nd Series, page 109-110. Quote, "The natives have an easy method of telegraphing news to their distant friends. When Sir Thomas Mitchell was traveling through eastern Australia, he often saw columns of smoke ascending through the trees in the forests, and he soon learned that the natives used the smoke of fires for the purpose of making known his movements to their friends. Near Mount Fraser, he observed a dense column of smoke, and subsequently other smokes arose, extending in a telegraphic line far to the south along the base of the mountains, and thus communicating to the natives who might be upon his route homeward the tidings of his return. When Sir Thomas reached Portland Bay, he noticed that when a whale appeared in the bay, the natives were accustomed to send up a column of smoke, thus giving timely intimation to all the whalers. If the whale should be pursued by one boat's crew only, it might be taken, but if pursued by several, it would probably be run ashore and become food for the blacks." End quote. Smith, Loco Citato, Volume 1, page 152-153. Quoting Major T.L. Mitchell's Eastern Australia, Volume 2, page 241. Hardeen, writing of the natives of Cape York, says that a, quote, "communication between the islanders and the natives of the mainland is frequent, and the rapid manner in which news is carried from tribe to tribe to great distances is astonishing. I was informed of the approach of Her Majesty's steamer Salamander on her last visit 2 days before her arrival here. Intelligence is conveyed by means of fires made to throw up smoke in different forms, and by messengers who perform long and rapid journeys." End quote. Smith, Loco Citato, Volume 1, page 153, quoting from Overland Expedition, page 85. Messengers in all parts of Australia appear to have used this mode of signaling. In Victoria, when traveling through the forests, they were accustomed to raise smoke by filling the hollow of a tree with green boughs and setting fire to the trunk at its base, and in this way, as they always selected an elevated position for the fire when they could, their movements were made known. When engaged in hunting, when traveling on secret expeditions, when approaching an encampment, when threatened with danger, or when foes menaced their friends, the natives made signals by raising a smoke, and their fires were lighted in such a way as to give forth signals that would be understood by the people of their own tribe and by friendly tribes. They exhibited great ability in managing their system of telegraphy, and in former times it was not seldom used to the injury of the white settlers, who at first had no idea that the thin column of smoke rising through the foliage of the adjacent bush, and raised perhaps by some feeble old woman, was an intimation to the warriors to advance and attack the Europeans. R. Brow, Smith, FLS, FGS, The Aborigines of Victoria, Melbourne, 1878, Volume 1, page 152-153. End of section 67. Read by Victoria Temple, Anchorage, March 30th, 2024.
Section 68 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Signals made when the person of the signalist is not visible. Fire arrows. Travelers on the prairie have often seen the Indians throwing up signal lights at night and have wondered how it was done. They take off the head of the arrow and dip the shaft in gunpowder, mixed with glue. The gunpowder adheres to the wood and coats it 3 or 4 inches from its end to the depth of 1/4 of an inch. Chewed bark, mixed with dry gunpowder, is then fastened to the stick, and the arrow is ready for use. When it is to be fired, a warrior places it on his bowstring and draws his bow ready to let it fly. The point of the arrow is then lowered, another warrior lights the dry bark, and it is shot high in the air. When it has gone up a little distance, it bursts out into a flame and burns brightly until it falls to the ground. Various meanings are attached to these fire arrow signals. Thus, one arrow meant, among the Santees, the enemy are about. 2 arrows from the same point, danger. 3, great danger. Many, they are too strong, or we are falling back. 2 arrows sent up at the same moment, we will attack. 3, soon. 4, now. If shot diagonally, in that direction. These signals are constantly changed and are always agreed upon when the party goes out or before it separates. The Indians send their signals very intelligently and seldom make mistakes in telegraphing each other by these silent monitors. The amount of information they can communicate by fires and burning arrows is perfectly wonderful. Every war party carries with it bundles of signal arrows. Belden, the White Chief, or 12 Years Among the Wild Indians of the Plains. Cincinnati and New York, 1871, pages 106-107. With regard to the above, it is possible that white influence has been felt in the mode of signaling as well as in the use of gunpowder, but it would be interesting to learn if any Indians adopted a similar expedient before gunpowder was known to them. They frequently used arrows, to which flaming material was attached, to set fire to the wooden houses of the early colonists. The Caribs were acquainted with this same mode of destruction, as appears by the following quotation. Their arrows were commonly poisoned, except when they made their military excursions by night. On these occasions, they converted them into instruments of still greater mischief. For, by arming the points with pledgets of cotton dipped in oil and set on fire, they fired whole villages of their enemies at a distance. Alcedo, The Geographical and Historical Dictionary of America and the West Indies. Thompson's translation. London, 1812, Volume 1, page 314. End of section 68. Section 69 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Signals made when the person of the signalist is not visible. Dust signals. When an enemy, game, or anything else which was the special object of search is discovered, handfuls of dust are thrown into the air to announce that discovery. This signal has the same general signification as when riding to and fro, or round in a circle on an elevated portion of ground or a bluff. Dakota 7:7. When any game or any enemy is discovered, and should the sentinel be without a blanket, he throws a handful of dust up into the air. When the Brules attacked the Poncas in 1872, they stood on the bluff and threw up dust. Omaha 1, Ponca 1. There appears to be among the Bushmen a custom of throwing up sand or earth into the air when at a distance from home and in need of help of some kind from those who were there. Miss Elsie Lloyd, M.S. Letter. Dated July 10, 1880, from Charlton House, Mowbray, near Cape Town, Africa. End of section 69. Section 70 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Signals made when the person of the Signalist is not visible. Notes on Cheyenne and Arapaho signals. The following information was obtained from Waun, Bobtail, Mohinukmahit, Big Horse, Cheyennes, and Ukuhisa, the mare, better known as Little Raven, and Na-wa-gi-jig, Left Hand, Arapahos, chiefs and members of a delegation who visited Washington, D.C. in September 1880 in the interest of their tribes dwelling in Indian Territory. A party of Indians going on the warpath leave camp, announcing their project to the remaining individuals and informing neighboring friends by sending runners. A party is not systematically organized until several days away from its headquarters, unless circumstances should require immediate action. The pipe bearers are appointed who precede the party while on the march, carrying the pipes, and no one is allowed to cross ahead of these individuals, or to join the party by riding up before the head of the column, as it would endanger the success of the expedition. All new arrivals fall in from either side or the rear. Upon coming in sight of any elevations of land likely to afford a good view of the surrounding country, the warriors come to a halt and secrete themselves as much as possible. The scouts, who have already been selected, advance just before daybreak to within a moderate distance of the elevation to ascertain if any of the enemy has preceded them. This is only discovered by carefully watching the summit to see if any objects are in motion. If not, the flight of birds is observed, and if any should alight upon the hill or butte, it would indicate the absence of anything that might ordinarily scare them away. Should a large bird, as a raven, crow, or eagle, fly toward the hilltop and make a sudden swerve to either side and disappear, it would indicate the presence of something sufficient to require further examination. When it is learned that there is reason to suspect an enemy, the scout, who has all the time been closely watched by the party in the rear, makes a signal for them to lie still, signifying danger or caution. It is made by grasping the blanket with the right hand and waving it earthward from a position in front of and as high as the shoulder. This is nearly the same as civilized Americans use the hand for a similar purpose in battle or hunting to direct "lie quiet." Should the hill, however, be clear of anyone, the Indian will ascend slowly and under cover as much as possible, and gain a view of the country. If there is no one to be seen, the blanket is grasped and waved horizontally from right to left and back again repeatedly, showing a clear surface. If the enemy is discovered, the scout will give the alarm by running down the hill upon a side visible to the watchers in a zigzag manner, which communicates the state of affairs. Should any expedition or advance be attempted at night, the same signals as are made with the blanket are made with a firebrand, which is constructed of a bunch of grass tied to a short pole. When a war party encamps for a night or a day or more, A piece of wood is stuck into the ground, pointing in the direction pursued, with a number of cuts, notches, or marks corresponding to the number of days which the party spent after leaving the last camp until leaving the present camp, serving to show to the recruits to the main party the course to be followed, and the distance. A hunting party in advancing takes the same precautions as a war party, so as not to be surprised by an enemy. If a scout ascends a prominent elevation and discovers no game, the blanket is grasped and waved horizontally from side to side at the height of the shoulders or head, and if game is discovered, the Indian rides back and forth from left to right a short distance, so that the distant observers can view the maneuver. If a large herd of buffalo is found, the extent traveled over in going to and fro increases in proportion to the size of the herd. A quicker gait is traveled when the herd is very large, or haste on the part of the hunters is desired. It is stated that these Indians also use mirrors to signal from one elevation to another, but the system could not be learned, as they say they no longer have a use for it, having ceased warfare. End of section 70. Section 71 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Scheme of Illustrations. In the following pages, the scheme of graphic illustration, intended both to save labor and secure accuracy, which was presented in the introduction to the study of sign language, is reproduced with some improvements. It is given for the use of observers who may not see that publication, the material parts of which being included in the present paper, it is not necessary that the former should now be furnished. The types of hand positions were prepared for reference by the corresponding letters of the alphabet to avoid tedious description, should any of them exactly correspond, or by alteration, as suggested in the note following them. These, as well as the outlines of arm positions, giving front and side outlines with the arms pendant, were distributed in separate sheets to observers for their convenience in recording, and this will still cheerfully be done when request is made to the present writer. When the sheets are not accessible, the types can be used for graphic changes by tracing the one selected, or by a few words indicating the change, as shown in the examples. The outlines of arm positions can also be readily traced for the same use as if the sheets had been provided. It is hoped that this scheme, promoting uniformity in description and illustration, will be adopted by all observers who cannot be specially addressed. Collaborators in the gestures of foreign uncivilized peoples will confer a favor by sending at least one photograph or sketch in native costume of a typical individual of the tribe, the gestures of which are reported upon, in order that it may be reproduced in the complete work. Such photograph or sketch need not be made in the execution of any particular gesture, which can be done by artists engaged on the work, but would be still more acceptable if it could be so made. End of section 71. Section 72 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Outlines for arm positions in sign language. The gestures, to be indicated by corrected positions of arms and by dotted lines showing the motion from the initial to the final positions, which are severally marked by an arrowhead and a cross, see examples, will always be shown as they appear to an observer facing the gesturer, the front outline, figure 340, or side, figure 341, or both, being used as most convenient. The special positions of hands and fingers will be designated by reference to the types of hand positions. For brevity, in the written description, hand may be used for right hand, when that one alone is employed in any particular gesture. When more convenient, to use the profile figure in which the right arm is exhibited for a gesture actually made by the left hand and arm, it can be done, the fact, however, being noted. In cases where the conception or origin of any sign is ascertained or suggested, it should be annexed to the description, and when obtained from the gesturer will be so stated affirmatively. Otherwise, it will be considered to be presented by the observer. The graphic illustration of associated facial expression or bodily posture, which may accentuate or qualify a gesture, is necessarily left to the ingenuity of the contributor. Order of arrangement. The following order of arrangement for written descriptions is suggested. The use of a separate sheet or part sheet of paper for each sign described and illustrated would be convenient in the collation. It should always be affirmatively stated whether the conception or origin of the sign was procured from the sign maker or is suggested or inferred by the observer. Word or idea expressed by sign. Description. Conception or origin. Tribe. Locality. Date, 1808. Observer. End of section 72.
Section 73 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Types of hand positions in sign language. A. Fist, palm outward, horizontal. B. Fist, back outward, oblique upward. C. Clinched, with thumb extended against forefinger, upright, edge outward. D. Clinched, ball of thumb against middle of forefinger, oblique upward, palm down. E. Hooked thumb against end of forefinger, upright, edge outward. F. Hooked, thumb against side of forefinger, oblique, palm outward. G. Fingers resting against ball of thumb, back upward. H. Arched, thumb horizontal against end of forefinger, back upward. I. Closed, except forefinger crooked against end of thumb, upright, palm outward. J. Forefinger straight, upright, others closed, edge outward. K. Forefinger obliquely extended upward, others closed, edge outward. L. Thumb vertical, forefinger horizontal, others closed, edge outward. M. Forefinger horizontal, fingers and thumb closed, palm outward. N. First and second fingers straight upward and separated, remaining fingers and thumb closed, palm outward. O. Thumb, first and second fingers separated, straight upward, remaining fingers curved edge outward. P. Fingers and thumb partially curved upward and separated, knuckles outward. Q. Fingers and thumb separated, slightly curved downward. R. Fingers and thumb extended straight, separated, upward. S. Hand and fingers upright, joined, back outward. T. Hand and fingers upright, joined, palm outward. U. Fingers collected to a point, thumb resting in middle. V. Arched, joined, thumb resting near end of forefinger, downward. W. Hand horizontal, flat, palm downward. X. Hand horizontal, flat, palm upward. Y. Naturally relaxed, normal, used when hand simply follows arm with no intentional disposition. Note concerning the foregoing types. The positions are given as they appear to an observer facing the gesturer, and are designed to show the relations of the fingers to the hand rather than the positions of the hand relative to the body, which must be shown by the outlines. See outlines of arm positions, or description. The right and left hands are figured above without discrimination, but in description or reference the right hand will be understood when the left is not specified. The hands as figured can also with proper imitation be applied with changes either upward, downward, or inclined to either side, so long as the relative positions of the fingers are retained. And when in that respect no one of the types exactly corresponds with the sign observed, modifications may be made by pen or pencil on that one of the types, or a tracing of it, found most convenient, as indicated in the examples, and referred to by the letter of the alphabet under the type changed, with the addition of a numeral, e.g. A1, and if that type, i.e., A were changed a second time by the observer, which change would necessarily be drawn on another sheet of types or another tracing of a type selected when there are no sheets provided, it should be referred to as A2. End of section 73, read by Inkell.
Section 74 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Examples. Word or idea expressed by sign. To cut with an axe. Description. With the right hand flattened, X changed to the right instead of left, palm upward, move it downward to the left side repeatedly from different elevations, ending each stroke at the same point. Figure 343. Conception or origin. From the act of felling a tree. Word or idea expressed by sign, a lie. Description. Touch the left breast over the heart and pass the hand forward from the mouth, the two first fingers only being extended and slightly separated. L1 with thumb resting on third finger, figure 344A, figure 344. Conception or origin, double-tongued. Word or idea expressed by sign, to ride. Description, place the first two fingers of the right hand thumb extended. Number 1, figure 345A. Downward, astraddle the first two joined and straight fingers of the left. T1, figure 345B, sidewise to the right, then make several short arched movements forward with hands so joined. Figure 345. Conception or origin. The horse mounted and in motion. Word or idea expressed by signs. I am going home. Description. 1. Touch the middle of the breast with the extended index, K. Then 2. Pass it slowly downward and outward to the right, and when the hand is at arm's length at the height of the shoulder, 3. Clinch it. A. Suddenly and throw it edgewise toward the ground, figure 346. Conception or origin. 1. I, personality. 2. Motion and direction. 3. Locality of my possessions, home. Explanation of marks. The following indicative marks are used in the above examples. Dotted lines indicate movements to place the hand and arm in position to commence the sign and not forming part of it. Short dashes indicate the course of hand employed in the sign when made rapidly. Longer dashes indicate a less rapid movement. Broken lines represent slow movement. Greater than indicates commencement of movement in representing sign or part of sign. X represents the termination of movements. Circle with dot indicates the point in the gesture line at which the hand position is changed. End of section 74. End of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery.